Hikaru receives urgent mission briefing, assigning assassination task within strict 1-hour limit deadline. A transport truck passes through town, while souls face Sanzu River explanation spreads rumor. Deceased individuals line up wearing white clothes and begin silent group walking procession forward. Crowd members question reality of afterlife, while continuing endless walk together forward silently onward. Hikaru analyzes system rules, preparing stealth-based survival strategy to complete mission instantly carefully. Hikaru receives explanation about death system from guide, calmly observing situation closely. Now here, Hikaru realizes he already died while joining silent group walking toward unknown afterlife realm. Souls continue marching as rumors spread about Sanzu River, crossing all white dress dead. Hikaru decides to fight bullies for first time, unleashing unexpected violent counterattack instantly sharply. Hikaru delivers powerful kick, sending opponent flying as shocked enemies react in pain immediately. Hikaru kicks down attacker while another person questions his sudden violent movement in confusion. Now victim thanks Hikaru while gripping his hand, and asks his name with gratitude. Present moment. Hikaru calmly reveals his identity and age while realizing afterlife system rules around him now. Kind stranger offers small bag gift to Hikaru, insisting it is only repayment without hesitation. Hikaru accepts gift and departs quietly while acknowledging kindness and continuing journey ahead forward path. Hikaru meets mysterious woman who suddenly requests him to enter another world and live inside her house immediately. Without hesitation now, Hikaru learns from guide that he is already dead while confusion spreads about strange afterlife system. Rules explained clearly here now. Hikaru is told he must go to another world and live in a new home offered by woman instantly with conditions. Woman promises Hikaru he can return to life again, causing shock and confusion during intense supernatural conversation exchange right at moment. Hikaru faces sudden confrontation with powerful reaction, shouting and entering battle stance, while shocked opponent reacts fearfully in immediate escalation fight. Roland explains to Hikaru about reincarnation request, while urging him to listen carefully, despite confusion. Hikaru questions price, while woman clarifies exchange conditions involving returning to life through process mysterious. Roland explains crossing between worlds as Hikaru realizes risks and listens carefully to urgent proposal. Roland introduces himself while offering guidance and proposing body transfer ritual under strict circumstances immediately. Hikaru accepts transfer, triggering magical circle activation as both worlds begin unstable dimensional connection forming. Hikaru regains physical sensations while awakening inside unfamiliar body, and senses strange warmth returning slowly. He walks through interior corridor, feeling unstable reality, and notices someone reacting to his presence. Hikaru panics, realizing he returned to living world and struggles to understand situation around him. Roland appears within memory fragments, revealing truth about identity transfer and hidden experimental crossing system. Hikaru confronts Roland while questioning deception as reality, stabilizes between worlds under collapsing magical circle. Hikaru questions why he must kill a person while Roland explains urgent mission conditions seriously. Roland reveals corrupt aristocrat target request while Hikaru listens and assesses assassination necessity carefully. Now, Hikaru learns enemy defeat caused soul suction stone, leaving him limited time remaining soon gone. Roland warns rejection leads to soul disappearance, while Hikaru struggles with moral pressure intensifying now. Hikaru reluctantly accepts conditions, realizing refusal results in death. Within next hour limit final choice. Hikaru accepts offer to sharpen senses in exchange for completing dangerous assassination request mission. Hikaru receives mysterious present and questions purpose, while mentor explains sensory training tool calmly. Hikaru reacts shocked, discovering soulboard system interface revealing hidden powers and abilities. Suddenly Roland prepares to leave while explaining limitations and warning Hikaru about unstable energy transfer. Hikaru calls out as mentor departs corridor, leaving him alone with new responsibilities ahead. Hikaru calms himself, preparing mentally as time warning shows remaining 55 minutes left. Now, Hikaru questions. System prompt struggling to understand. Unlock consume energy point. Mechanism rules unfolding. Hikaru realizes skillboard system allows point allocation to become stronger efficiently strategically adapting. Hikaru deduces main objective involves assassination target requiring cautious approach with limited point strategy. Hikaru examines system screen sliding interface, noticing offensive skills lacking agility advantages available present. Hikaru studies soulboard screens appearing, realizing 7 total interfaces, while time continues decreasing, forcing rapid decisions under pressure immediately now. Hikaru evaluates skill categories, comparing agility, strength, magic, and stealth. Realizing system allows point allocation for survival strategy optimization decision forming. Hikaru focuses on stealth option, considering system warnings about point consumption, while confirming unlock decision for hidden movement abilities carefully. Now system displays skill network revealing stealth node as unlockable option, prompting Hikaru to confirm acquisition despite energy cost decision process begins. Hikaru triggers stealth selection, surprised by system prompt requesting confirmation, realizing point cost implication for skill acquisition process, immediate strategic choice. Hikaru unlocks multiple skills, spending points while realizing limited resources remain under strict time pressure. Hikaru experiments with soulboard functions, discovering life magic perception upgrades, increasing system capabilities. Hikaru analyzes assassination skill option, choosing stealth-oriented build optimized for killing target efficiently. Hikaru recognizes sniper and assassination abilities as primary tools, preparing tactical elimination strategy carefully now. Hikaru continues training despite low points, planning to test newly unlocked skills before time expires. Hikaru activates stealth ability while time pressure increases and infiltration begins silently inside building now. Hikaru moves through interior encountering civilians and obstacles, while retrieving key used for entrance access quickly. Hikaru reaches locked exit, realizing front entry is blocked, forcing alternative route planning under time constraint. Hikaru prepares forced entry strategy while storm outside intensifies, and countdown reaches critical stage quickly. Now, Hikaru commits to risky exit approach despite danger, choosing direct confrontation path over stealth route remaining. Hikaru blends into mansion staff while analyzing noble clients passing through corridor unnoticed, carefully observing behavior patterns now. Hikaru uses stealth movement, avoiding detection, while servants discuss wealthy client visits and guild connections nearby, unaware of presence. Hikaru navigates crowded hallway, noticing suspicious activity and wet floor incident, indicating recent movement of unknown intruders inside. Hikaru hides presence while guards discuss alchemist guild visitors and recent entries into restricted areas under rain conditions outside. Hikaru confirms successful infiltration without detection and observes guards leaving corridor while maintaining stealth mode throughout mission execution successfully. Hikaru senses enemies approaching while stealth remains active and time continues counting down rapidly. Only room lit stands out while Hikaru evaluates infiltration route carefully inside mansion. Quietly, enemy voice confirms target found as assassin, prepares mentally for confrontation ahead immediately. Now, Hikaru reaches door and carefully attempts entry while sensing danger, increasing nearby instantly silently. He opens door, slowly entering room while maintaining perfect stealth and awareness active now. Hikaru resolves to survive, accepts killing mission, calming himself under intense pressure now silently. In this world people die easily. Hikaru realizes stealth will decide survival outcome now. You must kill to survive. 10 minutes left. Hikaru accepts harsh world rule calmly. Elder reads document in office. Hikaru remains hidden, observing quietly without detection successfully nearby. Elder turns toward door, sensing presence. Hikaru freezes while preparing stealth escape route. Hikaru remains hidden while Elder questions presence and senses unknown intruder inside mansion carefully. Roland reveals identity while Hikaru reacts in shock to unexpected confrontation inside room. Now, Hikaru faces betrayal as ally claims Roland and tension escalates into violent confrontation immediately. Roland declares identity openly while Hikaru prepares for battle and threatens assassination attempt now. Hikaru and Roland confront each other, preparing for decisive fight inside mansion corridor tension. Hikaru prepares for assassination while opponent underestimates him and confidence rises before battle begins. Enemy attacks suddenly while Hikaru dodges and prepares counterattack as tension escalates rapidly inside room. Hikaru charges forward, declaring readiness, while opponent screams in panic and confrontation becomes unavoidable. Now Hikaru strikes with full intent while opponent is overwhelmed and battle reaches critical violent climax instantly. Hikaru remains focused after attack, landing successfully, showing resolve and determination in final confrontation moment. Roland strikes the count in a decisive assassination inside the mansion hallway, completing his mission swiftly. Bloodstains remain as the target falls, and Roland confirms the kill without hesitation. Hikaru arrives and witnesses the aftermath, shocked as stealth ability continues concealing Roland's presence. Ali's question Roland's decision while tension rises, revealing conflicting motives and distrust among the group. Hikaru stands conflicted as the mission ends and consequences of assassination begin to settle quietly now. Hikaru expresses gratitude while relinquishing Roland's body as memories and identity begin transferring control completely. Hikaru introduces himself formally as Roland confirms acceptance, signaling irreversible transfer of identity and shared future fate binding. Hikaru panics and mentally collapses as Roland's influence overwhelms consciousness, causing instability and fear of losing self-control. Hikaru questions whether Roland truly killed the target while witnessing conflicting evidence and emotional tension between both identities. Roland regains dominance in shared body as Hikaru reacts in shock, realizing identity struggle has fully escalated between them. Hikaru and Roland meet silver-haired girl warning Knights, arriving bell ringing inside mansion corridor. Silver-haired woman explains Knights approaching while Hikaru realizes danger and listens carefully, immediately alert. Bell rings signaling Knight's arrival. Hikaru questions escape using balcony rope ladder option route. Silver-haired woman points toward rope ladder while Hikaru doubts truth of situation carefully now. Hikaru suspicious observing woman as escape instructions appear questioning whether she truthful guidance given. Hikaru prepares to escape as silver-haired girl opens door and tells them to go. Knights arrive after alarm bell rings discovering Count dead while chaos spreads throughout mansion. Instantly, silver-haired girl urgently instructs escape using rope ladder, while enemies approach mansion rapidly now. Hikaru reaches graveyard gate, exhausted believing he has escaped danger and survived. The pursuit finally silver-haired woman appears beside Hikaru revealing truth as trust begins collapsing between them slowly. Hikaru rests against tree exhausted after escape, breathing heavily while recalling mission and exhaustion. Silver-haired girl watches Hikaru from doorway, quietly guiding his escape while hiding her intentions as Knights search mansion, and chaos continues inside surrounding estate. Hikaru sits alone on rooftop, reflecting on survival, questioning choices, remembering girl's help, realizing escape changed him, and future remains uncertain. But he continues moving forward with resolve inside new life. Days passed after incident. Hikaru walked alone through quiet forest path silently ahead carefully. Hidden in grass Hikaru observed area calmly and decided becoming adventurer path forward chosen. Guild mission posted collecting poisonous plants Hikaru accepted task impressed reward offered immediately interest. Fog-covered forest revealed Lord Elmaroy II statue. Hikaru studied mysterious armored figure silently approaching. Deep forest presence felt as Hikaru moved closer investigating ancient hidden power carefully observing. Hikaru moved through forest path sensing danger building, around unfamiliar territory ahead, quietly carefully. Lavia observed Hikaru from distance while he reacted suddenly to approaching threat instinctively alert. Mission began as wild boar escaped through trees causing panic among adventurers nearby chaos. Hikaru faced massive green wolf emerging from mist inside dangerous forest zone silently approaching. Adventurers calculated detection range while wolves surrounded fallen prey across forest with growing tension. Hikaru remained hidden as wolves fed nearby, completely unaware of his presence around forest. Hikaru checked guild power app while studying blessing selection without revealing himself carefully observing. System displayed multiple blessings and Hikaru selected protection for stealth optimization skill combination mode. Hikaru gathered plants while wolves fed nearby, remaining completely undetected in forest zone area. Hikaru finished collection and walked away satisfied, confirming progress in mission completion status confirmed. At guild entrance, people teased Fleur-chan while adventurers gathered and rumors spread inside building hall. Inside guild hall, Hikaru arrives as receptionist Fleur is invited out by adventurers crowding around. Fleur recognizes Hikaru and explains he helped obtain guild card while others question him immediately. Hikaru stops briefly as Fleur calls out requesting another mission while he pauses in guild. Guild Master intervenes and orders wait your turn while Hikaru activates soulboard system interface. At guild entrance, Hikaru observed adventurers teasing Fleur while rumors spread inside crowded building hall. Inside guild hall, Hikaru arrived as receptionist Fleur, attracted attention from gathering adventurers nearby crowd. Fleur recognized Hikaru explaining he helped obtain guild card while others questioned his presence immediately. Hikaru paused as Fleur called out, requesting another mission while he stood in guild hall. Guild Master intervened ordering, wait your turn while Hikaru activated soulboard system interface promptly. Fleur explains blessing system while Hikaru analyzes soulboard, observing others' abilities quietly carefully. Adventurer questions Hikaru about blessings, while he calmly hides true stealth capabilities revealed now. Guild Receptionist assigns poisonous plant mission, while Hikaru accepts despite dangerous wolf territory area. System displays blessing options, while Hikaru selects protection optimizing stealth survival strategy carefully planned. Hidden among wolves, Hikaru collects plants completing mission without detection or disturbance present successfully. Fleur questions Hikaru about green wolves, while noticing his unusual calm reaction in guild hall. Adventurers question Hikaru's blessings as he quietly analyzes soulboard abilities beyond normal understanding system. Guild receptionist evaluates Hikaru's collected poisonous plants while warning about dangerous wolf territory nearby forest. Hikaru receives reward and remains calm as receptionist explains evaluation process and blessing system details. Guildmaster interrupts conversation ordering silence while Hikaru prepares next mission, using stealth mindset focused. Hikaru talks with Fleur as she asks if he is leaving for the night already. She suggests missions while Hikaru agrees, but remains focused on previous investigation details from Guild. Guild Hall activity continues as Hikaru observes reception area and evaluates information about recent events. Fleur returns quickly thanking Hikaru and preparing reward while others watch quietly inside building hall. Hikaru leaves Guild thinking about missing clues since Count murder remains unresolved in city case. Fleur rushes toward Hikaru warning him about town rumors and sudden dangerous investigation news spreading. Adventurers question Hikaru about blessings while Guild discusses secret murder investigation spreading through city case. Fleur warns Hikaru that information about murder case is confidential, while government officials investigate closely. Guild receptionist explains difficult investigation request. While Hikaru considers wolves' territory and secrecy rules seriously, Hikaru proceeds silently deciding to continue mission, while gathering information about hidden conspiracy carefully observing. Fleur presents Guild mission list to Hikaru while introducing recommended jobs inside Adventurer Guild Hall. Hikaru examines scattered mission documents as receptionist explains personalized requests and available assignments carefully presented. Fleur notices Hikaru's differences while thanking him and acknowledging his help within Guild evaluation process. Hikaru discusses gratitude for hospitality, while Fleur watches him leave Guild building with concern presently. Fleur reflects on Hikaru's behavior, considering him different, while Hikaru continues thinking about investigation case. Fleur presents mission options, while Hikaru listens and evaluates recommended Guild assignments in hall carefully. Hikaru examines multiple mission papers, while receptionist explains personalized requests and selection process briefly presented. Guild evaluation continues, as Hikaru declines missions and leaves building under clear sky calmly observed. Hikaru receives explanation about redhorn rabbits, dangerous species known for speed and detection ability level. Hikaru observes redhorn rabbit in field confirming target presence during mission observation. Phase careful planning. Hikaru accepts the redhorn rabbit quest, identifying it as ideal for stealth-based hunting efficiency. He thanks the guild system while secretly relying on stealth abilities that prevent detection during combat. Hikaru silently defeats a redhorn rabbit, triggering level up and soul board growth immediately afterward. The soul board system increases his rank as he observes progress, confirming ability development. Hikaru returns from the field, thinking about unused skill points and planning future upgrades carefully. Hikaru walks through the city reflecting on his goal to earn money and wait for investigation developments. He encounters guild members discussing patrol riders and recent movements connected to ongoing investigations. Officials confirm they have identified the murderer of Count Morgus, while Hikaru reacts in silent surprise. News spreads that Count Morgsuberg's murderer is captured while suspicion surrounds. Hikaru silently now. Hikaru remains silent planning carefully deciding to gather more information before acting further alone. A gay girl inspects him evaluates rabbit horn demanding attention while Hikaru stays quiet. Still guild members discuss rare horn valuation compensation plans and trader disagreement over value issues. Confusion spreads as people question identity, noticing Hikaru among unfamiliar observers nearby silently present. Hikaru observes Unken Feebalzak claiming he is only an appraiser during interrogation. Unken agrees appraise Hikaru activating Soulboard inside guild building room system. Soulboard reveals overwhelming stats as Hikaru notices Unken impossible skill level readout. Hikaru analyses old man's abilities, detecting massive disruption and unusual Soulboard compatibility. Multiple Soulboards solved. Hikaru realizes old man unlocked hidden system advantage. State analysis. Hikaru senses suspicion, while the old appraiser watches him closely inside guild hall area. Unken agrees to appraise and finishes work while guild activity continues normally inside building. Fleur-san approaches, Hikaru asking personal question while he hesitates before responding carefully inside guild. Fleur-san becomes shocked as Hikaru suddenly grabs her arm during unexpected conversation moment scene. Fleur-san asks serious question while Hikaru listens closely with cautious expression present guild room. Hikaru studies guild information after hearing adventurer request, while suspecting Fleur-san knows more details. Present Hikaru senses surveillance noticing unknown figures following him through crowded town streets. While staying alert a group considers targeting Hikaru, planning actions against him while underestimating his awareness completely present. Kill system reveals detection abilities, including magic detection, life detection and intuition expanding rapidly. Active Hikaru gains ability sensing, intentions within meters confidently tracking enemies following him nearby. Now active Hikaru is led into a planned meeting location while enemies search for him unsu. CCCC nearby. Hikaru remains directly in front of pursuers, while using positioning to avoid detection inside crowded area. He moves through town calmly ignoring attacks while stating he is busy with his objective. Hikaru arrives at designated CFA meeting spot, observing surroundings while confirming location is correct but uncertain. He meets contact at CFA, adjusts disguise briefly, and prepares for conversation while remaining alert. Hikaru meets Fleur-san at the cafe as she arrives apologizing for making him wait. Fleur-san recognizes Hikaru's unusual outfit, while they exchange greetings in a calm outdoor meeting space. She compliments his appearance and becomes slightly embarrassed while Hikaru listens and responds calmly. Both sit at the cafe as Hikaru begins stating he has a question during their meeting. Hikaru asks for honesty about the invitation while Fleur-san reacts with confusion and surprise. Fleur-san explains Hikaru is only seen as a source of information while he calmly accepts misunderstanding. Fleur-san hesitates and responds awkwardly as Hikaru offers to buy food and drinks during meeting. She becomes excited choosing items while Hikaru allows her freely ordering everything she wants. Hikaru treats Fleur-san while she happily receives food and thanks him during casual CFA interaction. A fruit smoothie arrives with 2 straws, causing Hikaru to question the unexpected shared drink setup. Fleur-san forces Hikaru into a playful challenge, using a shared fruit drink with 2 straws. She insists Hikaru must drink with her while teasing him, and he reluctantly agrees in embarrassment. Both agree to share the drink, and Hikaru cautiously participates while Fleur-san becomes excited. They drink together closely, sharing the same cup while tension and embarrassment build between them. Hikaru reacts to the shared drink situation, noticing Fleur-san's playful behavior while still staying composed. Fleur-san and Hikaru continue cafe talk, while Hikaru shifts conversation toward hidden information about current events. Hikaru carefully asks about Count Morgus murder case while Fleur-san reacts cautiously and changes tone. Fleur-san becomes serious and questions Hikaru's source of information while maintaining composed but guarded expression. Hikaru mentions captured murderer news while Fleur-san focuses on how he obtained that information. Fleur-san calmly but intensely asks where Hikaru heard the story, showing suspicion and quiet confrontation. Hikaru and Fleur discuss information about a captured murderer and upcoming sentencing at royal court. Fleur questions Hikaru's interest, sensing caution, while Hikaru states he heard from patrolmen and seeks truth about events. Fleur warns it is classified information, explaining royal court handles sentencing within 3 days after capture. Hikaru explains curiosity about Count, while Fleur softens and continues conversation over KFA table setting. Both observe final details of case discussion shifts toward next steps. Fleur-san ends discussion at CA while Hikaru grows suspicious about the first person who discovered the corpse and hidden circumstances. Fleur-san thanks Hikaru for meeting while he questions classification of information, and she refuses to reveal address details. Fleur-san mentions a girl who once saved her life while Hikaru doubts the explanation and senses inconsistency. Hikaru decides to act immediately, planning to find the girl Fleur-san referenced and prepare for upcoming confrontation and investigation. Now, Hikaru observed guards finishing night watch in corridor, expecting no incident occurring soon afterwards. Hikaru walked hallway, remembering girl returning, noticing guards passing without suspicion around him easily. Hikaru analyzed detention center layout, deducing girl likely remained inside noble residence somewhere nearby. Hikaru searched empty corridor, considering possible locations, questioning where target might be hidden. Now, Hikaru detected locked door, using stealth instincts, sensing presence quietly beyond barrier carefully inside. Hikaru noticed a guard dog appearing, assessing the situation while continuing infiltration quietly unnoticed. Hikaru recognized new occult stealth ability, considering using the dog for detection advantage tactically. Hikaru moved through corridor as guards questioned dog, increasing suspicion around area slowly rising. Hikaru observed guard opening locked door while maintaining stealth inside noble residence carefully silently. Hikaru entered luxurious empty room, scanning environment for hidden presence and clues carefully quietly. Hikaru entered the room with a trained dog, confirming no threat was detected after cautious search inside. Hikaru used stealth ability to mislead guards, activating and deactivating cover skill, while leaving scent trails behind. Hikaru proceeded deeper into building, concluding infiltration succeeded, but remained alert while continuing silent movement. Hikaru explored library room filled with books, noting large collection and analyzing environment carefully. Hikaru examined an adventure book, Realizing the room belonged to a boy interested in stories and records, Hikaru observed elegant bedroom interior, deducing it likely belonged to missing girl earlier here. Guards continued patrol, while Hikaru remained hidden, overhearing investigation discussions about suspect case ongoing. Guard conversation increased tension as additional guards arrived, and mission preparations intensified quickly further. Guards argued about suspect identity, deciding departure to capital while confusion spread among ranks. Officers discussed her situation while walking away, preparing return to capital soon together silently. Guards discussed missing girl while Hikaru realized she was trapped underground beneath residence here. Hikaru locates basement entrance, confirms single guard plans infiltration carefully using stealth approach now. Hikaru realizes locked door, deduces key required listens, carefully for approaching footsteps nearby sound. Hikaru suspects key located upstairs, senses movement proceeds cautiously while hearing faint sounds nearby. Hikaru hears approaching presence stops on stairs prepares stealth attack in silence carefully. Now Hikaru overheard guards discussing the girl and basement incident while remaining completely hidden nearby. Hikaru deduced the girl was underground and located the basement entrance guarded lightly. Now Hikaru moved through narrow staircase, carefully aware that stealth could expose him immediately now. Hikaru panicked, realizing the hallway was too narrow, and his infiltration was compromised now. Hikaru faced incoming guards, realizing his position was exposed, and he needed escape. Now Hikaru reacted to killing intent decision, briefly considering elimination before suppressing impulse. Hikaru chose restraint, analyzing armored weakness while forcing himself to avoid unnecessary killing. Maid encountered confusion in hallway, questioning situation while guards coordinated movement nearby. Tension escalated as Hikaru nearly exposed himself, forcing quick reaction to avoid detection. Guards and companions de-escalated conflict, while Hikaru remained hidden and stabilized situation silently. Hidden key appeared near basement entrance. Hikaru carefully observed its significance and danger immediately. Hikaru collapsed briefly after escape, realizing danger increased while enemy patrols continued, searching intensely. Hikaru reflected on killing consequences, deciding to avoid unnecessary deaths while remaining cautious always. Hikaru faced another guard at doorway, preparing to act while hiding his presence perfectly. Hikaru decided to postpone conflict, moving onward quietly as mission priorities shifted elsewhere now. Hikaru discovered a girl imprisoned inside magical barrier cell, carefully observing her situation while assessing the prison structure silently now. Here Hikaru meets imprisoned girl, who recognizes him as savior, while he analyzes magical prison restrictions and hidden key information carefully now. Hikaru learns magic prison was created by Alchemist Guild Master, meaning only specific keyholder can release the seal soon revealed. Hikaru considers that killing the keyholder might unlock prison, but hesitates due to moral restraint and strategic uncertainty right now. Girl explains Hikaru cannot kill innocent people, because his mind is clouded while he struggles with inner conflict deeply at moment. Hikaru listened, as the girl revealed emotional truth, questioning why he saved her, despite consequences. The girl explained past events and emotional debt, while Hikaru processed moral conflict about killing. She questioned Hikaru's identity and past, revealing confusion about his role and her imprisonment situation. Hikaru admitted killing a man, creating tension as truth about past actions surfaced between them. The girl revealed deeper reasoning behind her imprisonment, explaining the Alchemist Guild's motive and hidden purpose. Hikaru is confronted by intense magical restraint, as the girl demonstrates overwhelming authority over the prison structure. The girl explains she possesses destructive magic while Hikaru realizes the severity of her power and situation. The girl reveals her intention to return to the royal capital as an assassin, tied to political consequences of past crimes. Hikaru reacts in shock, questioning the morality and identity of the king's influence and the girl's transformation. The girl declares her decision to act against the kingdom's system, while Hikaru challenges the dangerous direction of her plan. Girl speaks calmly inside prison, reflecting on someone caring for her, despite isolation and captivity. Hikaru questions her identity, but she dismisses importance of remembering her name or existence clearly. Her eye reflects Hikaru's presence, revealing emotional distance and acceptance of forgotten identity within prison. Hikaru reaches toward her hesitantly, while she insists names and attachments are unnecessary for him. Both stand separated by bars, silently acknowledging connection, while she refuses to reveal her name. Hikaru introduces himself and asks for her name while reaching toward her through magical prison bars, separating them now carefully silently. Lavia reveals her identity calmly while Hikaru listens, surprised by her gentle tone and emotional acceptance inside the prison meeting scene. Lavia states her full name, and insists to be called Lavia, while maintaining calm expression, despite emotional imprisonment situation clearly now. Hikaru expresses emotional connection toward Lavia, admitting need for her support, while struggling with confusion and moral conflict inside himself deeply. Lavia warns Hikaru not to speak further, expressing fear of hope rising again while refusing emotional attachment and future promises now. Hikaru promises Lavia he will save her, insisting he will avoid killing while finding a way to free her safely. Hikaru explains he will not kill anyone, and instead intervene carefully, while Lavia listens inside the magical prison barrier. Lavia questions trust and expresses concern, while Hikaru insists he will act without causing unnecessary harm during rescue attempt. Hikaru prepares to act despite internal conflict, acknowledging he once killed before and struggles with repeating violence again. Guards outside react to disturbance in prison area, unaware of Hikaru's involvement as tension escalates in facility, quietly. Lavia lies in prison as guards discuss concern for her safety while Hikaru moves forward with escape planning under pressure. Hikaru prepares final stages of escape plan, aware of strict time limit while tensions rise and Lavia remains imprisoned waiting for rescue. Flare and Gloria discuss Hikaru rumor as unusual adventurer draws growing attention inside guild. Hikaru plans rescue Lavia seeking money and preparation tasks before action inside city streets. Adventurers visit guild noticing receptionist's beauty, while questioning Flare absence today at counter scene. Hikaru studies quest board noting low rewards and feeling unlucky overall inside guild hall. Hikaru examines adventurer ranks and requests realizing rewards are insufficient for his goals carefully. Receptionist asks Hikaru for guild card. He hesitates confused by unexpected attention there present. Hikaru receives guild card reluctantly as receptionist requests verification, and he complies slowly done. Receptionist checks guild device, smiling while reporting situation, and calling outcome unfortunate clearly stated. Hikaru guild registration reveals civilian blessing, while others consider him ordinary obsessed Flare rumor. Flare and guild employee question Hikaru's status. While discussing civil blessing confusion spreads here. Hikaru presents guild card while receptionist confirms civilian blessing and checks his status carefully. Hikaru hands over card while receptionist suspects Flare influenced hidden blessing situation carefully. Now receptionist smiles offering quest while questioning Hikaru identity and Flare obsession rumors spreading further. Hikaru receives delivery quest to Mage Kelbeck in bond with reward 200 gillen. Flare instructs Hikaru to wait at stall, promising quick return after guild discussion ends. Hikaru enters the slum district noticing suspicion about his past while remaining calm about the job outcome. He continues observing surroundings silently while confirming his stealth ability and preparing movement through dangerous area. Hikaru navigates dark tunnels using stealth while evaluating light source limitations and environmental risks carefully. He encounters unstable passage and reacts quickly, while questioning portable lamp usability during infiltration mission. Contractors discuss Hikaru's efficiency in killing and stealth while confirming job completion expectations and results. Hikaru observes criminals discussing violence, noting stealth footprints while remaining hidden and cautious nearby present. Guild system activates life and magic lock, restricting detection abilities, and analyzing Hikaru's presence carefully. Sensory deprivation skill activates making Hikaru unrecognizable as he moves through crowded urban environment quietly. Stealth Blessing activates erasing traces completely while Hikaru avoids detection and adjusts portable light usage. Criminals escort Kelbeck, while discussing boss orders unaware of Hikaru's presence tracking them silently. Now, Hikaru observes criminals discussing Kelbeck, obsolete toolmaker, suspecting hidden past and uncertain motives nearby silently. Stealth system activates as Hikaru moves through city using sensory deprivation and lifelock abilities. Criminal group argues about boss orders, while Hikaru tracks them unseen during tense confrontation scene. Leader shouts responsibility at subordinates, while interrogation continues and confusion spreads inside underground hideout area. Boss relaxes after confrontation, allowing criminals to recover while planning next move carefully now onward. Hikaru delivers a letter quest while facing resistance from armed men and asserting calm intent during tension. Receptionist engages Hikaru politely, while he insists he is not seeking conflict and explains his neutral purpose. Opponent questions the letter mission while Hikaru presents delivery request and confusion spreads about guild assignment. Hikaru is confronted by hostile man, while another defends him calling him only a child without threat. Armed man inspects guild letter while misunderstanding develops, and Hikaru remains calm under suspicion and pressure. Hikaru meets Kelbeck while suspicion rises as criminals question his origin and hidden path carefully unfolding. Hikaru explains, identity, and asks questions while Kelbeck offers seating and begins interrogation about entry method. Kelbeck confirms Hikaru name, while tension rises, and Hikaru investigates who brought him into this location. Kelbeck angrily questions Hikaru entry, as misunderstanding escalates, and Hikaru calmly counters confusion during confrontation. Guards report strange child intrusion, while Kelbeck examines situation realizing unknown infiltration into secured underground area. Guards discuss how no one should pass unseen, while Hikaru remains undetected inside facility area. Kelbeck questions Hikaru identity while inviting him to sit and begins formal interrogation process carefully. Boss becomes angry, noticing surveillance failure, while Hikaru calmly presents guild request, form details. Now, Kelbeck signs paperwork approving request, while Hikaru waits calmly for final confirmation of mission completed. Guards realize Hikaru passed unnoticed, and attempt to stop him as stealth remains active still. Hikaru discusses with Kelbeck, while revealing he is seen as a mage or secret organization member. Kelbeck questions Hikaru identity, while Hikaru responds calmly and redirects focus to interrogation intent. Kelbeck explains Thieves Guild identity, while Hikaru offers help but warns there is a cost involved. Kelbeck reflects on Hikaru warning while recognizing him as dangerous and worth monitoring closely. Kelbeck concludes Hikaru is a scary yet valuable individual, and decides to keep observing him. Guild members discuss Thieves Guild territory and Hikaru's unseen passage through dangerous sewer entrance area. Flare receives report about Hikaru and confirms quest completion while contacting Adventurer Guild management carefully. Flare meets Kelbeck and Hikaru discusses delivery mission, while tensions about hidden infiltration remain unresolved. Kelbeck authorizes reward payment, while Flare and Hikaru confirm quest details and guild responsibilities clearly. Reward bag delivered as guild mission concludes, and Hikaru receives payment without further incident occurring. Guild discusses red horn rabbit value increase while Hikaru notes rising reward and improving earnings situation. Flare meets Kelbeck, reviewing Hikaru's actions while questioning his method of entering restricted guild areas. Elder Unken reports, price surge to 147,500 gillen causing Hikaru surprise at unexpected market shift. Guild processes payment through card system confirming funds stored securely and partial withdrawal available anytime. Kelbeck questions Hikaru intentions while Hikaru prepares to request answers about guild activities carefully. Hikaru smiles, calmly planning further investigation into guild secrets and upcoming inquiries moving forward. Hikaru searches transfer information while noting quest rewards for Lavia, concluded quickly. Thanks Rabbit. Hikaru arrives forest, prepares hunting zone, planning rescue training and spirit level growth system. Hikaru visits guild building and asks Elder Adventurer Yunkin about local information carefully respectfully. Hikaru explains staying few days earning money while preparing forest expedition and safety details. Hikaru reviews skill interface noticing changes and prepares to monitor abilities closely system data. The guild elder warns Hikaru about dangerous regions and 4 major threats nearby. Descriptions of monsters spread, including wolves, bees, barbarians, and goblins, moving unpredictably near the city. Hikaru learns deeper details about giant bees, forest barbarians, and goblin coordination behavior patterns. He requests safe zones, and the elder instructs him to avoid deep forest and mountain edges. Hikaru acknowledges the warning and notes the Eastern Lake territory where monsters gather regularly. Hikaru confirms Unken's warning, realizing Eastern Lake lies within dangerous monster territory range zone area. The objective focuses on hunting dangerous monsters to gain experience while avoiding efficient random encounters. Guild Elder explains goblins, giant bees, and barbarians, noting unpredictable cooperation and city proximity danger. Hikaru studies, Green Wolf activates stealth planning to avoid goblins, bees, and forest barbarians encounters. Assassinate effect activates increasing lethality and ensuring silent elimination against powerful monster during attack phase. Hikaru senses unfamiliar feeling while preparing assassination mindset and establishing internal combat rule system. He organizes strict rules for killing infiltration preparation and careful strategic movement mindset formed. Guilt gradually fades while stealth skills become useful for gathering intelligence during missions operations. He reflects that strength of heart controls actions during assassination and infiltration missions process. He establishes 3 core rules for infiltration, preparing weapons, and relying stealth abilities fully. Hikaru considers assigning points later, while focusing on earning more experience in dangerous forest area. Monsters attack nearby adventurers as goblins grow impatient and coordinated assaults begin across clearing area. Party struggles while healer and fighters respond as goblins overwhelm forest expedition without warning now. Adventurers spread out as goblin swarm increases pressure and leader shouts for support urgently here. Hikaru observes battlefield and prepares stealth strategy while evaluating skills and assassination timing carefully now. Pauline feels uneasy after joining adventurers, sensing danger and regret during mission preparation now. Party discusses earning money through request, while tensions rise between responsibility and survival choices ahead. Arguments break out among members over profit motivation versus village support and mission priorities. Pauline questions purpose of becoming adventurers, while others insist on accepting profitable, dangerous request. Now group reflects on mission purpose, agreeing reluctantly to proceed, while doubts remain within party balance. Pauline discusses earning money, while others mention East Lake danger and safety concerns remain. Guild members debate monsters, while one insists he would have killed them himself easily. Party prepares as healer worries, while others insist on keeping Pauline safe during mission. Despite doubts, party departs saying this is mistake, but agrees to proceed anyway onward. Goblin ambush begins, leaving adventurers shocked as Pauline wonders how this happened. Suddenly now, adventurers realize goblin horde presence as arrows strike, causing immediate panic among group now. Goblin arrow strikes adventurer as he screams while others react to sudden ambush quickly. Adventurers confirm goblin horde numbers, increasing while asking experienced fighter for assistance urgently now. Leader confronts goblin horde, questioning intentions, while others notice young lady nearby, confusion spreading. Goblin swarm surrounds adventurers as leader speaks calmly toward captured young lady situation. Now, Pauline stands shocked during goblin assault, while adventurers are overwhelmed, and confusion spreads quickly now. Goblin arrow hits adventurer as panic increases and party struggles to maintain formation order breaking. Adventurers realize horde size growing while healer and fighters attempt desperate resistance in forest. Now, Pauline is targeted by group, who believes capturing healer will secure victory. Outcome strategy plan. Pauline is attacked while others call for help and she falls during chaos battlefield shift. Pauline collapses surrounded by goblins, realizing becoming adventurer was grave mistake. Now finally here, goblins swarm, advancing as terrified adventurers scream under overwhelming brutal coordinated attack force. Now Pauline believes becoming adventurer was mistake, while goblins continue ruthless slaughter around forest area. She realizes adventurer life brings suffering while monsters close in relentlessly now everywhere present. Memory shows promise of adventure and love, before darkness of goblin massacre begins again. Pauline is surrounded by goblins when chaos erupts in the forest battlefield. Hikaru arrives and saves Pauline, saying close call, and no goblins remain. Hikaru offers hand as fate brings their first encounter in battlefield silence. Hikaru asks if she can stand up while guiding her through aftermath. They realize this is a fated encounter, changing their paths forever now. Hikaru and Paula encounter strange forest danger as masked girl requests fall back while sensing approaching threat nearby goblins, closing in. Paula happily receives meal and becomes overly excited while Hikaru pushes her away, after misunderstanding causes chaotic comedic forest reaction scene. Enemy leader explains sacrificing someone allows escape opportunity, while Hikaru calmly realizes goblin strategy and battlefield manipulation behind plan. Truth revealed. Hikaru is accused of using Paula as decoy during battle, causing tension while goblins begin preparing retreat response. Unexpected moral conflict. Goblin forces roar loudly as party retreats through forest, while Hikaru calmly evaluates battlefield situation and prepares counter-strategy formation shift. Forest goblins rush as Hikaru and Paula sense danger and prepare escape strategy quickly. Hikaru orders escape while Paula and companions retreat through forest under goblin pressure rising. Hikaru understands enemy plan as soldier explains sacrifice tactic against goblin swarm strategy. Clearly Paula is healed while group questions Hikaru about decoy rumors and battlefield actions, calmly. Tension rises as man confronts Hikaru while rumors spread and party discusses departure seriously. Hikaru confronts villagers in forest after goblin encounter. Tensions rise and silence spreads among the group. Goblin discussion, villagers panic escape, revealed companions, questioned motives in dangerous woods nearby. Group tension. Paula introduces herself to Hikaru group, observes exchanging names and requesting escort toward lake path. Party agrees to travel. Hikaru maintains distance and watches them carefully during forest movement. Paula clings while Hikaru stays detached, but decides to remain hidden, protecting them from afar. Paula and Priscilla discuss Hikaru while group travels. Tension rises during forest journey together. Hikaru gathers information while Paula and companions escort him toward village path safely together. Forest disturbance alerts Hikaru as unknown presence, approaches causing immediate cautious reaction instantly forming. Multiple goblins emerge as Hikaru evaluates stealth strategy against overwhelming family-sized threat, quickly adapting. Stealth-focused Hikaru analyzes goblins alone, deciding avoidance over direct confrontation strategy carefully silently. Hikaru locates goblin boss among forest trees, while goblins gather around him cautiously watching nearby. Hikaru increases strength slightly and studies enemy formation while planning silent approach tactics, carefully observing. Hikaru sneaks forward and stabs goblin boss, executing precise assassination in forest battle quickly, efficiently. Hikaru continues eliminating goblins one by one, using stealth movement across battlefield area, silently, swiftly. Hikaru regains breath after fight, as his rank increases, reflecting improved combat performance, noticeably higher. Hikaru deflects goblin ambush while observing enemy boss presence, and evaluates immediate battlefield threat. Hikaru activates combat system, boost and confirm strategy, as goblin formation begins collapsing under pressure. Hikaru executes precise stealth strike and eliminates key goblin target while maintaining calm tactical movement. After battle, Hikaru meets companions near lake and receives gratitude while confirming safety status. Group parts ways peacefully as Hikaru returns to monster hunting path, continuing solo journey ahead. Hikaru walks through town after sunset, reflecting on leveling beyond expectations alone now. Earlier, he discovers massive forest barbarian defeated and assesses remaining 10 skill points after battle. Guild information suggests transfer convoy involvement, while companions gather intelligence about future events, carefully political future implications. He enters guild building, confirming it is still open while preparing next assignment, quietly strategic planning. Authorities request testimony as Hikaru meets party members and evaluates ongoing situation, calmly resolved. Hikaru questions testifying about adventurer betrayal, while guild requests information about goblins case details. Paula enthusiastically suggests restaurant meeting, while Hikaru questions companions' presence and purpose together. Here, companions enjoy restaurant visit as Paula explains pasta, while Hikaru remains confused, silently observing. Group reacts to expensive meal bill, while Paula excited and Hikaru confused, silently paying. Party leaves restaurant while Hikaru questions purpose of gathering and guild-related motives carefully. Hikaru discusses testimony request, while Paula explains guild matters and goblin information during tense conversation. Group gathers at restaurant while Paula enjoys pasta. Hikaru questions purpose, companions discuss evidence testimony. Merchant discusses goblin rabbit trade, while Hikaru evaluates rules and requests ingredients for cooking experiments. Restaurant meeting continues, while Hikaru handles negotiations. Merchants joking about partnerships, Paula reacts enthusiastically. Guild discussion reveals Hikaru identity, while merchant offers direct trade request, questioning formal titles. Hikaru dines with guild companions while apologizing for past events and listening to explanations about adventurer situations carefully. Conversation continues as Paula and Priscilla react to Hikaru testimony discussion while misunderstandings about relationships and titles arise. Group discusses goblin attack report while Hikaru confirms battle success and explains strategy using encyclopedia information calmly. Hikaru praises information reading habits while companions discuss survival importance and knowledge differences affecting life decisions overall. Hikaru refuses excessive reward while companions argue about goblin convoy escort mission and investigation concerns carefully. Paula suggests repayment ideas while misunderstandings about reward escalate and group reactions become comedic during discussion. Hikaru requests secrecy about adventurer status while explaining political risks and guild consequences of goblin betrayal information. Group agrees to keep matters private while Hikaru prepares to ask additional questions about convoy escort mission details. Hikaru questions adventurer convoy escort assignment, while Paula reacts in shock as mission importance becomes clear. Hikaru analyzes convoy assignment, while Guild confirms B-rank female party arriving tonight information gathered. Guild explains ranking system and capital scale, while Hikaru learns B-rank elite details carefully. Hikaru observes shadowed elite adventurers evaluating perfect opponent while considering 100% success rate. 4 stars of East introduced as legendary B-rank group, while Hikaru studies calmly intently. Hikaru learns Lavia will be escorted by rank B adventurers and 4 stars East. Hikaru arrives at Guild, calmly observes rank B adventurers while Guild Master laughs loudly. The distant glittering stars introduce themselves confidently while exuding dangerous intimidating presence aura spreads. Hikaru uses life detection to track enemies hidden behind walls near rank C challenger. Hikaru calmly identifies targets while rank C group approaches unaware of his presence still. 3 adventurers likely escort Lavia, including Submaster Receptionist and Wunkin among them, confirms suspicion. Hikaru calmly observes guild members and escorts, while noting information contradicts expectations, silently analyzing. Nagusa analyzes Hikaru, assuming one life detection point cannot penetrate stealth concealment confidently. Hikaru uses life detection tracking targets behind walls, identifying rank C challengers' positions precisely. Guildmaster explains carriage escort formation using 4 riders positioned around carriage strategically arranged. Rank C adventurers boast confidently believing they can handle bandits on road escort mission. Hikaru listens while Guildmaster confirms escort mission departure, planned for tomorrow afternoon schedule. Nagusa analyzes Hikaru and notes adventurer, ranks rising due ongoing war conditions system. Guild discusses master swordsman in capital warning that dangerous situation may soon escalate further. Kingdom and guild system explained, showing rank increases, bringing money during wartime requests flow. Hikaru learns about Lawrence Dono, captain of Royal Knights, strongest long sword wielder continent there. Guild discussion ends. Hikaru prepares quietly, planning rescue mission for Lavia tomorrow. Arrives soon. Royal Knights debate investigation, suspicion placed on Lavia Jew, while tension increases further spreads. Investigator arrival scheduled tomorrow. Captain orders subordinates to follow instructions, despite doubts persist anyway. Hikaru resolves rescue Lavia tomorrow, while investigation labels her suspect but remains calm steadfast. Lavia becomes weak while guard catches her as escort location is pointed out nearby carriage area. Hikaru activates stealth movement as bright interference begins affecting perception and surroundings shift unnaturally. Lavia struggles briefly while being supported. Noticing unfamiliar men and questioning situation, confusion rises. Escort team confirms carriage position, while guiding Lavia forward under controlled movement toward destination. Guard steadies Lavia as unknown tension builds. Hikaru prepares silently nearby, monitoring every movement precisely. Royal Knights and Guild argue over escort responsibility, while Hikaru remains unnoticed, observing situation calmly. Guild members reject claims of incompetence, while insisting escort mission must proceed under strict conditions. Lavia is questioned as possible culprit, while tension rises between knights and adventurers during dispute. Escort decision finalized reluctantly as carriage preparation begins, and group movement is ordered forward. Guild delays remain unresolved while investigator arrival expected, and Hikaru prepares silently for next action. Royal Knights argue with Guild over escort duties, while tension over mission increases quickly. Adventurers demand access to carriage, while guards refuse entry and maintain strict control order. Keyholder confirms departure rules while coachman coordinates carriage readiness under strict instructions given. Nobility discussion warns escort responsibility increases political risk during ongoing investigation situation, growing tension. Authority commands group to leave immediately as escort process is officially enforced, now depart. Isuto confronts Royal Knights captain while escort authority conflict escalates over convoy supervision duties. Knight captain identifies himself and explains royal investigation involvement, while Hikaru remains observing situation. Negotiations continue as captain requests escort assignment, but authority refuses, due to investigation restrictions. Captain argues with superior about legal procedure, while orders emphasize investigator arrival and protocol compliance. Captain meets higher authority privately seeking clarification while tension grows over Lavia's case and suspicion deepens. Guild confirms transport suspect status while driver hands carriage key, and escort preparations begin under strict royal supervision outside gate. Now, carriage departs while horse struggles. Unusually, driver notices weight difference, causing confusion among escort members during movement on road, slowly increasing. Hikaru observes convoy moving silently across road, while suspicion of investigation and escort irregularities continues unnoticed by others around them present. Knight demands carriage key from driver to assume control as protocol enforcement tightens. During escort operation proceedings immediately, now at gate, driver hands over carriage key reluctantly while Knight prepares to carry it as convoy leaves under strict order forward, now ahead. Nagusa confronts rank C adventurer demanding compliance while escort suspicion and tension rises quickly. Horse carriage travels escort notices unusual weight shift, while road departure continues steadily onward. Carriage convoy moves through forest road while silent Hikaru observes hidden body revealed ahead. Lost travelers receive water help while Nagusa reputation spreads across region widely. Heroic name Nogusa spreads as nobles discuss investigation, while escort mission concludes safely. Nogusa confirms escort order while convoy departs capital under guild supervision. Operation begins. Carriage moves forward as rank C escorts complain. Nogusa appears board road ahead. Driver is ordered to stop carriage and hand over key immediately. Escort protocol. Nogusa demands key and takes control, while escort tension escalates rapidly. Now close observation reveals suspicion rising as Nogusa analyses concealed situation closely confirmed. Hidden compartment opens revealing empty space shocking escorts during investigation outcome revealed. Escort guards realize target vanished during transport panic spreads as wagon stands empty. Suddenly, the prison cell is searched guards shout the woman. Escorting has completely disappeared now. A few hours ago, the carriage traveled calmly with the noble girl inside seated. Lavia waits in cell thinking Hikaru promised rescue, but never arrived today yet. Still, I guess it was fleeting hope no one would risk saving her now alone. Hikaru silently appears, stopping Lavia from speaking while avoiding guards during tense rescue moment. Inside hiding room, Hikaru warns escape risks while Lavia reacts nervously beside him now. Flustered Lavia realizes Hikaru rescued her causing emotional relief and newfound trust forming slowly. Hikaru inspects dungeon security, analyzing handcuffs locks and alchemist guild involvement, carefully strategy forming. Chains restrain Lavia, while Hikaru calculates dungeon plan believing situation proceeds smoothly still advancing. Hikaru observes guard explaining Lavia's handcuffs will automatically unlock after some time carefully planned. Afterward Hikaru sees Lavia placed into carriage while guards prepare escort procedure quietly moving. Driver explains carriage key control while Hikaru learns escape plan for capital route strategy. From rooftop Hikaru observes guards checking carriage movement and timing security patterns below carefully. Borrowing key from driver Hikaru enters carriage, then returns it during merchant stop smoothly. Instructions given to Lavia and Hikaru preparing disguise using cushions and stolen key plan. Hikaru observes Lavia nervously while considering stealth skill and soulboard assignment mechanics carefully. Hikaru studies soulboard's theory learning people cannot assign points manually after awakening stages. He realizes he can view and manipulate soulboards within 5 meters range effectively. Hikaru promises Lavia rescue while considering manipulating points and preparing dangerous next operation plan. Lavia's soulboard appears as Hikaru observes her hidden stats and magical attributes carefully. Hikaru analyzes Lavia's overwhelming magical stats, noting her exceptional fire and reasoning capabilities displayed. Soulboard rules reveal individuals cannot assign points manually, while Hikaru contemplates system secrets. Hikaru confirms he can view and manipulate nearby soulboards. Within 5-meter range Hikaru and Lavia coordinate group, blocking skills optimizing shared abilities while planning escape strategy. Guild card restrictions affected Lavia, while Hikaru plans stealth enhancement, using stolen key and prepared escape carriage operation carefully tonight strategy. Hikaru analyzed Lavia's soulboard revealing extreme magic capacity reasoning skills while confirming stealth inability and hidden system limitations clearly observed. Hikaru studied soulboard mechanics discovering points automatically assigned and realizing others cannot manually control skill allocation rule system confirmed. Theory. Hikaru realized he could view and manipulate nearby soulboards within 5-meter range while preparing Lavia rescue plan carefully executed. Hikaru and Lavia escape carriage together, holding hands while guards react and plan continues smoothly, during final departure moment successfully achieved. Hikaru and Lavia travel with escort group while guards monitor surroundings during uncertain route ahead. Hikaru holds Lavia's hand as they prepare to move, while guards begin noticing suspicious movement nearby. They proceed through road while Hikaru remains alert sensing danger. As carriage continues forward, guards investigate area while Hikaru observes silently confirming timing and distance for escape strategy. Hooded decoy, thanks Hikaru, as he guides Lavia toward village, while warning danger still remains ahead. We will hide in Pondo caravan sneak plan. Nobles route discussion continued tension rises. Investigation into Pondo continues nobles suspect noble families. Under royal jurisdiction increasing pressure grows. Pondo under king jurisdiction forces nobles to flee their lands seeking safer shelter elsewhere. Carriage stops guards, notice Hikaru and Lavia hold hands while escaping quietly together now. Messenger arrives Hikaru signals silence. Sensing danger approaching through grassfield ahead now quickly. Hikaru notices night tracking movement while realizing enemy pressure is increasing during escape situation. Night Rider identifies Hikaru as unknown strong figure, and begins pursuit based on physical assessment. Knights conclude Hikaru is target and decide to chase Nogusa while caravan movement continues ahead. Hikaru and Lavia return toward guild planning cover story while enemy search begins intensifying. Hikaru worries about alibi failure and risk of suspicion while trying to return before exposure occurs. Stay here and do not move, he tells Lavia facing approaching night pursuer. Now, he unlocks armed proficiency and throwing skills preparing for ranged assassination against pursuer. Now, he steadies himself, choosing throwing over bow, preparing improvised attack, while focusing mind now. He regains confidence in grass, whispering he can do it while calming himself now. Nobles discuss escort investigation while Knight rides ahead, reporting concerns about adventurers' escape. Now, Lawrence charges through grass, attacking Hikaru while analyzing speed and predicting convoy interception route. Hikaru counters by striking Knight off horse, disrupting balance, and controlling battlefield momentum instantly. Lawrence declares identity as noble Knight captain, while Hikaru evaluates enemy strength and sword style carefully. Knight questions Hikaru identity while noticing unusual weapon choice and sensing hidden skill advantage. Hikaru prepares stealth strategy while observing enemy movements and deciding to inspect soulboard information first. Lawrence advances through grass, closing distance, while Hikaru carefully measures remaining meters and prepares response timing. Hikaru remains hidden in tall grass, evaluating retreat option but rejects it while prioritizing soulboard scan. Lawrence closes in step by step, while Hikaru calculates distance and realizes only a few steps remain. Hikaru hesitates briefly, then stabilizes mindset, choosing to proceed with inspection instead of escaping immediately. Hikaru's foot steps through grass, signaling final confrontation as distance collapses and tension peaks rapidly. Lawrence notices Hikaru hiding and confirms presence, while tension spikes during confrontation, immediately rising. Hikaru reacts in shock as Lawrence's aura overwhelms him, causing fear and confusion instantly. Lawrence evaluates Hikaru's stats, revealing unusual skill distribution and suspicious soulboard readings displayed. Lawrence analyzes Hikaru's physical attributes, noting abnormal muscle mass and weapon compatibility concerns emerge. Lawrence concludes Hikaru cannot use magic but remains dangerous due to raw strength observed. Hikaru plans counterattack using Pebble while Lawrence locks onto him and prepares precise engagement strategy. Lawrence identifies Lavia's location and confirms target while Hikaru realizes enemy can sense position at distance. Hikaru attempts stealth reposition while Lawrence senses intuition ability and warns about separation distance closing. Hikaru charges forward, disrupting enemy timing, while Lawrence prepares sword strike, anticipating movement pattern. Lawrence attacks while Hikaru uses enhanced soulboard accuracy, preparing counter-response under pressure. Lawrence slashes through air as Hikaru narrowly avoids attack, realizing overwhelming pressure, instantly mounting. Shocked Hikaru realizes Lawrence has closed distance while fear begins spreading rapidly, instantly escalating. Lawrence calmly assesses Hikaru's reaction, concluding enemy strength exceeds initial expectations, careful tactical judgment. Hikaru struggles, deciding next move while enemy aura forces him into defensive posture instantly. Lawrence stands dominant while Hikaru calls him monster, realizing desperate situation unfolding rapidly now. Hikaru faced Lawrence in the grassy field, sensing danger before attack started began now. Lawrence unleashed explosive attack, but Hikaru narrowly dodged using stealth explosiveness skill, immediately activated. Lawrence glared closely, while Hikaru struggled, hiding injury and fork. Calm focus instantly adapting. Hikaru analyzed battlefield, choosing to cross road while distancing himself from Lawrence, strategically repositioning. Hikaru realized current skills insufficient to defeat Lawrence, planning next hidden approach, carefully retreating. Lawrence destroys a pebble strike, forcing Hikaru to reassess the battlefield. While maintaining distance carefully, Hikaru questions Lawrence's perception. Realizing his stealth range failed when the pebble moved outside detection, Hikaru confirms that stealth fails beyond range, deducing Lawrence reacted to wind disturbance rather than presence. Lawrence reacts, instantly cutting incoming attack. While Hikaru identifies stealth limits and continues repositioning strategically, Hikaru notices Lavia in danger and decides to escalate risk. Preparing a hidden counter strategy, immediately Lavia grabbed Hikaru after seeing his injured arm and flowing blood in concern. Immediately Hikaru panicked as Lavia insisted leaving town alone despite his wound worsening now. Dangerously, Hikaru refused, believing escaping would fail since Lawrence would track them back to Pondo. Lavia chose to stay with Hikaru despite danger. Determined to protect him completely herself, Lavia reassured Hikaru she would wait several days while insisting she remained safe. There Lawrence organizes a strategy, forcing Hikaru and Lavia into a high-risk escape plan under pressure. Hikaru rejects retreat after realizing Lavia would be isolated in monster territory without stealth protection. Lavia stays anxious while Hikaru insists on continuing the fight. Deciding not to abandon the mission, Hikaru and Lavia reaffirm their shared plan to defeat Lawrence, despite injury and uncertainty. Ahead, Lavia refuses to leave Hikaru, and both commit to confronting Lawrence together. Without retreating, Hikaru and Lavia agree to face Lawrence together. Choosing shared risk over separation strategy, Lavia questions Hikaru's reliance on her while Hikaru confirms he needs her help. Despite danger, Lavia insists that risking herself is necessary. Refusing to abandon the plan or retreat, Hikaru notices Lawrence's absence and realizes the earlier attack likely failed to finish him. Lawrence stands alone in the field. While Hikaru detects signs of survival and prepares for continuation, Lawrence interrogates the battlefield, analyzing footprints and confirming the attackers likely remain hidden nearby. He examines movement patterns in the grass, noticing unnatural tracks and deducing deception in their positioning. Lawrence rules out civilians crossing the road and narrows possibilities to concealed attackers still within the grass. He confirms movement signs in the area but determines the attackers have not struck again and may be escaping. Lawrence finds an unconscious body nearby, concludes the targets fled, and decides not to pursue further. Immediately, Lawrence confronts hidden attackers, demanding identity while scanning grass for concealed presence carefully. Now Lawrence studies footprints, realizing deception, sensing attackers still hiding within the grass nearby area. Lawrence concludes no civilians crossed road, narrowing possibilities to concealed enemies remaining hidden nearby. Lawrence detects subtle movement, believing attackers have not struck again and may be escaping. Lawrence finds unconscious body, assumes targets escaped, deciding not to pursue immediately further. Now Lawrence senses hidden presence as Hikaru and Lavia coordinate silently in grass battlefield. Together Lawrence questions Hikaru while warning him, declaring survival unlikely, showing interest in Silverface. Hikaru reveals identity as Silverface while Lawrence reacts in shock and confusion. Immediately Hikaru stands revealed as Silverface as Lawrence realizes truth and becomes alarmed. Now Lawrence stares at Silverface retreating figure, realizing the assassin identity is confirmed. Finally Hikaru and Lavia are revive safely with merchants carrying healing potions to village. Now arrived merchants explain potion heals wound by connecting severed muscle using magical catalyst liquid inside. Hikaru feels relieved while Lavia watches as healing magic begins restoring his wound slowly. The group of merchants arrive at village safely carrying wagons filled supplies. Now secure, Hikaru reflects on healing potion value, realizing importance of restorative magic for survival. Now Lavia notices handcuffs being removed, while shocked as Hikaru and guards stabilize situation calmly. Lavia realizes magic ran out faster than expected while Hikaru assesses their situation calmly. Hikaru instructs Lavia to stay behind. While merchants arrive and group enters town safely, merchants explain healing potion restores wounds, while Hikaru recovers and Lavia observes closely. Quietly Hikaru meets healer, who examines him carefully, noticing his condition and possible recovery. Slowly Lavia discusses drinking invitation, while Hikaru explains lack of sleep from previous night. Now flustered Lavia reacts awkwardly, processing conversation, while embarrassment spreads across her face. Slowly clearly Lavia states no suitable requests exist, while Hikaru thanks her and prepares departure. Calmly Hikaru departs, promising to handle future request, while Lavia watches and agrees quietly. Softly Hikaru walks outside, analyzing events mentally, building alibi and confirming no doubts remain securely. Lavia panicked after accident. Hikaru reassured her that everything was safe and under control. Now Lavia apologized, while Hikaru explained he went drinking again, and reassured her concern gently. Later Hikaru confirmed no suitable requests existed, thanked Lavia, then left building while she watched quietly. Merchants arrived with healing potions, restoring Hikaru's wound while Lavia checked on him carefully. Now Hikaru and Lavia practiced stealth communication, controlling sound carefully while planning next mission quietly together. Lavia embraces Hikaru closely after recalling her promise to give everything if saved. She explains she can disappear at will and once injured him with magic attack. Hikaru admits she is probably right about his nature while Lavia challenges his fear. Lavia reminds him of their promise while touching his face, demanding he remember clearly. Hikaru finally recalls the promise fully and quietly accepts it, confirming he remembers. Now Lavia declares she will not break her word under any circumstances going forward. Now she embraces Hikaru, tightly recalling promise she made after he saved her life. Now Hikaru reflects and accepts Lavia feelings, realizing she truly accepted him completely. Now finally she promises to hold his hand always, while flustered servants react in background. Quietly they rest together after ordeal, exhaustion fading as trust deepens between them. Slowly now Hikaru lies beside Lavia, realizing she accepted him fully. While reflecting on their bond growing stronger, Hikaru holds Lavia's hand and prepares mentally to respond, acknowledging it is now his turn to act. Mansion enclosed, entire world surrounds imprisoned girl inside cage while attendants observe her isolated life, without permission outside, freedom restricted. Girl inside cage recalls another world, showing shock and uncertainty while holding clothing ribbons, realizing past memories emerging clearly. Returning boy grasps girl's hand, granting freedom after rescue, establishing connection between them as trust begins forming between both individuals. Presently, boy and girl walk together outside, Beginning bond, she clings closely while experiencing first emotional attachment toward him newly formed. City buildings stand quietly as girl rests in bed, slowly waking after exhaustion within unfamiliar environment surroundings. Calm early morning. Boy watches girl sleeping closely while she awakens embarrassed, reacting nervously as she notices his presence nearby. Unexpected morning moment. Boy smiles gently while speaking, causing girl to blush intensely, experiencing emotional confusion during intimate close interaction. Shared quiet moment. Boy apologizes for earlier exhaustion concern, while reassuring girl there was no one nearby, easing her worries. Calm reassurance scene. Girl reacts shyly, overwhelmed by emotions, recalling past rescue, feeling gratitude and confusion, while processing growing attachment toward boy internally. Two remain together in quiet room after events, tension easing as mutual understanding strengthens and calm atmosphere settles. Finally resolved. Hikaru teases the girl after exhaustion, noticing her limits and emotional strain, while she becomes embarrassed and flustered from close interaction. Hikaru apologizes as she suffers mentally, explaining she rarely leaves mansion and struggles with physical weakness and isolation within controlled environment. Hikaru gently holds her hand while she feels emotional pain, experiencing warmth and happiness, despite feeling broken and overwhelmed internally. Hikaru reflects on loneliness from childhood, distant parents, and difficulty forming friendships, showing past emotional isolation, shaping his personality today. Hikaru recalls struggling with school life, unable to connect with classmates, remaining withdrawn and socially disconnected during formative years. He continues reflecting on rejection and inability to approach Hazuki-senpai, showing repeated failure in emotional expression and social progress overall. Hikaru imagines leaving others behind, believing separation would be permanent, while girl calls his name in concern during emotional realization moment. He explains operating outside normal world rules, revealing hidden abilities and distancing himself from ordinary human experiences and limitations present. Girl becomes shocked and confused while Hikaru moves away, suggesting secrecy and hidden burdens affecting their relationship and trust dynamics. Despite tension, Hikaru is stopped by her concern as she refuses his emotional withdrawal, insisting he should not isolate himself further. Hikaru extends invitation for Lavia to walk alongside him through world, and she accepts, promising constant companionship and support always. Both share mutual trust, strengthening emotional bond while walking together, calmly accepting future hardships as partners facing world dangers together. Hikaru confesses he cannot wait passively anymore, deciding to act openly about feelings and intentions toward Lavia, despite hesitation presently. Both characters hold hands tightly, symbolizing commitment, while standing quietly together, showing emotional stability and shared resolve for future challenges. Guild building stands prominently, representing official adventurer organization where Hikaru and companions coordinate missions and gather important information. Daily operations. Hikaru arrives as girl rushes toward him, happily returning borrowed book obtained from Yunkin-san, while showing excitement and relief. She asks whether Hikaru has finished reading entire document, while observing his response carefully, expecting confirmation of completed task progress. Hikaru explains discrepancy in document versions, attempting to create alibi after failing to obtain latest edition earlier during investigation process. Confusion arises regarding document authenticity as differences between old and new editions cause suspicion during verification by Lavia. Careful analysis. Lavia and Hikaru stand together calmly after resolving misunderstandings, strengthening trust while preparing for next mission ahead with confidence. Now, Hikaru stands library reading materials, confirming memorization of contents, while reviewing latest versions, demonstrating knowledge as effective weapon for missions. Guild Master Lunkins is discussed while Hikaru is asked about his location and workload as busy public institution administrator status. Lavia questions what kind of person can become Guild Master, while Hikaru reflects silently, considering requirements and experience needed carefully. Guild Masters are appointed from experienced adventurers. Lunkins works within public institution rather than traditional adventurer guild role structure system. Lavia speculates about Lunkins' past work, while Hikaru listens carefully, analyzing possible career path and historical background information details learned. Lavia explains Lunkins arrived 50 years ago during Quinbrand and Ponsonia conflict, mentioning Emperor Balzard and assassination theories, historical records. War declarations and epidemic weakened Ponsonia, leading to decline, while rumors state assassination of Emperor Balzard influenced events significantly outcome. Lavia becomes shocked after hearing evidence, While Hikaru processes information about political conspiracy and uncertain historical truth carefully, analysis continues. Lavia delivered materials to Lunken's room and noticed suspicious documents suggesting hidden activities within guild administrative operations being carefully observed. Letter from the king confirms gratitude and hero recognition, while Hikaru recalls noble connections and wartime historical involvement previous relations. Hikaru reviews documents with Lavia discussing Yunkin Phi Bulzak skills, stealth assassination knowledge, becoming weapon through study materials. Lavia quizzes Hikaru on dungeon tactics and spirit magic effectiveness, while Hikaru explains strategic freezing methods for defeating enemies efficiently in battle. Both analyze nearby dungeon locations, including Underground City and Forest of Deception, while discussing adventurer restrictions and monster threat levels carefully. Dungeon origins are explained as monster-made structures producing spirit magic crystals, which support economic systems and adventurer industries across the region. Guild reports missing adventurers, causing concern, while Hikaru and companions investigate ongoing disappearances linked to dungeon activity and unknown dangers. Lavia corrects Hikaru regarding document versions while discussing guild research accuracy and ensuring proper understanding of official records and historical materials. Lavia departs guild building smiling, while Hikaru watches calmly as trust strengthens between them after completing discussions and shared planning session. Guild exterior shows Hikaru reflecting on responsibilities while preparing for upcoming missions within structured adventurer society environment and organizational system. Hikaru returns borrowed book while interacting with Paula and guild members as daily operations continue smoothly inside busy guild environment. Hikaru discusses plans with Lavia and others, while guild activity continues suggesting ongoing missions and developing future cooperation steadily. Hikaru and Lavia examine magical documents carefully while discussing Yunkin Phi Balzac abilities and stealth assassination specialization used in combat strategy analysis. Lavia quizzes Hikaru on dungeon tactics and spirit magic effectiveness, while Hikaru explains strategic freezing methods for defeating enemies efficiently in battle. Both analyze nearby dungeon locations, including Underground City and Forest of Deception, while discussing adventurer restrictions and monster threat levels carefully. Dungeon origins are explained as monster-made structures producing spirit magic crystals, which support economic systems and adventurer industries across the region. Guild reports missing adventurers causing concern, while Hikaru and companions investigate ongoing disappearances linked to dungeon activity and unknown dangers. Lavia corrects Hikaru regarding document versions while discussing guild research accuracy and ensuring proper understanding of official records and historical materials. Lavia departs guild buildings smiling, while Hikaru watches calmly as trust strengthens between them. After completing discussions and shared planning session, guild exterior shows Hikaru reflecting on responsibilities while preparing for upcoming missions within structured adventurer society environment and organizational system. Hikaru returns borrowed book while interacting with Paula and guild members as daily operations continue smoothly inside busy guild environment. Hikaru and companions finalize plans for future adventures, while emotional bonds strengthen and guild activity continues supporting ongoing mission preparation steadily. Hikaru panics and tries to stop Lavia while she holds his hand, accidentally pulling her closer during emotional confession moment. Lavia lies beside Hikaru holding his hand gently, smiling peacefully as she feels warmth and emotional relief after accepting bond. At Academy headquarters, Aurora arrived in morning light, while Freya greeted her carrying documents for upcoming guild assignments review briefly. Aurora paused at reception desk when Freya informed her that Lunkenson requested urgent meeting regarding guild matters immediately today. Now, guild messengers reported escort mission led by Nogusa Shinon failing, claiming disappearance of noble girl during journey unexpectedly confirmed later. Aurora questioned survivors about bandits or mutated monsters, possibly responsible, while officials rejected kidnapping theory during discussion official guild meeting. Investigation revealed carriage vanished suddenly during second rest. Stop leaving investigators confused about sudden disappearance. Without trace, ongoing search continues. Senior investigator explained complications involving driver's testimony and night escort actions, noting political tension affecting guild response. High-level review. Reports confirmed Knight Commander Lawrence DeFalcon attacked bandits while escorting carriage, failing to protect target mission outcome under scrutiny. Aurora reacted shocked upon learning Sword Saint Lawrence DeFalcon was involved, realizing enemy strength far exceeded expectations. Serious threat. Elders revealed child known as Silverface suspected behind incident, raising concerns about powerful unknown adversary identity. Danger assessment rising. Authorities reacted in shock and fear as truth emerged, tension escalating rapidly within guild chamber. After revelation, urgent crisis response. Aurora and Freya analyze conflicting reports about child defeating Sword St. Lawrence, investigating Nogusa's testimony and disappearance, tension rising seriously. Aurora evaluates probability of child defeating Sword Saint, considering expert combat instincts, concluding exceptional unknown combat capability must exist somewhere. Freya consults Guild Elder about skilled young men, discovering no candidates, while Hikaru's prior research provides no useful leads available. Arrival in town introduces Hikaru and Aurora, observing surroundings while guide explains shops, preparing exploration and information gathering process begins. Girl explores town excitedly, with Hikaru visiting weapon and armor shops, experiencing new environment and planning future preparations carefully. Now Hikaru shows weapon and armor shops around town, noting strategic locations for future visits and possible companion recruitment opportunities ahead. Hikaru guiding Aurora through town streets while planning route toward guild and resource areas, efficient movement strategy formed. Now, Freya decides to consult Gloria next while analyzing investigation progress and considering additional eyewitness information for clarification, moving forward carefully. Adventurers walk through town, identifying weapon and armor shops, mapping locations and preparing for upcoming assignments, efficiently in structured manner. Hikaru leads group forward, confidently signaling next destination, while maintaining focus on mission objectives and environmental awareness, continuing exploration smoothly. At Adventurer Guild entrance, crowd gathers, while Lavinia reacts emotionally, and Hikaru observes building, preparing for entry and investigation inside. Freya Lavina emotional close-up, overwhelmed tears, as Hikaru confirms survival, relief spreads, realizing situation is far more intense than expected now. Outside Guild, Freya questions investigation details, while Hikaru and Lavia discuss strategy, deciding to gather more information before acting carefully. Town bakery visit shows bustling market atmosphere as Hikaru and Lavia explore shops, observing daily life and preparing supplies together. Hikaru and Lavia rest on town bench, eating food, discussing future travel plans, and reflecting on recent investigation developments quietly. Lavia excitedly suggests exploring further inside town, while Hikaru considers responsibilities, balancing adventure with preparation for upcoming mission ahead. Now Hikaru evaluates magic potential, while Lavia expresses curiosity, both preparing for upcoming adventure and training evaluation before leaving town soon. The group departs town, walking through countryside road, passing wagons and travelers, while discussing monsters beyond safe boundaries carefully onward. Approaching hill, Hikaru warns Lavia about monsters ahead, while she worries, but he remains calm, analyzing terrain strategically carefully now. Hikaru confidently points forward, guiding Lavia onward, deciding to continue journey while preparing for unknown challenges ahead together. Moving forward, Lavia performs spirit magic, summoning flames as Hikaru observes, carefully analyzing magical structure and unknown power source activation process closely. Lavia explains spirit magic system, describing elemental spirits and how magic principles connect to world structure and soulboard mechanics. Hikaru studies elemental affinity system, silently processing information about fire, wind, water, and earth spirits with analytical curiosity, growing stronger. Lavia demonstrates spirit invocation, calling flames, while explaining contract with spirits and magical resonance, required for casting advanced techniques safely. Hikaru considers mechanics of spirit interference, recognizing system similarities to soulboard structure, and potential optimization strategies for future use. Lavia explains elemental spirit hierarchy, while Hikaru observes patterns connecting magic principles to systemized abilities used in adventurer training methods. Hikaru approves Lavia testing magic, further encouraging her development, while maintaining cautious observation of energy fluctuations during casting process carefully. Lavia expands understanding of spirit magic, revealing elemental network structure, linking fire, water, wind, and earth spirits across environment naturally. Hikaru analyzes magical theory, concluding spirit magic operates through external entities rather than internal, mana manipulation system differences clearly identified. Hikaru and Lavia continue training journey with deeper understanding of magic system, preparing for future challenges involving spirits and combat. Hikaru unleashed fire breath spell across grassland, demonstrating basic fire magic, while Lavia observed closely, analyzing its destructive power seriously. Hikaru reflected on witnessing magic firsthand, while Lavia calmly explained fire breath fundamentals and common usage among adventurers training field. Hikaru studied soulboard comparisons, showing Lavia and adventurers attribute points, while realizing system differences between combat and magic abilities. Hikaru reassured Lavia about trust while she feared abandonment after seeing his power, confirming emotional bond between them strengthened further. Hikaru examined Lavia's soul card information while discussing unique system differences between temple-issued identification and adventurer guild records carefully. Hikaru promised Lavia he would never leave her, causing emotional relief, while she acknowledged fear and deep attachment between them. Hikaru noticed approaching presence, warning Lavia that someone likely detected their magic casting activity in open grassland field. Quickly move. Hikaru suggested immediate escape, while Lavia agreed they should relocate before potential enemies arrived following magical disturbance in nearby area. Hikaru demonstrated repeated spellcasting, showing Lavia how fire magic could be used continuously for training and combat readiness. Effectively, Hikaru and Lavia continued traveling through grasslands, discussing magic theory and preparing for future battles, while staying cautious together onward. It was explained that normally one must deepen relationship with spirits and practice releasing magical energy before performing anything properly. Normally, it was different for Hikaru. Lavia learned he was 6 when magical aptitude was first discovered during experiment testing. The unleashed magic caused horses to scream violently while nearby people collapsed unconscious from overwhelming force spreading across entire area. Authorities confirmed that magical power was so strong, it instantly knocked everyone present unconscious, leaving them unable to respond further. Guild leaders questioned whether incident reports were true, while analyzing evidence in meeting room, discussing extraordinary magical phenomenon results carefully. Master summoned Lavia, requesting immediate presence while preparing tests involving goblins and beasts to evaluate her magical abilities under pressure. Bound goblins and large beasts were brought forward, forcing Lavia to demonstrate power, while terrified under strict experimental observation conditions. Master demanded Lavia show her abilities while observing carefully, placing emotional pressure on her to release full magical potential immediately. The experiment triggered massive burning explosion, revealing her extreme affinity for fire magic exceeding expected limits during controlled testing session. Results confirmed Lavia possessed extraordinary fire magic talent, established through uncontrolled experiment, proving rare potential within spirit magic system world. Lavia explains spirit magic requires relationship with spirits and energy release practice before successful casting. Hikaru listens carefully, analyzing system. Lavia recalls childhood when magical aptitude discovered at age 6 during experiment, revealing early uncontrolled power manifestation. Beginning journey there. Sudden magical surge causes horses to panic and scream, while nearby people collapse unconscious from overwhelming power release, spreading rapidly. Authorities confirm massive magic output instantly knocked everyone unconscious, demonstrating overwhelming force beyond normal comprehension levels during incident analysis complete. King receives report and evaluates Lavia's condition, recognizing her as potential weapon, while expressing concern over political implications carefully observed. Hikaru comforts Lavia, acknowledging past suffering and assuring protection while she begins accepting freedom from isolation, gradually together moving forward. Discussion continues about fire breath control, including adjusting direction and location while maintaining fixed magical power consumption limits clearly explained. Diagram shows fireball scaling with magical power, demonstrating that higher input results in larger, more destructive flames. Overall system model. Variations of fireball shapes displayed, including triangle, square, and expanded forms, while Lavia realizes magic manipulation potential creatively fully understood. Testing concludes as Hikaru decides further experiments must stop due to visibility concerns in open grassland environment nearby, carefully planned. Hikaru and Lavia hold hands, walking together, reflecting on past suffering while planning peaceful future. After difficult experiences endured, Hikaru smiles, reassuring Lavia they will return home soon, while both accept emotional bond strengthened through shared journey and trust. Lavia expresses happiness and relief, holding Hikaru's hand tightly, while acknowledging desire for safe, peaceful life after long hardships. They share quiet moment together, standing in grass field, agreeing to continue forward, while emotional tension gradually resolves between them. Close hand-holding scene shows mutual trust solidifying as both characters silently understand importance of staying together moving forward. Now, Lavia reflects on difficult past, while Hikaru remains supportive, promising stability and protection as emotional healing progresses between them slowly. Both characters walk side by side, discussing future life choices, while maintaining calm understanding and shared determination for new beginning. They pause briefly in conversation, exchanging soft smiles while realizing journey has changed them and strengthened their connection deeply. Hikaru and Lavia prepare to leave area together, finalizing decisions about returning home while maintaining emotional calm and stability. Now, final moment shows them holding hands, firmly accepting peaceful future together. After hardships resolved and continuing life journey forward together, Hikaru and Lavia continue journey together through countryside, reflecting on companionship while heading toward Manelka village in peaceful mood now. Manelka village appears with wide farmland and tomato fields, showing peaceful rural life, while Hikaru and Lavia observe surroundings. Now, villagers harvest tomatoes while priest greets visitors explaining Manelka pride and economy, focusing on farming productivity and community effort today. Paula works efficiently peeling tomatoes while priest praises village effort and villagers apologize for earlier disturbance respectfully within farm area. Priest observes work praising children contribution and noting Hikaru influence on village improvement, while discussing productivity with elders nearby calmly. Villagers argue suddenly after disagreement, escalating tensions until priest intervenes calmly restoring order, within farm settlement area quickly now settled. Sudden rumbling shakes village, causing panic among villagers, while priest looks alarmed, sensing unnatural disturbance approaching from distance now rising. Villagers freeze in fear as priest senses ominous presence warning that something dangerous is approaching their peaceful settlement immediately nearby. Hikaru feels deep unease sensing unknown threat nearby as dark atmosphere spreads indicating impending conflict and danger ahead very soon. Outside guild building Hikaru presents freshly obtained redhorn rabbit entrails, while Butcher inspects trembling evidence of completed hunt mission. Guild Butcher reacts with shock after examining proof, while Hikaru calmly confirms successful kill and hands over monster, remains item. Guild Worker rewards Hikaru with praise and delayed payment approval, after sudden strike leaving him slightly surprised, but accepting it. Hikaru walks through town at sunset reflecting on successful hunt and confirming he eliminated a red horn rabbit earlier today. Hikaru considers raising Lavia rank while deciding to avoid risky guild delivery and thinking about stealth ability improvement plans seriously. Inside busy guild hall adventurers gather and discuss missions, while Hikaru enters observing activity and noting operational atmosphere carefully seen. Hikaru observes Freya interacting with others and recognizes Gloria-san, while noticing familiar expressions and positive guild atmosphere around them here. Hikaru requests appraisal of Red Horn Rabbit at guild counter, while staff member prepares evaluation process professionally and calmly done. Guild issues reward of 9,000 Galan for completed hunt motivating Hikaru, while he politely acknowledges payment received gratefully accepted. Hikaru reflects on steady progress within guild, recognizing improved rank potential and planning future missions with increased confidence calm focus. Hikaru confronted by Freya asking where he was confused response. Gloria observes quietly sensing unusual timing and tension between them. Freya questions Hikaru about study timing adventurers, confirm explanation Hikaru adapts quickly avoiding suspicion, while maintaining calm controlled expression present. Freya confidently confirms information easing tension Hikaru internally suspects deeper reasoning behind questions, while Gloria smiles calmly observing situation unfolding. Guild meeting scheduled soon Hikaru agrees to meet outside checks, time carefully prepares departure while considering next investigative steps quietly. Lavia waits at hotel as Hikaru considers appraisal request, balancing mission priorities stealth training goals and travel risks carefully together. Inside guild hall busy adventurers discuss contracts. Hikaru enters quietly scanning environment, noting increased activity and possible developments, emerging alert. Freya interacts with Gloria smiling. While discussing guild matters Hikaru watches from distance evaluating relationships and hidden implications carefully present. Hikaru requests appraisal for Red Horn Rabbit Guild staff, prepares evaluation process formal procedure begins with professional attention carefully done. Guild awards 9,000 Gillen reward Hikaru receives payment, calmly acknowledging successful completion of dangerous hunting request mission accepted quietly. Hikaru reflects on investigation progress. Suspects Gloria involvement connects Freya guidance, considers guild corruption and unresolved murder case deeply analysis. Hikaru meets Freya outside bakery while she questions his absence. He responds confused noticing her casual concern and nearby house. Freya invites Hikaru into bakery, explaining location offering bread samples while Hikaru observes store carefully, with mild curiosity presently. Freya thanks Hikaru after meal. He remarks food was delicious. She shyly invites him to dinner, causing awkward emotional reaction. Freya suddenly runs away embarrassed, shouting farewell. Hikaru confused as she leaves quickly promising meet tomorrow. Unexpectedly situation unfolds further. Hikaru reflects on promise with Freya decides to prioritize investigation while keeping profile low and avoiding unnecessary attention now carefully. Next day guild gathers adventurers discussing party formation Hikaru listens as groups form and tensions rise among members present here. Guild proposes new party formation of 3 members. Others argue strength concerns while Hikaru silently evaluates potential team structure carefully. Female adventurer protests new party idea, claiming imbalance while Hikaru remains indifferent and uninterested. enjoining unnecessary conflict situation unfolding. Freya notices Hikaru among crowd, showing admiration and surprise, while others react as he draws unexpected attention from guild members. Drunk man stumbles into guild, causing chaos, interrupting discussions, while Hikaru observes calmly as situation escalates. Inside building quickly unfolding. Hikaru and Freya react in shock upon hearing Pippin's San from their village, unexpectedly appearing during urgent guild conversation moment, unfolding. Freya listens as injured adventurer reports monsters overflowing from dungeon and forest of deception causing village emergency situation, urgent warning. Guild explains map showing Rezielka Manelka and forest of deception, while confirming village danger and requesting adventurer support mission immediately. Guildmaster Lunken interrogates injured man demanding full details of incident, while adventurers gather waiting for confirmation serious atmosphere present. Injured adventurer explains massive earthquake, followed by monster surge from dungeon overwhelming nearby village defenses, completely urgent crisis situation reported. Exhausted adventurer Manelka flees into village crying for help, as dungeon monsters overflow forest of deception region panic spreading fast. Strategic map shows Rezielka Fortress Guild, Manelka Village Forest of Deception routes, marked for urgent response planning operations command center. Guildmaster requests confirmation from villagers about situation, while deciding whether adventurers already sent are alive or dead uncertain outcome. Villagers confirm likely deaths of dispatched adventurers, causing shock among party members as truth becomes unavoidable for everyone. Grim silence. Confused villagers and adventurers discuss dungeon middle-level monsters, realizing deeper unknown threats still remain unresolved and dangerous ongoing concern. There are two types of dungeons, natural caves, ruins and dungeon master created structures explained carefully to adventurers gathered there. Forest of Deception identified as dungeon master created, dungeon extending underground levels, connected through multiple entrances across vast region, explained. First, second levels, labyrinthine green floors, third, fourth wooden floors, fifth root floor monsters vary across each level described carefully. Freya requests investigation of middle-level monsters guild, considers extending exploration beyond fifth level due to unknown threats present. Now, upper-level monsters include woody bat and basilisk-type creatures, ranked recommended for subjugation by Adventurers Guild classification system listed. Additional monsters include evil eye lost man executioner type, lesser wyvern, appearing occasionally in dungeon deeper regions, classified dangerous threat. Pseudo-monsters mimic dungeon ecology. Dungeon master consumes energy dungeon functions, like self-sustaining organism, generating monsters continuously explained system. Pippin confirmed injured adventurer dungeon overflow incident, reported monsters escaped causing village crisis guild preparing emergency response, quickly immediately deployed. Strategic map shows Rezielka Fortress Guild Manelka Village Forest of Deception routes marked for urgent response planning operations command center. Village chief reports danger situation adventurers, possibly dead guild deliberates next action, while capital decides future course urgently high priority. Royal capital Giva Pensonia skyline shows next day beginning, as political tension continues spreading across kingdom infrastructure and leadership preparing response. Knight trains intensely in controlled environment using sword techniques under supervision, while preparing for upcoming possible dungeon-related emergency operations deployment. Princess Kujastoria appears formally introduced as royal authority figure, while observing situation calmly with attendants standing behind her in formal arrangement. Royal Guard confirms order compliance while discussing Forest of Deception incident and possible evacuation plans. Under Princess Command Authority decision, Commander reports dungeon situation remains unstable, but manageable, due to distance from settlements reducing immediate civilian threat level assessment. Official notes existence of nearby settlement, contradicting earlier assumptions raising concern about evacuation necessity and strategic misinformation correction urgency. Royal discussion concludes that dungeon monster overflow may be decreasing naturally though. Uncertainty remains about long-term stability of region situation. Princess responds that evacuation orders may be required despite reduced threat emphasizing precaution and protection of civilian population safety priority. Military officer questions settlement proximity to dungeon highlighting unexpected intelligence gap and raising suspicion about incomplete regional mapping information issue. Kingdom leadership debates final response strategy while recognizing Forest of Deception remains unpredictable and requires continued monitoring and prepared intervention readiness. I see evacuation situation. Does that mean possible war with Quinbrand Empire adventurers? Guild will handle it alone response plan. The wound has already healed, so please rest assured given this will still strain you further ongoing situation. Concerns rising. Princess observes father acting strangely lately from coveting Count Morgstadt daughter to abandoning people easily raising serious political concerns emerge. Will war with empire really brighten kingdom future? While uncertainty grows across capital city landscape under looming political tension threat, King slams letter angrily cursing pig-headed monarch while discussing political orders and escalating conflict between nations diplomatic breakdown situation growing. Guildmaster Lunken sighs while Freya questions excessive judgment and asks what should be done after events turned out now. Pip and San waiting first floor while being told everything is fine and asked to proceed and continue duties immediately without delay. How was it guild meeting evaluation begins as adventurers gather awaiting response from leadership after mission briefing completed final report. I have bad news, army will not be mobilized while guild orders evacuation of Manelka people to pond urgent directive. Villagers protest abandonment, fearing loss of livelihood, while demanding army protection as conflict escalates over evacuation refusal decisions growing unrest. Royal capital give upon Sonia skyline shows next day beginning as political tension continues spreading across kingdom infrastructure and leadership preparing response. A powerful official practices combat technique with focused intensity while training for potential conflict involving dungeon crisis and monster overflow situation. Princess Kujastoria appears formally introduced as royal authority figure, while attendants and guards stand behind her emphasizing political importance and control. Knight confirms healed condition and reassures leadership while discussing war possibility against Quinbrand Empire and Adventurer Guild responsibility division strategy. Princess and Commander discuss emotional strain of crisis while acknowledging father's strange behavior and political instability affecting kingdom decision-making process. Princess contemplates worsening war situation while overlooking capital city reflecting uncertainty about kingdom future prosperity and safety under current leadership choices. King angrily reacts to political developments showing frustration toward opposing ruler, while tensions between nations escalate through diplomatic conflict and hostility. Guild discussion continues as leaders debate evacuation and adventurer deployment, while focusing on official request management and limited resources available currently. Guildmaster confirms evacuation orders and lack of army mobilization, while civilians react with fear and confusion about abandonment of village. Guild gathers information about Forest of Deception incident, while discussing rumors as adventurers prepare for possible mission assignment and investigation response. 4 Eastern Stars arrive at Guild, as adventurers discuss Forest of Deception emergency situation, and evaluate kingdom response plan seriously. Solace and companions demonstrate strong aura while guild members observe their arrival and discuss upcoming mission assignment details carefully now. Sophia speaks with adventurers about healing church ranking and concerns regarding dungeon overflow situation, affecting kingdom stability overall situation unfolding. Guild receives reports monsters overflowing from Forest of Deception, while kingdom orders restrict adventurer deployment immediately high priority alert issued. Princess Kujastoria leads adventurers deciding evacuation route toward Manelka, while confirming strategic response under Kingdom Command Authority, careful planning phase. Hikaru and Freya gather with party members, preparing to move out as guild orders immediate response to crisis quickly organized. Guildmaster announces mission issuance, while adventurers prepare equipment and discuss limited resources available for Operation Urgent Deployment required now. Villagers protest evacuation order, fearing abandonment, while leadership insists safety protocol must be followed immediately, despite rising tensions ongoing situation. Kingdom Council debates final response, as Forest of Deception threat escalates and adventurers prepare for possible deployment, immediate action needed. Inside Forest Hikaru observes companions testing defeated monster while evaluating results and stealth progress after successful battle demonstration today calmly. Silver-haired girl examines her hands noticing soul energy increase slightly while assessing condition after healing herbs experiment outcome carefully. Hikaru brings collected medicinal herbs to guild counter, where staff evaluates items and prepares payment after inspection procedure completed swiftly. Kelbeck, head of Thieves Guild, reclines in office chair questioning unusual herb supply source, while analyzing Hikaru behavior closely intently. Hikaru answers calmly denying attention-seeking behavior, explaining knowledge came from deceased friend experienced in medicinal magic study field research. Kelbeck discusses missing noble daughter incident in carriage, suggesting suspicious disappearance without witnesses, while evaluating possible connection carefully further analysis. Kelbeck questions impossible escape method, while Hikaru silently considers surveillance gaps indicating highly skilled unseen movement, involved careful deduction process. Interrogation continues inside guild office as Kelbeck presses harder seeking truth, while Hikaru remains composed and unshaken emotionless strategic stance, Silhouette of missing girl case is reviewed, showing sudden disappearance from carriage, with no detectable trail remaining behind evidence found. Kelbeck laughs while questioning inconsistencies in report as Hikaru stands silently, realizing deeper hidden conspiracy behind incident. Careful analytical focus. Hikaru quietly recalls Kelbeck mentioning earlier stealth infiltration incident, where no one noticed entry, raising suspicion about coincidence connection. Forming Kelbeck questions Hikaru directly while tension rises, as both realize implication behind unnoticed presence during earlier investigation. Conversation becomes serious. Kelbeck quickly changes tone, joking awkwardly and apologizing, while Hikaru remains unimpressed, maintaining distance, and showing controlled frustration towards situation. Hikaru negotiates calmly with Kelbeck, discussing guild operations and business opportunities while maintaining composed attitude and strategic analytical approach throughout. Hikaru examines magical items, including explosive tools and healing devices, evaluating their usefulness for future missions and tactical advantages carefully. Hikaru studies a newly acquired magic item closely, considering its function and potential applications within combat and stealth scenarios ahead. Guild receives alert about dungeon overflow situation at adventurer headquarters, causing immediate concern among staff and prompting urgent investigation planning. Hikaru learns Pola's hometown is in danger, but entry restricted to higher-ranked adventurers, creating urgency and strategic dilemma developing. Hikaru analyzes explanation of artificial dungeon, known as Forest of Deception, created by dungeon master generating monsters using spirit stones. Hikaru reacts with surprise, while companion appears nervous, suggesting hidden concern about situation becoming more complicated than previously expected now. Hikaru recalls prior guild analysis while linking dungeon behavior patterns to unknown strategic manipulation, suggesting deeper hidden system interference emerging. Kelbeck and Hikaru discuss implications of dungeon overflow and artificial structures, while tension rises over possible large-scale conflict scenarios developing. Kelbeck attempts humor to reduce tension while Hikaru rejects it, and maintains strict focus on operational risk and mission priorities. Hikaru negotiates calmly for magical tools while evaluating offensive and healing items, assessing their value for future dangerous assignments. Hikaru inspects advanced magic devices, including explosion tools and temple-crafted healing items, considering tactical usefulness and survival advantage carefully. Guild reports dungeon overflow emergency and confirms Forest of Deception situation, prompting urgent strategic response planning across adventurer ranks. Hikaru learns restriction rules, limiting entry to high-ranked adventurers while recognizing urgency surrounding Pola's endangered hometown situation. Hikaru and Lavia discuss artificial dungeon creation and monster generation system, while analyzing economic and strategic implications of the structure. Hikaru processes confirmation of dungeon mechanics and possible profitability, while Lavia shows concern over system exploitation and consequences. Lavia reacts emotionally as Hikaru questions deeper involvement options, revealing conflict between duty, profit, and personal attachment to mission. Guild discussion explains difference between dungeons and mines, highlighting rare veins being more valuable, while Hikaru analyzes information carefully silently. Girl panics after misunderstanding question about Pola, while Hikaru remains confused and tries clarifying situation calmly and neutrally, without escalation. Misunderstanding escalates as Hikaru accidentally confesses in exaggerated way, causing embarrassment, while Lavia reacts dramatically and panics intensely immediately settles. Next day Guild receives news about Royal Capital incident, prompting urgent discussion among members, while intelligence spreads quickly throughout region. Freya panics learning Pola may be in danger after carriage departure information surfaces, causing immediate emotional distress and urgency rises. Riders travel urgently toward forest area with Hikaru preparing for mission, while assessing risks during fast pursuit under pressure conditions. Horseback riders accelerate through terrain, as forest smoke rises ahead, signaling disaster approaching near village settlement area. Rapid response needed. Wooden house burns intensely while villagers observe helplessly as flames spread rapidly across surrounding forest environment. Nearby emergency situation unfolds. Hikaru arrives at burning settlement, assessing situation quickly, while identifying potential threats and planning immediate intervention strategy with calm precision. Characters recognize Hikaru arriving at scene as tensions rise and urgency increases amid ongoing crisis development in critical moment. Now Hikaru and companions arrive at burning settlement after urgent warning, noticing chaos spreading among villagers and guards responding late. Civilians panic as attackers strike outskirts, forcing evacuation while soldiers struggle to control spreading fire, and confusion intensifies rapidly. Hikaru moves through smoke-filled area, rescuing injured villagers while assessing enemy presence with calm, calculated observation. Priscilla and allies coordinate defense near collapsing structures, attempting to hold attackers back, despite overwhelming pressure. Fire spreads further, engulfing wooden cabin, while survivors regroup and decide evacuation routes through forest paths. Hikaru arrives at critical point, analyzing battlefield layout and identifying safest extraction path for remaining civilians. Enemy ambush intensifies, forcing group to split as explosions damage surrounding structures and visibility decreases sharply. Hikaru coordinates counterattack, guiding Priscilla toward weaker flank, while maintaining defensive formation against attackers. Civilians escape through forest corridor as fire collapses nearby buildings, leaving destruction behind. Hikaru stands amid aftermath, confirming rescue success, while preparing for next threat emerging beyond forest line. Hikaru watches as armored authority declares custody of suspects tied to 4 Eastern Stars incident. Tension rising among group immediately. Bandits ambush. Forest path. Villagers panic. Cabin burns. Group scrambles. While Hikaru evaluates escape routes under heavy pressure swiftly. Hikaru intervenes, protecting allies from attackers, countering ambushes while guiding survivors towards safer forest clearing beyond burning area efficiently. Authority arrives on white horse, questioning survivors, demanding explanation, while villagers react fearfully to sudden investigation, presence immediately unfolding tension. Hikaru clarifies misunderstanding, identifying attackers as organized force rather than random bandits, shifting strategy toward coordinated defense planning, rapidly adapting. Night Authority formally declares custody order, restricting Hikaru movement despite ongoing crisis, intensifying political conflict within region. Strategic power shift. Hikaru stands amid aftermath, observing burning remains while allies regroup, preparing next move against hidden enemy forces quietly strategically resolved. An armored girl Lavia asks adventurers if they are heading toward Manelka, while group prepares traveling through forest route together. Hikaru stands quietly observing the group while adventurers thank him nervously before entering dangerous monster-infested forest together. Journey begins. Lavia reacts nervously under attention while surrounding party members watch her uncertain expression as Hikaru silently evaluates situation carefully seen. Hikaru calmly assesses strangers while Mage identifies him as Hikaru-sama, causing tension among nearby adventurers in forest clearing area. Party travels toward Manelka, discussing old man encounter and rumors, while Hikaru questions timing and hidden dangers on road route. Lavia conceals presence carefully, while Hikaru notices relief that her magic remained undetected throughout forest. Travel mission successfully completed safely. Information reveals 4 Eastern Stars originally assigned escort Lavia, while guild records suggest altered mission after C-rank intervention event. Lavia activates hidden magical aura revealing symbols surrounding her armored form, while sensing powerful presence buildup within forest clearing field. Hikaru analyzes opponent, noticing strength far exceeding Nogusa as his focus sharpens during silent assessment of dangerous unknown individual presence. Final confrontation. Tension rises as Lavia stands confidently, while Hikaru evaluates threat level, preparing for next strategic movement. Decision made. Lawrence Sword Saint evaluation shows sword proficiency rating 5, indicating high skill, despite being 1 level lower experienced fighter level. Lavia explains everyone except herself patrols vicinity, mentioning possible bandits in forest area, while Hikaru listens, observing surroundings carefully quietly. Hikaru analyzes situation, concluding they should leave quickly as 4 similar level individuals gathering would become dangerous threat immediately now. Lavia unexpectedly invites Hikaru and companions to stay in Manelka at her village chief father's large house, providing safety there. Hikaru declines, politely stating he will meet old man and travel separately toward Manelka, while others attempt persuasion. Afterwards leaves. Party insists Hikaru stay, warning reinforcements will arrive soon, but Hikaru remains firm, choosing independent route forward. A lone decision stands. Hikaru prepares to depart while Lavia shows concern, and group watches tension rising between cooperation and separation choices. Final moment, Lavia reflects on Hikaru personality, considering him stubborn, yet confident while evaluating his unusual behavior during mission planning, carefully observed. Hikaru walks away from group, stating he will see them later, maintaining calm expression, despite underlying strategic awareness, careful planning. Final scene shows intense gaze between Hikaru and Lavia, suggesting mutual recognition of strength and hidden intentions, developing silent tension. The group arrives at Manelka village, where Lavia confirms arrival while Hikaru observes distance and travel conditions carefully, with quiet awareness. Adventurers react loudly, announcing presence, as villagers recognize incoming party, causing sudden commotion, while horses settle near stable area entrance. Lavia reassures villagers and escorts. Injured atmosphere remains calm, while Hikaru evaluates surroundings, noting social dynamics and hidden tension carefully present. Solace meets Hikaru group, while villagers react emotionally and confusion spreads, as attention shifts toward unexpected visitors in Settlement Square area. Lavia appears in formal role introducing village leadership, while villagers show respect, and Hikaru remains slightly detached observing structure, quietly analyzing. Clergy and healer figures react strongly upon recognizing Sophie Bloomfield, while emotional responses reveal her importance within village religious hierarchy system. Village officials greet Sophie Bloomfield and confirm identity, causing shock among attendants, while Hikaru quietly registers political importance of situation unfolding. Sophie Bloomfield is revealed as important healer figure connected to church authority, while Hikaru studies her role and influence within village. Hikaru sits with Lavia discussing 4 Eastern Stars' reputation while assessing their strength level compared to average adventurers in region. Hikaru admits uncertainty but acknowledges need for caution as he refuses to underestimate opponents while maintaining calm strategic mindset during evaluation. Villagers gather outside village chief house, demanding explanations, while adventurers stand nearby as Hikaru observes rising chaotic public tension scene. Hikaru calms, crowd raising hands instructing order while villagers shout around him, demanding information about adventurers' situation, immediately present. Now, villagers discuss dungeon raid rumors and adventurer strength, while tension spreads across village square under uncertain leadership response system control. Night scene shows Hikaru sitting beside Lavia as both relax after mission while quiet emotional understanding forms between them gradually. Confession moment occurs as Lavia expresses jealousy concerns, while Hikaru responds calmly explaining intentions, and emotional clarity develops between them. Two sit under night, sky resting after long travel while silence indicates trust forming and shared understanding of journey path. Village becomes crowded as discussions increase around adventurers' arrival causing confusion and excitement spreading through central settlement area quickly now. Adventurers explain dungeon raid situation to villagers, while officials listen carefully assessing risks and organizing safety response plans immediately. Now, Hikaru reasserts control calming discussion again as villagers gradually reduce panic, while strategic evaluation of situation continues within present moment. Final stabilization occurs as crowd settles and village returns to normal activity, while adventurers prepare next strategic steps forward progress. Hikaru listens to villagers discussing the 4 Eastern Stars, while noting their unusual aura and private meeting request with village chief. A villager girl greets the group and reacts awkwardly while mentioning Sophie Bloomfield, and confusion spreads about behavior changes observed. Hikaru and Lavia walk through village, while villagers question them, and Hikaru studies surroundings noticing emotional reactions and tension patterns. Hikaru arrives at a building sensing something important inside, while confirming this is the intended location for investigation and meeting. Village chief discusses dungeon threat and requests adventurer assistance, while emphasizing evacuation difficulties and agricultural concerns during crisis. Lavia explains urgent situation involving dungeon raid preparation while village leadership debates forming strong raid team and resource limitations. Hikaru overhears hidden conversation indicating possible eavesdropping while Lavia senses presence and tension increases inside building quietly. Lavia investigates nearby room area confirming suspicion of unknown presence, while Hikaru remains alert assessing escape routes and security gaps. Group checks adjacent rooms and finds empty space while suspicion grows that someone is hiding or monitoring their discussion closely. Final scene shows Hikaru and Lavia confirming no one visible while remaining cautious as hidden observer presence is still implied. Villagers discuss 4 Eastern Stars and request private audience with chief, while Hikaru observes quietly sensing hidden intent within conversation carefully nearby. A village girl greets them nervously mentioning Sophie's change in behavior, while confusion spreads among villagers questioning unusual reactions seen recently observed. Hikaru and Lavia move through village, while Hikaru carefully studies surroundings noticing tension emotional shifts and hidden surveillance patterns everywhere continuously present. Hikaru arrives at designated buildings sensing importance inside, while confirming location and preparing for careful investigation of ongoing situation ahead, unfolding. Now, village chief explains dungeon threat requesting evacuation support, while emphasizing agricultural loss concerns and urgent coordination with adventurers during urgent crisis meeting. Lavia describes dungeon raid preparation as leadership debates, forming team while acknowledging limited manpower, and increasing danger levels present within current situation. Hikaru senses hidden presence, suggesting eavesdropping, while Lavia becomes alert and tension rises inside building during quiet observation moment, immediately unfolding now. Lavia investigates adjacent rooms confirming emptiness, while Hikaru analyzes escape routes and security gaps, expecting concealed threat nearby within structured response. Group searches nearby rooms finding nothing while suspicion increases that someone is monitoring discussions from hidden position within buildings still undetected present. Sarika Tenno revealed as hooded girl identity mentioned, while Hikaru evaluates name carefully considering possible implications and unknown background very cautiously observed. Sarika identity becomes suspected as Lavia connects black hair clue, while Hikaru confirms she is also another world traveler like. Sarika profile confirms her status, while Hikaru realizes she originates from another world similar to him, through system awareness context. Hikaru meets Sarika Tenno, while officials discuss her origin world similarities. Soul board readings, identifying her as an otherworld newcomer. Officials evaluate soul board levels, identifying Sarika as extremely high-ranked, comparing her stats against normal soldiers and civilians observed. Sarika and Hikaru discuss incident concerns, potential recognition risks, and possible lack of information about her situation in village surroundings. Hikaru reassures Sarika while planning village defense strategy, establishing trust, and outlining coordinated mission steps for upcoming challenges together prepared. Group analyzes evacuation plan. 4 Eastern Stars strategy deciding villagers' safety priority, while remaining within village to prevent casualties possible. Hikaru proposes targeting Dungeon Master, suggesting infiltration strategy while companions react with concern and hesitation about dangerous objective accepted mission. Forest of Deception Dungeon contains deep monster territory. Dungeon Master located in deepest region controlling surrounding creatures and threats area. Hikaru declares intention to proceed alone, emphasizing stealth mission suitability and personal confidence in handling target elimination operation success assured. Sarika worries about Hikaru's dangerous infiltration plan, while he insists stealth assassination approach, minimizes risk and exposure proceeds, regardless safety. Final preparation begins as Hikaru prepares to confront Dungeon Master, focusing on stealth execution and mission completion strategy, calm resolve. Sarika insists joining Hikaru's dangerous mission, but Hikaru refuses, explaining inability to allow her participation in infiltration operation alone plan. Hikaru explains stealth specialization synergy, noting Sarika's wide-range attacks are unsuitable, while planning coordinated approach for mission execution strategy carefully. Sarika demands promise for withdrawal if mission risk increases, while Hikaru agrees calmly, establishing strict safety conditions between them together. Sarika emotionally worries about Hikaru leaving, but he reassures her, promising safe return while holding her gently in embrace moment. Villagers observe arriving adventurers from Pondo village, while Hikaru hides nearby, monitoring situation and gathering information about newcomers carefully silently. Polis-san encounters Hikaru secretly near village door, requesting private conversation while villagers continue celebrating arrival outside unaware nearby tension grows. Sarika introduces Lavia as party member, confirming her identity politely while establishing new alliance between adventurers within village setting calmly. Adventurers react in shock upon discovering young girl involvement, questioning Hikaru's decision, while Polisan tries calming, escalating confusion situation tense. Church attendant refuses payment acceptance, expressing gratitude for Hikaru's previous life-saving actions and emotional debt acknowledgement strongly persists. Thanks. Hikaru insists on making donation to church, despite refusal, emphasizing gratitude system balance and moral responsibility toward villagers' overall peace. Sarika refuses accepting donation money while Hikaru insists church support, explaining gratitude balance and community survival responsibilities carefully together acknowledged. Sarika thanks Hikaru while holding donation bag stating father will be happy. Hikaru requests additional favor from church leader, seriously. Sarika reveals fear of men due to past incident, requesting secrecy about Lavia, while emotional tension increases between companions gently. Sarika introduces Lavia as party member expressing gratitude. Hikaru acknowledges situation calmly, while others misunderstand presence and react accordingly immediately. Scouts return reporting enemies gathering near Manelka village. Villagers assemble quickly preparing defenses, while Hikaru observes situation quietly carefully assessing. Enemy forces estimated 100 approaching Manelka, including mixed monsters. Adventurers discuss threat level and defensive strategy urgently together. Now discussion continues that many enemies are weak monsters, but grouping makes danger significant, requiring careful party-based combat strategy planning quickly. Reports identify lesser basilisks and bats appearing while spotted treant and lost man create additional concern during reconnaissance mission analysis. Ayapatch commander confidently declares ability to handle both treant and lost man simultaneously, planning coordinated strike operation. Without hesitation now, Hikaru observes approaching battlefield readiness, remaining hidden while assessing enemy deployment patterns and preparing stealth intervention strategy, execution carefully planned. Wild Horn group arrives at Pawn's territory, dismissing ranks, declaring takeover of official commission involving Treant, and lost man targets immediately asserted. Villagers and scouts report approaching enemies, gathering near Manelka, confirming large force, including mixed monsters advancing toward settlement defenses, prepared quickly urgently. Strategic analysis identifies mostly weak monsters, forming dangerous groups requiring coordinated party combat tactics to prevent overwhelming village defenses, successfully implemented now. Reconnaissance reveals lesser basilisks, bats plus treant, and lost man sightings, increasing concern among defenders monitoring battlefield movement carefully observed in detail. II Patch Commander confidently declares capability, handling both treant and lost man simultaneously, while organizing offensive units for coordinated strike operation planned precisely. The enemy forces gather densely within forest, spreading across terrain, while defenders track movements and prepare defensive formation against attack imminent. Now, command discussion notes that even weak monsters become dangerous when grouped, requiring disciplined party strategy rather than individual combat approaches applied fully. Field report confirms lesser basilisks and bats along with treant presence and lost man anomaly, increasing overall threat assessment levels rapidly rising. Commander asserts ability to handle both treant and lost man, declaring decisive offensive action with confidence, despite environmental complexity, here now prepared. Battlefield tension escalates as both sides prepare. Defenders coordinate village protection while enemies advance through forest toward Manelka settlement area immediately onward. Hikaru narrowly avoids treant attack as monster claws strike past him, leaving tension rising while battlefield chaos intensifies village defense. II Patch Commander unleashes flame, lance burning treant roots, while allies coordinate attack, securing opening against advancing forest monster horde immediately. Sarika observes coordinated battlefield tactics while Hikaru analyzes enemy movement patterns, noting effectiveness of village defenders against monster swarm carefully. Hikaru identifies central weakness in battlefield strategy, while observing villagers and adventurers preparing defensive formations against incoming threats carefully planned. Scout team notices treant breakthrough, forcing villagers to retreat as Hikaru signals allies to relocate quickly before casualties increase immediately. Hikaru confronts massive treant emerging within forest clearing, preparing countermeasure while evaluating its movement and attack pattern carefully in silence. Lavia observes battlefield confidently engaging small fry monsters, while allied forces underestimate treant threat. During ongoing coordinated assault strategy shift, Hikaru evades treant strike at last moment, narrowly surviving impact while maintaining stealth positioning within chaotic battlefield environment, unstable ground. Hikaru recovers after near miss, assessing battlefield outcome as enemies stagger from coordinated attacks across forest clearing area, calmly observing. Treant collapses violently as final magic strike detonates across battlefield, signaling decisive victory for defenders of Manelka village. Battle concludes. Hikaru observes Sarika being insulted by adventurer girl, tensions rising as accusations spread, while he calmly restrains emotional escalation nearby, silently watching. Adventurers mobilize through village gate preparing subjugation mission as coordinated units advance toward forest perimeter, under command urgency immediate combat readiness activated. Allied fighters engage monsters using coordinated magic attacks, while treant and beasts counterattack, forcing tactical repositioning across battlefield lines. Strategic defense shift. Villagers discover spirit magic stone core resource, while adventurers explain monster weaknesses and confirm harvesting strategy for battlefield reward system analysis. Complete. Forest monsters emerge violently as treant attacks scatter defenders, forcing emergency response, while detection systems reveal hidden enemy presence nearby. Alert escalates. Hikaru senses abnormal stealth interference, noticing perception concealment, still partially effective, despite being detected by magical tracking methods used. System evaluation ongoing. Even camouflage techniques fail against combined detection spells as Hikaru analyzes battlefield efficiency, while maintaining hidden operational positioning. Tactical advantage assessment confirmed. Despite high-level tracking, Hikaru remains calm under pressure, adapting stealth approach, while enemy perception narrows rapidly around battlefield. Calculated movement execution. Defeated monsters reveal valuable core stones as adventurers celebrate discovery, while continuing pursuit of remaining threats in forest. Resource extraction begins swiftly. After battle, Hikaru evaluates stealth performance, noting perception concealment limits, while preparing next phase of infiltration mission. Quietly, strategic planning continues forward. Hikaru senses increasing enemies while checking signals, observing forest movement, considering urgency, calculating stealth approach, deciding whether to hurry onward. Hikaru advances alone through dense forest, cloak flowing, maintaining stealth, evaluating battlefield conditions, questioning urgency, while proceeding carefully toward objectives. Hikaru entered dungeon for first time excited, noticing strange forest-like structure and distorted perception caused by dungeon environment effects present. Hikaru observes semi-transparent trees, realizes perception distortion, suspects this is the infamous forest of deception dungeon environment, affects senses severely. Hikaru spots lesser basilisks and prepares attack, planning to use throwing knives enhanced by projectile skill allocation point system optimization. Hikaru throws knife, instantly killing basilisk, with critical hit from unaware assassination effect, and sharpened projectile enhancement skill activation bonus. Hikaru observes shocked reaction from remaining monsters, confirming one-shot kill mechanics, triggered by assassination and sharpshooter synergy system, rule confirmed. Hikaru evaluates projectile skill points, adjusts throwing knives usage, noting improved strength and optimized physical reinforcement effects combat adaptation confirmed. Hikaru proceeds deeper into forest, like dungeon tunnel, remaining cautious, recognizing danger, still not fully active yet. Area remains unstable zone. Nearby village alerts adventurers as monster activity increases. Civilians react with fear while defenders prepare for battle urgent defensive response. Party members discuss worsening monster frequency, noting Priscilla's concern and leadership under Solace Sama, guiding expedition strategy, coordinated defensive planning. Hikaru remains calm as dungeon darkness deepens, sensing upcoming escalation while preparing for continued survival engagement. Silent assassin readiness mode. The priestess expressed concern about weakening defenses, noting Solace Sama's forces might struggle against stronger monsters emerging during ongoing threat assessment status. Hikaru proposed evacuating the village, while others evaluated risks and long-term survival, without abandoning livelihoods immediately amid rising uncertainty levels. The village elders rejected sudden evacuation, emphasizing dependence on agriculture and uncertainty of external support systems across rural settlements nearby. Villagers debated urgency as monster appearances increased, creating tension between staying and escaping dangerous territory zones within expanding monster zones. Farmers insisted on protecting crops, refusing abandonment because harvest represented survival and generational responsibility obligations, despite growing external threats. Fear spread among villagers, realizing continued presence would likely lead to deaths if monsters persisted throughout isolated settlement area. The village chief explained remaining or fleeing both carried risks, making evacuation without planning equally dangerous outcome. Under unstable regional conditions, villagers returned to fields, continuing daily work despite looming threat, prioritizing food production over safety concerns, despite escalating nearby danger. The village leadership remained conflicted, acknowledging danger yet unable to abandon established livelihood systems and traditions, affecting long-term village stability. The village continued normal life, unaware that delayed evacuation could lead to future monster-related disaster escalation, without immediate resolution possible soon. Pola confronted Hikaru angrily, rejecting his evacuation stance, insisting silence meant condemning villagers, while Hikaru remained calm and observant throughout process continuing. Hikaru proposed evacuation while villagers argued, leadership considered risks, and uncertainty spread, as gathering formed around village center discussion continued steadily process. Village chief and elders rejected immediate evacuation, emphasizing agriculture dependence, while debating survival strategy under increasing monster pressure situation decision remained unresolved. Hikaru restrained Pola during heated exchange, as she accused him of carelessness toward villagers, and emotional conflict escalated between them, tension rising. Hikaru and Pola separated briefly after confrontation, with Pola expressing regret, while Hikaru reflected on village pressure situation impact ongoing emotional strain. Pola sat alone overwhelmed by guilt, realizing her actions hurt Hikaru and complicated village defense decisions. Under stress emotional breakdown continues silently. Later Pola isolated herself, regretting confrontation, repeatedly questioning her judgment. While guilt intensified after village disagreements, she avoided everyone quietly inside room. Morning routine resumed as villagers called everyone to breakfast, attempting normalcy despite unresolved danger outside settlement walls. Daily life cautiously continues, slowly. Pola approached Hikaru's room hesitantly, reflecting on her earlier harsh words, while preparing to apologize sincerely knock came, but silence followed inside. Village chief announced breakfast readiness as doors opened, signaling temporary peace before next crisis, and continued uncertain survival. Morning tension remained present. Pola argued against using fire magic in restricted areas, refusing uncontrolled destruction, while Hikaru prepared to investigate mysterious burn marks near eastern forest zones carefully. Hikaru decided to inspect suspicious burn site alone, but Pola insisted on following him, showing increased trust despite earlier conflict between them. At the burned forest area, Hikaru examined ash patterns and concluded unknown force caused destruction, not standard monster activity or known magic. Hikaru and Pola argued with adventurers about origins of burn marks. As tension rose over responsibility and unknown threats affecting village safety, adventurers prepared for investigation while Hikaru observed silently, noticing inconsistencies in monster behavior patterns, suggesting organized external interference possible hidden enemy. Hikaru confirmed further anomalies in dungeon monster migration, identifying abnormal territorial movement, suggesting deeper system instability or external manipulation influence present. Pola and Hikaru engaged in deeper exploration of affected zones, coordinating movement carefully while tracking residual energy signatures across terrain systematically. Unexpected enemy presence forced immediate reaction, as both prepared for confrontation while assessing tactical positioning and survival probability calculations quickly. Hikaru detected stronger threat signature deeper in area, confirming situation escalation beyond village-level danger into broader regional crisis development stage. Both advanced cautiously into unknown zone, aware that burn marks and monster behavior changes pointed toward hidden source controlling dungeon instability. Hikaru evaluates the battlefield and identifies abnormal monster activity patterns, while allies confirm spirit magic involvement and question the true source behind the destruction zones. Investigators analyze the burn terrain and conclude the damage is not a single attack, suggesting repeated or sustained magical interference across multiple directions. Hikaru's group confirms the target includes a treant-class monster, and they discuss tactical identification while scanning multiple affected zones for hidden threats. The team inspects monster behavior and determines rank-level adventurers are likely involved, indicating organized combat capability behind recent environmental destruction patterns. Allies express trust in Hikaru and acknowledge spirit magic support, while also questioning why certain enemies remain hidden despite strong detection efforts. Reports confirm simultaneous monster fights across multiple regions, revealing that eastern and southern defenses are weaker and under unmonitored pressure. Aerial and ground scouting reveals that attackers are avoiding detection, suggesting deliberate hiding strategies and coordinated movement across battlefield sectors. Pola notices Hikaru's absence and becomes concerned, sensing emotional distance while Hikaru continues investigating unknown zones independently. The investigation reveals that monster activity is expanding unpredictably, confirming that standard defensive patterns are no longer effective against current threats. Hikaru's name is called out as tension peaks, signaling urgency as the group prepares to regroup and respond to escalating crisis conditions. Hikaru encounters Lesser Wyvern emerging from Dungeon Forest, calmly assessing threat level while Monster prepares aggressive attack stance. Hikaru evaluates Lesser Wyvern as subjugation, rank C monster realizing it exceeds expected strength for dungeon exploration phase. Hikaru engages Lesser Wyvern in combat analyzing movement patterns, while preparing precise strike exploiting blade timing opportunity window. Hikaru lands decisive attack on Lesser Wyvern, causing heavy damage as creature struggles and begins collapsing under pressure. Lesser Wyvern staggers violently after fatal wound, losing balance, while Hikaru observes calmly, confirming successful suppression outcome achieved. Hikaru concludes monster weakness, allows blade reach critical point, confirming tactical advantage under current skill configuration and positioning. Lesser Wyvern collapses completely as final strike lands, confirming successful subjugation and clearing immediate dungeon threat zone secured. Hikaru stands calmly after battle, scanning surroundings for additional threats, while maintaining steady posture and controlled breathing state. Residual monster activity detected nearby, suggesting dungeon instability continues. Despite recent subjugation of Lesser Wyvern encountered present danger, Hikaru advances deeper into dungeon after victory aware. Stronger threats await ahead within unstable evolving environment zone confirmed. Hikaru continues analyzing spirit magic theory, confirming soul rank growth hypothesis, while noticing Freya's reaction suggests hidden connection or prior knowledge. Dungeon instability increases as rumbling spreads through forest walls. Hikaru recognizes unusual seismic behavior, indicating deeper system disturbance affecting entire region. Hikaru warns that dungeon core activity may be escalating, deciding immediate movement towards source while prioritizing speed and threat assessment. At village side, civilians continue routine life unaware of escalating dungeon threat, while adventurers observe unusual monster silence and environmental tension building. Hikaru notes monsters reacting unpredictably, confirming that dungeon system is actively shifting behavior patterns beyond normal ecological or magical explanations. Freya rests while village prepares food, yet subtle tension remains as unexplained disturbances continue affecting surrounding forest boundaries and monster zones. Hikaru decides to return quickly toward dungeon deeper levels, Recognizing delay increases risk of wider outbreak, affecting nearby settlements significantly. Morning calm contrasts with underground disturbance, showing dual-world instability between surface village life and deep dungeon system collapse progression. Hikaru observes continued silence from allies, realizing communication gaps could worsen crisis coordination if dungeon threat escalates further without warning. Hikaru prepares for next descent phase, mentally shifting into combat readiness as dungeon rumbling intensifies and unknown core activity approaches critical stage. A sudden city-wide tremor spreads through the village, alarming civilians as the environment shakes violently without warning, indicating a large-scale dungeon disturbance has reached the surface. The commotion intensifies as villagers panic and gather outside, noticing something unnatural approaching, while Freya and others react in confusion to the sudden disaster-level signal. Freya freezes in shock, sensing a powerful presence, realizing that an unknown catastrophic entity has appeared near the village perimeter beyond normal monster classification. A massive dragon-like creature emerges, towering over the village outskirts, confirming the arrival of a terrifying high-level threat, as civilians stare in fear and confusion. Hikaru stands inside dungeon entrance, noticing another staircase, sensing confusion, while evaluating unknown structure of deeper labyrinth ahead, silently observing. Hikaru realizes he is on 5th level root floor, lacking light, trapped within deepest forest deception, questioning upward progression route uncertain. Hikaru checks soulboard, noticing 3 points remaining after effortlessly killing monsters, including lesser wyvern and executioner ranked enemies, displayed clearly. Hikaru decides to descend, further allocating points into life concealment and magic concealment, prioritizing safety first, before proceeding careful advancement mode. Hikaru encounters puzzle door and hidden treasure chest revealing dungeon mechanics, suggesting rewards appear through solving maze challenges. Ahead, carefully observed, Hikaru explores maze, noticing unusual brightness, questioning possible electricity on 6th floor, while observing unknown environmental mechanism. Careful analytical progression continues silently. Hikaru observes ceiling identical to 1st floor structure, increasing suspicion about looping dungeon design and hidden architectural anomaly system. Unknown rule effect. Hikaru encounters mysterious light entity, calming him and indicating safe passage through darkness inside unexplored dungeon region. Unknown friendly system guidance present. Hikaru questions origin of light while standing in darkness, analyzing impossible illumination source within sealed underground environment. Logical deduction remains uncertain still. Hikaru reacts in shock, sensing unknown presence as hidden truth emerges from dungeon structure, revealing deeper mystery. Final realization approaching clarity, sudden. Hikaru enters deeper into the dungeon, noticing another unknown staircase and sensing something unusual about the structure around him. He realizes he is on the 5th level root floor, deep in the forest of deception, where no light should naturally exist. He checks his soul board, seeing only 3 points left after killing multiple monsters, including a lesser wyvern and executioner type enemy. He decides to prioritize survival, investing points into life concealment and magic concealment to avoid detection in unknown territory. He studies the dungeon mechanics, noticing puzzle doors and treasure chests that appear only after solving hidden conditions. He continues through the maze, questioning whether artificial light or unknown energy exists on this level. He observes that the ceiling structure repeats the 1st floor, suggesting the dungeon may be looping or artificially designed. A mysterious light entity appears, calming him and acting like a guide inside the dark dungeon environment. Hikaru questions the origin of the light, unable to determine whether it is magic, illusion, or living presence. He senses something watching, realizing stealth may not function correctly in this area anymore. A massive dragon-like creature appears, and Hikaru suspects it may be the dungeon master due to its overwhelming presence. The dragon awakens, reacting to Hikaru's existence, confirming it can detect intruders despite concealment skills. Hikaru struggles as his stealth begins to fail, realizing the enemy reacts through instinct rather than sight. He activates concealment techniques and focuses his mind, trying to stabilize his hidden presence. He analyzes the enemy's behavior, noticing it tracks location through magic detection rather than vision. Hikaru deduces that the dungeon creature has instinct-based detection, making normal stealth partially ineffective. He prepares to counterattack carefully, using environment awareness to avoid direct confrontation. A shadowy dragon form moves through the floor space, indicating it is searching for him actively. Hikaru confirms that magic detection is locking onto him, forcing him to adapt strategy instantly. He realizes the dungeon entity is not random, but a structured guardian designed to eliminate intruders systematically. Sarika Sala coordinates evacuation while reinforcing adventurers holding frontline against dragon assault inside collapsing town battlefield. She analyzes unknown opponent and confirms speaking dragon intelligence exists beyond normal beast behavior, indicating higher threat classification. The white dragon reveals identity claiming origin from master's creation and asserting superiority over other dragons. Sarika evaluates enchanted weapon, capable of harming dragons while preparing counterattack strategy, with allied fighters surrounding battlefield zone. She commands synchronized attack plan, directing adventurers to engage while creating opening against massive dragon movement. Dragon unleashes destructive force across terrain, forcing coordinated evasion and scattering enemy formation into defensive repositioning. Sarika draws White Ray Blade, preparing specialized strike, designed for dragon-class enemy engagement at close-range combat. Allied fighters recognize weapon significance, identifying legendary status associated with dragon-slaying achievements across Eastern warrior records. Enemies underestimate Sarika's capability before realizing her weapon specialization counters monster durability systems effectively. Sarika prepares decisive engagement phase, initiating counteroffensive strategy to repel White Dragon and stabilize collapsing battlefield situation. Sarika Sala prepares magical sword activation, while confirming it can cut through anything when infused with magic power. She realizes she must go all out against the White Dragon while analyzing its threat level and battlefield pressure. Sarika steadies herself, preparing to hold the dragon back and buy time for evacuation and coordination. She advances across the battlefield, assessing damage control while planning to minimize civilian destruction. Sarika determines she cannot win directly and focuses on long-range tactical combat and spacing strategy. She warns allies to avoid relying on previous assumptions, confirming the dragon's adaptability in combat. The White Dragon observes her movements, recognizing her intention to stall and resist its attack pattern. Sarika shifts strategy, deciding to keep distance and counterattack, using precision sword techniques. She declares readiness as adventurers reposition and prepare coordinated engagement against the dragon threat. The White Dragon initiates another destructive assault, confirming escalation of full-scale battle across the village area. Sarika Sala stands firm against the White Dragon, attempting to hold its attention while preventing further destruction of the surrounding village. She confirms the dragon's intent is mass killing, observing its overwhelming strength and intelligence as the battlefield continues collapsing. The White Dragon declares itself a created being, fulfilling its master's purpose of exterminating humans without hesitation or remorse. Sarika prepares her weapon and shifts into close combat stance, accepting that long-range tactics will not be enough to stop it. She advances deliberately, intending to draw full aggression and protect civilians by acting as the primary target. Sarika commits to the fight, deciding to stall the White Dragon long enough for humans, capable of killing it, to arrive and counterattack. Solus stands armored before massive dragon, gripping sword firmly, while red embers drift across the battlefield tense. Confrontation begins now. Solus accelerates forward, evading dragon breath, and counters with precise sword strike, targeting exposed scales along its roaring neck swiftly. Dragon lunges with massive jaws, while Solus shifts stance, narrowly avoiding impact as shockwaves tear through surrounding battlefield terrain forcefully. Solus leaps midair, delivering diagonal slash that catches Dragon off guard, forcing it backward across shattered ground landscape, scattered debris. Enraged Dragon unleashes overwhelming force, while Solus shows fatigue, gripping sword tightly yet maintaining defensive posture against pressure oncoming threat. Solus channels magic through White Ray Blade, realizing heavy drain increases as target resistance rises during prolonged combat engagement phase. Despite exhaustion, Solus continues analyzing dragon scales hardness, adjusting attacks while maintaining composure under extreme magical depletion conditions. Ongoing fight. Dragon counters with powerful strike. Solus takes damage, but quickly repositions to avoid further critical injury while battle intensifies rapidly. Solus steadies herself, preparing final technique, while Dragon gathers energy for another devastating assault, turning battle toward decisive conclusion now. Solus successfully cuts Dragon arm, achieving victory, despite exhaustion, leaving monster weakened and battlefield silent after intense confrontation. Final result. Solus senses the dragon focusing its attention on her, confirming the battlefield has fully shifted toward her position alone. Allied adventurers begin retreating under a coordinated escape plan, while Solus prepares to delay the enemy and control its movements. Solus strikes with controlled precision, using her shield and blade to create distance, while the dragon reacts aggressively to her pressure. She moves through the battlefield with speed, landing successive attacks that force the dragon to turn its full body toward her. The dragon retaliates violently, but Solus withstands the impact and continues fighting despite mounting fatigue and reduced magical energy. Observing the enemy's behavior, she adjusts her strategy, realizing the dragon is tracking her movements more closely than before. Solace acknowledges her dwindling stamina, but commits to continuing the fight to ensure the retreating allies gain enough time. Behind her, civilians and adventurers evacuate while tension spreads, and the battlefield becomes increasingly dangerous and unstable. A young fighter argues against retreat, but is forced to accept the situation as stronger figures insist on survival-first strategy. Monsters begin advancing into the area, escalating the crisis as Solace's delaying action becomes the last barrier protecting everyone. Paula delays monsters while ordering villagers to escape as forest erupts with sudden unnatural monster invasion spreading chaos. Quickly now, villagers rush evacuation while Sarah questions situation and Elder remains seated refusing panic as confusion spreads through settlement rapidly intensifies. Young fighter argues against retreat demanding action while Elders insist survival. First as tension rises across village assembly grows sharply. Leader orders evacuation as smoke rises over burning village. While groups divide between fight and escape decisions forming uneasy tension, monsters surge from forest breaking defenses while civilians panic and fighters prepare last resistance line forming quickly under extreme pressure. Paula steps forward holding weapon, declaring she will buy time as monsters approach village boundary aggressively, without hesitation right now. Elder refuses to flee, explaining abandoning village leads certain death, while others argue urgently for survival amid rising panic fear. Young boy insists on helping Paula despite danger refusing to abandon villagers or fight from safety with strong determination present. Father reluctantly agrees to escape while expressing concern for those remaining behind, as chaos intensifies around heavy emotional burden visible. Paula sits alone facing battlefield silence, while smoke rises and she prepares to face incoming monsters alone, without any fear. Paula urges villagers to escape as monsters approach Manelka, but fear spreads and confusion grips everyone in the endangered settlement. Now quickly, Elder weeps asking if Manelka ends today, while villagers struggle deciding whether they should flee immediately from danger spreading chaos everywhere around. Chief explains evacuation plan, but villagers hesitate, unsure abandoning home guarantees survival outside uncertain world pressure, rising among frightened crowd instantly intensifying. Paula insists monsters attack from forest edge, urging everyone move before encirclement becomes complete threat intensifying battle. Urgency spreads rapidly now escalating. Elders argue Manelka cannot be abandoned, saying ancestors cleared land leaving means certain death survival lost tradition binds their decision deeply rooted. A young boy declares he will protect Paula and delay monsters, despite overwhelming fear around him standing against impossible odds without hesitation. Villagers argue escape versus defense, while smoke rises over fields creating urgent pressure across settlement tension spreads through crowd instantly breaking unity. Paula stands ready alone, promising to buy time so others retreat safely from danger zone accepting role as sacrifice barrier without fear. Father accepts evacuation reluctantly watching villagers depart while guilt sorrow remain visible on face, unable to stop painful departure quietly breaking inside. Final shot shows Paula seated, facing smoke-filled horizon preparing confront incoming monsters alone, survival determined, despite overwhelming destruction awaiting impact calmly. Paula declares she once cried easily, but now stands firm facing villagers, while emotions and resolve rise during monster crisis scene unfolding. Village chief watches Paula's speech, while villagers react emotionally recognizing her growth, as she inspires courage during evacuation planning, chaos spreading tension. Elders and villagers argue over fleeing, while some insist staying as disagreement grows about survival strategy during monster invasion discussion continues intensely. Paula proposes organized evacuation insisting women, children, elderly move first, while men coordinate defense against incoming monsters urgent situation, escalating fast. Now monsters emerge from forest attacking fields, while villagers panic as smoke rises, and defensive lines begin forming quickly battle preparation continues urgently. Paula steps forward declaring she will buy time alone against monsters as villagers hesitate before retreating towards safety routes, without hesitation shown. Elder explains abandoning village means certain death, while traditions bind people together despite fear spreading across settlement hard decision remains unresolved tension. Young boy insists on supporting Paula refusing to flee, despite danger as determination grows within villagers watching him strong resolve forms now. Father reluctantly agrees to evacuation while guilt remains as villagers depart leaving emotional weight behind during crisis final farewell scene. Unfolds slowly. Paula remains alone on battlefield preparing to face monsters as smoke rises, and silence surrounds her final stand, determined last resistance force. Hikaru rejects retreat and refuses to escape without attempting a fight, choosing to challenge the dungeon logic and thread detection system directly. He studies the entrance area carefully, identifying dense thread traps and noticing hidden gaps that allow movement without triggering detection. Instead of avoiding every thread carefully, Hikaru tests movement logic and realizes the system can be bypassed by adjusting balance positioning. He continues experimenting, learning that balance level influences detection threshold, and begins treating movement like a controlled mathematical system. Hikaru shifts focus to the dungeon's pseudo-monsters, analyzing their anatomy and discovering they resemble real creatures with mana-based life structure. He concludes that mana concentrates in key body parts like brain and heart, and begins forming a plan to exploit structural weaknesses. Despite lacking a clear method, Hikaru decides direct confrontation is necessary, questioning whether the dungeon master exists behind these systems. He prepares mentally, confirming that retreat is inefficient, and commits to advancing deeper into the dungeon instead of withdrawing. He moves through the dungeon using refined movement control, carefully avoiding detection zones while maintaining forward pressure toward the target. Hikaru confirms the location he was searching for and prepares for engagement, entering a decisive phase where survival depends on execution. Hikaru is struck during combat and thrown back violently, but he immediately analyzes the situation, confirming his weapon strategy is evolving. The dragon attacks again, and Hikaru narrowly avoids a direct hit while realizing the enemy can still detect his position through mana sensing. He reassesses mid-battle, noting his stealth assassination effect has weakened, forcing him to switch from pure stealth to adaptive combat thinking. The dragon locks onto his presence and tracks him continuously, confirming Hikaru's concealment method is no longer fully effective. Hikaru studies the mana flow of the creature, identifying that detection is linked to brain and core sensory response, rather than simple sight. He deduces that pain and impact trigger alert signals in the creature's system, creating a brief reaction delay before counterattack. Hikaru calculates that exploiting this delay window is necessary to land a decisive strike before the dragon fully reacts. He prepares to shift tactics completely, abandoning earlier stealth reliance and committing to a new combat approach. Hikaru draws a new weapon with confidence, signaling a strategic transition and readiness to engage the dungeon master level threat directly. Hikaru received prototype weapon from blacksmith, thanked him, while craftsman explained completion inside workshop near Town Street, outside building scene. Elf craftsman advised Hikaru to test weapon against larger opponents, emphasizing efficiency and practical combat application for field usage training. Hikaru identified massive dragon as suitable test target, considering it ideal for evaluating weapon performance and stealth capability analysis complete. Hikaru reacted to multiple dragons appearing, noticing unusual presence and confusion about missing white dragon in area situation. Escalation detected. Lavia appeared near Hikaru during dragon incident, while he assessed flying dragon threat over nearby village settlement risk containment issue. Dragon unleashed wide area attack, forcing Hikaru to reconsider stealth usage due to civilian exposure risk escalation battle assessment update. Hikaru activated magic detection and analyzed dragon core, identifying heart target for precision strike preparation sequence attack execution. Phase 1. Hikaru released concentrated energy toward dragon core, aiming to disable enemy while maintaining controlled output stability. Successful strike, confirmed hit. Dragon engaged Hikaru, directly grasping him while questioning attack origin and assessing unknown threat behavior pattern. Close combat escalation phase. Hikaru executed final strike, piercing dragon heart core using prototype weapon with precise controlled movement, ending battle. Combat mission complete. The dragon's body recoiled as Hikaru's strike landed energy, tearing scales apart during controlled explosive blade impact. Sequence success confirmed. Hikaru activated blade bomb weapon, preparing single-use attack, while analyzing timing mechanism and explosive magic release control system precisely. The blade contains embedded magic detonating 1 second after activation, allowing Hikaru to optimize assassination timing against armored targets efficiently. Hikaru paused after battle, showing exhaustion, while monitoring environment, considering rest, but remaining aware of ongoing danger nearby threat present. Hikaru examined a dark gemstone recovered from battlefield, recognizing unusual energy signature, suggesting dungeon core connection or master control source. The investigation revealed existence of a separate dungeon master, indicated by sealed doors deep within unknown structure location. Confirmed discovery. Hikaru prayed enemy would not become black dragon, fearing escalation beyond current threat level, while scanning battlefield anxiously. Urgent concern. Villagers argued about evacuation while panic spread, some demanding escape, while others insisted on fighting. Approaching monster threat situation escalating. Ayapatch leader ordered villagers to prepare defense or flee, emphasizing immediate action against dragon threat approaching settlement. Urgent command issued. Lesser wyverns appeared across forest, signaling massive escalation as multiple flying dragons converged toward village, causing widespread panic. Emergency declared. The village gathers in panic as leaders debate escape, while tension rises over incoming dragon threat situation. Breaking order quickly spreading fear. Hikaru observes chaos from distance, assessing village leadership failure, while civilians argue and pressure increases, forcing urgent decision-making under stress conditions. A female spirit user begins summoning ritual, calling elemental forces as magic circle expands, showing advanced arcane system activation underway rapidly. Large magic circle activates overwhelming battlefield area as villagers react in shock, witnessing unfamiliar, high-level spell formation spreading across terrain. Spirit caster commands purification, magic instructing forces to burn away corruption, while dragon presence intensifies nearby, preparing counterattack. Sequence escalation. Explosive flame spell labeled Flame Gospel erupts across battlefield, engulfing dragon units in massive area damage, destroying multiple targets simultaneously. Wyverns and dragons are consumed by swirling firestorm, collapsing formation as environmental destruction spreads through forest, clearing entire threat group, weakening. Villagers and fighters pause in shock, seeing battlefield reduced to burning remains, while uncertainty grows about remaining enemy presence and safety. Eye Patch commander realizes situation is unstable and reassesses evacuation strategy, while confusion spreads among allies about next action plan required. After destruction settles, survivors confirm threat reduction, but tension remains as unknown enemies may still exist beyond cleared battlefield region end. Villagers and fighters move into action as evacuation succeeds and coordination begins, while monsters remain a looming threat across battlefield perimeter control. A commander identifies large dragon presence and organizes kingdom response, combining army and adventurers to prepare full-scale counteroffensive operation strategy. Manelka unit is ordered to wait for optimal timing, while battlefield positioning is adjusted, preparing coordinated attack against incoming dragon forces. Magic attacks begin striking dragons as combat initiates and battlefield erupts with explosions, while multiple units engage targets simultaneously with formation tactics. Support caster maintains wide area spell as enemy dragons advance, while allies coordinate movements and frontline defense holds position under pressure. Hikaru appears in battlefield zone, confronting remaining threats, directly announcing opposition, while stepping into combat path of massive dragon target. Explosion impact lands on dragon body, causing damage as close-range combat intensifies with high-speed strikes and defensive maneuvers engaged. Enemy dragon retaliates with heavy force, while Hikaru prepares counterattack, maintaining position despite overwhelming pressure from massive creature movement. Battle continues with Hikaru closing distance toward dragon weak point, while analyzing timing for decisive strike under chaotic battlefield conditions. Final confrontation begins as Hikaru engages dragon head-on, declaring himself opponent, while preparing finishing move to end remaining threat cycle. Hikaru's strike collides with dragon energy as villagers and fighters are caught in shock while battlefield pressure reaches critical level instantly. Hikaru breaks through defense and cuts into dragon armor while allies react in panic and confusion as combat intensity increases sharply. The dragon unleashes overwhelming force as multiple fighters struggle to maintain formation while destruction spreads across village edge area rapidly. Hikaru continues advancing despite damage pressure, focusing on survival and attack timing, while enemies attempt coordinated counter-offensive against him. A massive clash erupts between Hikaru and dragon, resulting in explosive impact that shakes battlefield and disrupts surrounding combat units. Allies attempt to assist but are pushed back by shockwaves, while Hikaru maintains forward momentum against heavily armored dragon opponent. Energy burst detonates between combatants, creating wide destruction zone as visibility drops and battlefield becomes chaotic and unstable environment. Dragon is struck repeatedly, forcing it into defensive retreat, while Hikaru prepares final movement sequence under extreme pressure conditions. Final strike connects with dragon core, causing critical damage as enemy begins collapsing and battlefield tension starts to drop. Aftermath shows defeated dragon and exhausted fighters as remaining threats fade and survival of village becomes temporarily secured, ending battle. Paula channels divine magic over injured Hikaru while praying for miracle healing, restoring his life as villagers watch anxiously present. Paula continues healing process, touching Hikaru's body as sacred energy flows, causing visible restoration and stabilizing critical injuries. Success confirmed. Paula looks shocked, realizing miracle magic succeeded, while her body weakens after transferring life force into injured Hikaru. Process complete. Villagers observe relief spreading as Hikaru survives severe wound while Paula kneels exhausted after completing dangerous healing ritual. Successful outcome. Commanders discuss battlefield strategy, coordinating adventurer forces and Kingdom Army preparing final offensive against remaining Dragon threat zones. Operation planning. Paula and allies stabilize injured survivor while Hikaru slowly recovers consciousness after intense battle exhaustion and energy depletion. Recovery phase. Paula prays again invoking sacred power asking divine protection for survivors while maintaining balance between life and death. Energy flow. Paula supports Hikaru emotionally after recovery while both acknowledge consequences of battle and responsibility for protecting village residents. Shared burden. Battle aftermath shows destroyed village outskirts with smoke rising as survivors regroup and assess remaining danger from Dragon's strategic recovery. Survivors stand together after crisis ending while uncertainty remains about future threats and ongoing monster presence in region. Uncertain future. Character experiences abnormal spiritual reaction as dark energy surrounds hands, indicating unstable magic phenomenon and reality distortion occurring immediately present. Paula attempts healing injured allies while monsters approach forcing evacuation and desperate defense strategy forming under pressure conditions. Emergency situation. Paula and companions express emotional bond reaffirming friendship while battlefield chaos continues and morale remains critical for survival. Support unity. Priestess invokes divine flame gospel, magic commanding spirits to burn enemies and restore order across corrupted battlefield region. Final purification. Massive dragon emerges roaring while battlefield collapses around villages, and fighters prepare final desperate resistance against overwhelming threat. Critical phase. Priestess declares purification intent to restore pure heavens and earth while sacrificing power to eliminate all corruption present. Ultimate ritual. Close-up dragon face reveals aggressive intent and overwhelming power, while battlefield trembles under pressure of imminent destruction. Unstoppable force. Harrow stands firm preparing counterattack despite exhaustion, while gathering remaining strength to confront massive dragon approaching village. Final battle begins. Aftermath shows destruction fading as silence returns across battlefield, while survivors assess damage and uncertain future remains ahead. New dawn. Hikaru observes chaotic battlefield as dragon appears magic circles activating, while priestess shouts ritual to restore heaven's earth. Hikaru faces enormous dragon lunging forward while armored knight struggles debris flying across ruined battlefield under overwhelming pressure spreading aura. Enemy sorcerer mocks wounded heroes as dragon coils around rubble asserting dominance while survivors attempt desperate resistance efforts continue fight. Armored knight charges. Dragon striking scales with empowered sword while beast counters violently crushing ground beneath intense force. Shockwave expands. Heroine channels flame gospel magic into sword drawing overwhelming mana as weapon begins glowing with destructive divine energy eruption starts. She unleashes full power surge gripping blade tightly as dragon roars nearby battlefield, trembling under escalating magical output. Pressure builds. Massive energy wave expands outward from magic circle distorting space as dragon braces against incoming destructive force field collapses. Now, dragon recoils, after impact scales cracking while heroine advances through debris field, maintaining relentless offensive momentum. Unstoppable drive persists strongly. Heroine confronts dragon head-on gathering remaining mana into final strike as environment destabilizes around collapsing battlefield. Light engulfs everything completely. Dragon defeated heroine stands exhausted amid ruins magical residue fading, while silence returns across devastated landscape. Slowly battle finally ends. The dragon breathes destructive force, striking the girl, blasting battlefield debris as screams echo through collapsing ruined surroundings everywhere now. The explosive energy waves spiral across battlefield, distorting space while powerful force surges outward, destroying everything in expanding radius field. The determined girl raises her hands, blocking incoming attack, while standing firm despite overwhelming pressure from monstrous approaching dragon force. Smoke engulfs destroyed village as survivors collapse among rubble, while distant destruction continues spreading across devastated landscape without mercy present. The priestess staggers forward through smoke, witnessing destruction and questioning outcome, while tension remains heavy across silent battlefield air lingering. The massive dragon rises again, roaring violently, towering over battlefield, as energy gathers around its body preparing renewed assault attack. The shocked heroine looks upward desperately calling spirits for aid, while realization of overwhelming danger sets in completely fully now. The dragon dominates battlefield, standing tall above weakened heroine as dust swirls and remaining hope begins fading quickly, completely lost. The injured heroine collapses onto ground exhausted while enemy advances confidently across ruined terrain filled with lingering destruction after battle. The priestess kneels amid wreckage, calling spirits desperately as silence falls, and overwhelming despair consumes remaining survivors all around them. Dragon attacks village while priestess attempts ritual defense. As destruction spreads across burning buildings and survivors struggle amid collapsing surroundings everywhere now. Hero arrives battlefield witnessing dragon overwhelming village forces, while soldiers fall injured amid debris and collapsing structures under pressure, everywhere surrounding now. Priestess continues ritual while dragon dominates battlefield mocking resistance as survivors attempt regroup efforts among ruins and scattered magical energy flowing wildly. Knight charges dragon striking scales with empowered blade while beast counters violently breaking ground and sending shockwaves across battlefield terrain instantly expanding. Priestess activates flame gospel channeling divine magic into sword as energy intensifies preparing massive destructive spell against advancing dragon, unleashing full power. She releases surge of mana while dragon resists impact roaring as battlefield trembles under escalating magical pressure and destruction spreads rapidly everywhere. Hero blocks incoming dragon attack using defensive stance while energy waves collide violently and terrain fractures under immense force pressure, continuing escalation. Village collapses under continued dragon assault while survivors lie injured among rubble and smoke fills devastated landscape, without mercy remaining present everywhere. Hero arrives late, observing ruined village and deducing black dragon weakness, while assessing battlefield condition and planning counter-strategy quickly instantly forming. Hero prepares final strike against weakened dragon moving through ruins as remaining magic concentrates into decisive attack, aimed precisely critical finishing blow. Hikaru arrives at ruined village, noticing dragon attack aftermath, sensing he arrived too late as smoke rises everywhere, distantly burning. Priestess Lavinia extends hands toward approaching dragon, desperately invoking spirits while battlefield trembles under overwhelming magical pressure and collapsing terrain. Hero Hikaru analyzes dragon scales, realizing he can cut it now, preparing strategy while magic thread remains unformed yet. Hero Hikaru charges forward decisively, aiming sword strike at dragon despite incomplete magic thread, committing fully to attack sequence begins. Dragon roars violently as Hikaru's strike lands, cutting scales, causing massive impact explosion and shockwaves across devastated battlefield ground spreading. Hikaru holds mysterious sword, recalling unknown origin, having saved survivors while battlefield settles and villagers observe him cautiously from distance. Hikaru observes villagers tending injured survivors, realizing they are too focused on crisis to notice his presence, nearby unnoticed. Still, Hikaru studies remaining monster traces, concluding it was conspicuous dragon type. Mentally processing unusual battle outcome and aftermath situation carefully, Hikaru senses unknown magical phenomenon forming, observing glowing energy sphere while uncertain power begins manifesting across destroyed landscape nearby. Slowly, Hikaru walks away from ruined village, reflecting on battle consequences, while new mysteries arise regarding dragon and hidden powers emerging. Hikaru hesitates noticing object, while Lavinia runs toward him calling out urgently across ruined village battlefield after dragon battle. Lavinia apologizes to Hikaru explaining emergency situation, while Hikaru reacts confused after sudden chaotic aftermath of dragon attack scene. Hikaru learns Pia protected someone and collapsed, while Lavinia explains consequences of battle and healing limitations affecting everyone present. Injured girl lies unconscious, while Hikaru realizes healer cannot save her, and tension spreads across devastated battlefield area. Now Lavinia calls Hikaru-sama, while injured survivors remain scattered across ruins, and emotional weight increases after dragon confrontation scene. Hikaru checks Pia condition, realizing he cannot heal her, while Paula-san lies unconscious due to severe battle injuries now. Hikaru learns Pia sacrificed herself protecting friend, while emotional aftermath settles across destroyed village and silence returns. Now here, Hikaru considers secret ability consequences, deciding to keep power hidden while assessing future danger from exposure risks. Now again, villagers notice Hikaru and survivors, while emotional recovery begins, and battlefield quiets after dragon defeat aftermath. Slowly peace returns. Hikaru reflects on consequences of power while survivors rest, and new threats emerge beyond ruined battlefield horizon. Now ending, Hikaru hesitates near object on ground, while Lavinia rushes toward him through ruins, calling urgently across devastated battlefield aftermath scene. Conversation unfolds as Lavinia apologizes explaining battlefield events, while Hikaru listens confused, realizing emotional weight of ruined village situation present. Pia lies injured as Lavinia explains sacrifice revealing healing limits and consequences, while Hikaru processes responsibility over aftermath. Now here emotional tension rises as survivors gather around injured body, realization spreading that healer cannot fully restore her condition completely. Now, Hikaru contemplates secret power usage, while Lavinia insists conditions be accepted, establishing strict pact for saving PA. Final decision. Now, Lavinia demands sacrifice terms as Hikaru questions risks, weighing consequences of revealing ability and burden of hidden power decision forming. Hikaru agrees to conditions, silently preparing ritual interaction, while focusing on saving PA despite future secrecy risks ahead carefully. Now Lavinia raises hands, initiating healing sequence as magical symbols form around PA. Energy gathering within sacred circle ritual begins. Now, Lavinia declares outcome certainty while Hikaru observes, silently realizing future drastically changes after pact completion event. Irreversible fate unfolds. After battlefield aftermath, Hikaru kneels beside injured Paula and Lavia, observing devastation while assessing survivors through soulboard system, quietly internally calculating. Paula closes eyes, praying, surrounded by glowing magical circles, soulboard icons revealing healing attributes, and divine recovery information floating system analysis. Hikaru evaluates healing magic levels, comparing recovery skill standards, determining Paula's power output and mana conversion efficiency. Under pressure, strategic observation continues. Paula and Hikaru discuss trust regarding Lavia's actions. Emotional tension rises while Hikaru considers past betrayal accusations carefully, without immediate judgment shown. Hikaru remembers Lavia's sacrifice. Handshake symbolizes renewed alliance. Both characters establish mutual understanding. After conflict resolution period, trust slowly begins forming again. Mana particles surround group. Teleportation-like effect activates. Hikaru and companions reposition after successful healing operation completion sequence. Energy stabilizes battlefield environment. Now, Paula-san reports increased mana levels to Hikaru, confirming recovery magic amplification after intense spiritual transfer process. Completed system confirms stable output achieved. Paula continues healing, ritual, hands placed on patient. Energy flow stabilizes while Hikaru monitors soulboard readings, continuous recovery progress, observed clearly. Clergy-like figure references, divine being in heaven. Hikaru observes quietly, analyzing belief system impact on healing magic, cultural influence shapes recovery methods. Final stabilization occurs. Group regains control after crisis. Hikaru confirms mission success and prepares next strategic move. Quiet evaluation of outcomes begins. After battlefield collapse, Hikaru kneels beside wounded party, activating soulboard, while Paula channels recovery magic over unconscious ally body carefully. Hikaru activates mass suppression technique, limiting mana output, stabilizing injured area, while Paula maintains healing field under strict controlled conditions. Now, Paula offers personal mana reserves for healing. Hikaru hides excess power, carefully preventing detection, while system calculates optimal energy distribution instantly. Paula suffers backlash after massive mana usage. Hikaru evaluates injury severity while recalling warnings about Pia and previous recovery failures risk. Hikaru stabilizes injured patient lying unconscious ground. Paula monitors recovery progress, confirming healing success. After intense magical intervention session complete. Now, Paula emotionally collapses, embracing Hikaru after successful healing operation relief, spreading across group as mana particles dissipate slowly around damaged battlefield. Paula confirms increased mana capacity after recovery magic overload. Hikaru observes system readings, analyzing improved magical efficiency metrics, instantly verified data. Paula continues channeling recovery magic while Hikaru monitors patient status, ensuring stability, before releasing controlled healing energy field. System approval confirmed. Clerical authority references divine heaven influence, shaping healing doctrines, while Hikaru silently evaluates faith-based magic system integration within current world. Hikaru confirms mission stabilization completed successfully, preparing next operation phase, while companions regroup after extended healing engagement and full system reset. Hikaru activates mass suppression, limiting external mana flow, protecting injured bodies while maintaining strict controlled energy output. Field stability protocol engaged. Paula transfers recovery mana directly into Hikaru, stabilizing his exhausted condition. After repeated healing operations, strain accumulation without system failure. Now, recovery magic level 8 proves sufficient for severe wounds as Hikaru carefully evaluates output thresholds. During treatment with precise mana calibration, Paula suffers backlash from extreme mana usage, while Hikaru supports her, preventing collapse during recovery stabilization process under emergency battlefield conditions. Patient shows gradual recovery signs as Hikaru confirms successful treatment outcome, using soul board verification system and final stability achieved. Now, Paula emotionally embraces Hikaru after exhausting healing session relief overwhelming both as mana particles fade around them in quiet aftermath scene. Hikaru instructs secrecy regarding mass suppression ability, ensuring no disclosure of overwhelming magical capabilities to external organizations for strategic survival reasons. Paula insists on continuing healing despite exhaustion, while Hikaru refuses unnecessary risk, prioritizing safety and controlled mana usage, careful restraint applied. Hikaru observes near complete recovery of his body, amazed by Paula's healing efficiency and unexpected magical precision output system confirms success. Group stabilizes after crisis concluding healing operation successfully, while Hikaru prepares next strategic move within damaged battlefield zone calm restored. Finally, after battlefield stabilization, Hikaru and Paula apply mass suppression controlling mana flow, while examining injured adventurer lying unconscious on ground carefully together. Paula offers recovery magic using own body mana while Hikaru carefully hides his overwhelming power to avoid external detection risks immediately observed. Paula experiences backlash. After massive mana transfer, Hikaru monitors condition and adjusts recovery flow to stabilize ongoing healing process, safely carefully managed. Hikaru confirms wounds healed while Lavia appears concerned, and Paula shows emotional exhaustion after intensive magic usage during battle aftermath scene stabilized. Hikaru evaluates Dungeon Master threat information, while Paula confirms patient recovery stability and ensures no further immediate danger remains present verified condition. Paula continues healing Hikaru, directly transferring mana carefully, while both maintain controlled synchronization to prevent overload during recovery process system stability ensured. Hikaru reassures Lavia after battle tension confirming trust restoration, while Paula observes quietly without interrupting their emotional exchange relationship stability gradually formed. Hikaru explains Dungeon Master existence and jewel-proof evidence, while Paula processes information regarding deeper dungeon floor threat escalation strategic awareness grows. Lavia holds mysterious jewel while Hikaru questions situation assessing risk factors, and confirming dungeon link between enemies and artifact careful analysis continues. Hikaru agrees restrictions about dungeon assault, but identifies new problem involving Dungeon Master preparing next investigation and strategy, planning phase forward direction. After dungeon battle, Hikaru apologizes for attacking Black Dragon, while Paula observes injured area and Lavia senses lingering dungeon instability nearby present. Paula sternly confronts Hikaru for reckless action, while healing residual injuries. Hikaru shows remorse and internal doubt about dungeon decision-making choice. Investigation reveals Black Dragon was not Dungeon Master, causing confusion as Hikaru realizes deeper threat still exists. Underground system remains unresolved danger. Lavia checks Hikaru condition carefully, while Paula monitors tension rises as hidden dungeon consequences begin affecting surrounding village safety, serious situation ongoing. Hikaru discusses Dungeon Master existence, while analyzing jewel evidence indicating deeper floors and unknown enemies controlling dungeon structure. Critical threat analysis continues. Paula transfers healing mana directly into Hikaru, stabilizing his exhausted body, while maintaining careful magical synchronization between both system flow balance. Now, Hikaru and Lavia reconcile, after battle misunderstandings, emotional tension easing. As trust slowly rebuilds within damaged village environment, peace gradually returns here. Paula explains holy healing powers and jewel significance while Hikaru evaluates religious influence on dungeon energy systems carefully, doctrinal impact assessed. Now, villagers gather discussing dungeon inactivity relief spreading as adventurers confirm absence of monsters and stabilized environment. After chaos, peace status confirmed fully. Hikaru stands surveying destroyed village, planning next steps, while companions analyze future threats and hidden Dungeon Master implications carefully. Strategy phase begins. After village recovery efforts, villagers confirm fields remain intact, while Hikaru and Paula assess rebuilding conditions and emotional aftermath of battle destruction. Despite casualties, leaders explain village can recover using agriculture resources, while hidden grief remains from losses caused by unexpected dungeon-related conflict events. Guild discussion reveals adventurer responsibility, as Hikaru's group is questioned about dungeon investigation and possible connection to destroyed settlements and casualties. Paula faces questioning from villagers and officials, while Hikaru remains distant, sensing unresolved danger beneath surface, despite apparent dungeon inactivity reported recently. Leadership analyzes possibility Dungeon Master still exists, suggesting deeper threat beneath known floors while Hikaru prepares mentally for extended investigation mission ahead. Party debates reward distribution for village protection, deciding compensation split between adventurers and victims, while maintaining fairness and rebuilding support system. Villagers discuss survival gratitude, acknowledging adventurers' role, while quietly accepting losses, tension easing as temporary peace settles across damaged settlement area. Party rests around campfire, planning next steps toward capital return after short recovery period, while Hikaru stays alert despite calm environment. Hikaru reflects on mysterious girl mage and unresolved dungeon signals, sensing deeper hidden threat continuing beyond current mission understanding limits expanding. Final scene shows Hikaru uncertain, staring into distance, realizing dungeon threat is not fully resolved and future danger still approaching quietly. Villagers observe intact fields, planning reconstruction efforts, while Elder explains agriculture importance after dungeon crisis stabilizes surrounding settlement area now. Villagers mourn casualties quietly, while leaders discuss unexpected enemy appearance and question whether prevention methods could have saved lives here. Adventurer Guild representative offers mysterious sphere reward, while Paula hesitates and Hikaru evaluates trust and village contribution, carefully deciding acceptance. Guild Council debates formation of Eastern 4 Stars team, while Mage disputes suitability for Dungeon Dragon campaign strategy planning continues. Wealthy official converts reward into cash distribution, splitting funds between adventurers and villagers affected by destroyed homes reconstruction efforts fairly. Villagers express gratitude, accepting reward allocation while Hikaru acknowledges shared responsibility, ensuring fairness among families rebuilding destroyed settlement area peace. Hikaru group rests around campfire planning next mission, while discussing dungeon inactivity and preparing return journey toward royal capital route. Hikaru encountered a monstrous dungeon beast attacking violently while attempting to suppress its rage inside narrow stone corridor area present. Hikaru analyzed the creature's unstable behavior during combat, noticing abnormal movements, suggesting complete loss of control within dungeon environment state. Hikaru progressed deeper into the dungeon as environmental structure destabilized, sensing magical power fading from surrounding ancient architecture system collapse. Hikaru entered the dungeon master chamber, carefully inspecting surroundings while confirming absence of immediate threats or hidden entities present. Silence. Hikaru encountered ancient dragon preserved beyond centuries, observing that several hundred years had already passed within dungeon isolation timeline distortion. The ancient dragon evaluated Hikaru, calmly recognizing his abnormal origin and expressing curiosity about his resilience and presence. Observation shift. Dragon revealed insight that Hikaru did not belong to this world after analyzing his unfamiliar existence and energy identity judgment. Hikaru interpreted the dragon's statement, suggesting the dungeon master feared an unknown entity that once arrived within ancient dungeon core. Hikaru observed the massive dragon closely, while considering implications of long life and overwhelming power within confined space. Strategic analysis. Hikaru realized the truth about his existence and origin. Connection between worlds and dungeon system structure revealed. Final comprehension phase. Hikaru confronted a chained dungeon dragon thrashing violently, while assessing unstable magic pressure inside sealed underground chamber structure, carefully observing surroundings present. Dragon reveals chains require holy blessing to break seal, causing Hikaru to analyze system constraints quickly within dungeon environment context. State observed. Hikaru deduces connection between holy energy and dungeon sealing system while examining chained dragon structure carefully and internal logic flow analysis completed. Hikaru decides to consult Lavia about holy allocation strategy and healing support options for upcoming situation within dungeon planning phase. Decision made. Lavia agrees and offers full trust, allowing Hikaru to utilize Soulboard without restriction for cooperation system. Synchronization begins, mutual understanding formed. Hikaru accepts Lavia trust and begins Soulboard allocation process, preparing structured power distribution sequence within tactical planning stage. Execution phase initiated. Lavia Soul rank increases 5 levels after Soulboard activation and successful allocation implementation, resulting system enhancement observed. Progress validation confirmed state. Hikaru unlocks mental power and faith system, preparing holy allocation phase through Soulboard interface. Strategic optimization underway. System recalibration active. Stats including magic capacity, agility, perception, and faith are analyzed through Soulboard interface display. Comprehensive attribute breakdown. Ongoing evaluation process complete. Hikaru confirms strategy success, stabilizing dungeon system interaction, and finalizing connection between world structure. Result accepted by system core. Final state achieved. Hikaru requests Lavia Soul Card, while evaluating Holy Blessing connection, considering Paula as alternative source for holy allocation system requirement. Analysis ongoing. Lavia presents Soul card showing Holy Ruling Deity, Blessing level 6, while Hikaru confirms acceptance of condition and evaluates risk assessment continues. Hikaru observes Chained Dragon and decides consulting Lavia remains necessary, while evaluating Paula compatibility for Holy System intervention planning strategic decision made. Hikaru and Lavia prepare chain release attempt on Dungeon Dragon, while assessing magical stability and environmental resistance within chamber system alignment check. Lavia applies holy energy, causing strain while Hikaru monitors chain reaction and supports stabilization through soulboard processing real-time adjustment active. Hikaru evaluates Lavia condition while confirming dragon response and deciding whether continued release procedure remains safe for execution risk management protocol active. Lavia continues stabilization effort while Hikaru monitors chain tension and adjusts soulboard allocation for balanced output control system feedback. Loop active Dungeon Dragon releases massive roar forcing Hikaru and Lavia into defensive stance, while magical pressure increases rapidly within sealed dungeon chamber state. Hikaru resists impact, while Lavia supports healing flow and dragon chains begin breaking under unstable holy interference system, critical failure imminent alert. Hikaru finalizes decision, allowing controlled dragon release while stabilizing dungeon system, and preventing collapse through soulboard balanced holy energy flow success. Hikaru is accused of causing Dungeon Berserk incident while analyzing dragon chains and surrounding panic created by holy interference effects, present state. Dragon observes Dungeon Master panic, escalating while Hikaru evaluates fear response, and considers consequences of uncontrolled holy system disruption occurring present now. Hikaru questions how many people suffered because of dungeon events, while Dragon reflects on humans entering territory causing deaths repeatedly incident cycle. Aftermath shows village casualties while Hikaru walks with Lavia analyzing destruction caused by dragon chains and magical instability across region assessment report. Dragon observes Hikaru silently understanding situation while accepting reality of human intervention and dungeon instability causing long-term consequences final silent acknowledgement. Human-Dragon Alliance stabilizes situation while Hikaru confirms cooperation with Lavia, ensuring controlled release and system balance maintained carefully mutual strategic success. Chains fracture rapidly as Dragon releases power surge overwhelming surroundings, while Hikaru and Lavia attempt stabilization through soulboard control response phase. Lavia struggles maintaining holy output while Hikaru supports healing flow, preventing dungeon collapse under unstable magical chain reaction pressure, critical stabilization effort. Hikaru and Lavia endure explosion pressure as dragon chains break causing uncontrolled surge, threatening entire dungeon structure collapse imminent emergency containment response. Hikaru finalizes containment strategy, allowing controlled release while stabilizing dungeon system preventing collapse and restoring balance between worlds successfully mission resolution achieved. Hikaru questions whether asking Paula for help earlier would have changed the outcome while Lavia continues supporting holy energy flow during ongoing chain destabilization event. Lavia increases holy output to level 4 causing chain reaction escalation, while Hikaru evaluates trust issues and adjusts soulboard strategy under pressure situation. Dragon declares current effort exceeds safe limits, as chains begin breaking further while Hikaru orders immediate retreat consideration and stabilizing countermeasure planning continues. Massive chain rupture spreads across dungeon floor while Lavia sustains magical output and Hikaru monitors structural collapse risk, using soulboard calculations continuously. Lavia struggles under magical pressure, while Hikaru urges caution and checks her condition as Dragon begins fully freeing itself from remaining restraints. Dragon announces full release from chains while Hikaru and Lavia react to overwhelming power surge, indicating final stage of containment failure sequence. Dragon unleashes massive energy burst into sky, causing shockwave expansion across region, while Hikaru observes escalating environmental distortion through system interface. Energy pillar expands outward affecting surrounding mountains and forests, while distant observers notice unexplained phenomenon and magical instability spreading rapidly. Lavia reacts in alarm questioning unknown light event, while Hikaru assesses aftermath conditions and prepares emergency stabilization response protocol immediately. Hikaru observes aftermath calmly, while Lavia looks toward affected region as system stabilizes and consequences of dragon release become fully apparent. Lavia and Hikaru detect a sudden magical disturbance, while multiple reports confirm the energy source originates from the Manelka direction across surrounding regions. Settlement systems activate emergency awareness as observers confirm intense light phenomenon spreading outward, while Lavia monitors environmental changes from nearby building window. Lavia evaluates the energy intensity and confirms it is visible, even at long distance, while Hikaru considers possible connection to earlier Dungeon Dragon release. Hikaru analyzes the situation and concludes the energy event may be linked to uncontrolled dungeon aftermath, while preparing countermeasures through soul board assessment. Lavia looks toward the horizon, asking whether the phenomenon is occurring nearby, while Hikaru remains focused on stabilizing the situation and preventing further escalation. Hikaru and companion flee in panic after sudden attack, both alarmed, running through dim forest, seeking immediate safety together urgently. Both collapse against tree roots exhausted, catching breath heavily after escape, injuries visible, tension still lingering in silent forest clearing. Hikaru notices dragon nearby, expression tense and focused, recognizing danger while preparing mentally to confront overwhelming threat approaching carefully ahead. System board shows Hikaru ranking up after battle, while companion rests unconscious behind him due to exhaustion and magic use. Massive dragon emerges from forest canopy, expressing relief after freedom, while Hikaru watches shocked, realizing situation has escalated beyond control. Dragon observes humans closely, commenting on their fragility and weakness, while Hikaru remains calm, evaluating possible responses carefully internally strategizing. Dragon calms situation, addressing girl respectfully, stating debt owed for past rescue, reducing hostility in tense negotiation atmosphere subtle respect. Hikaru proposes compensation for saving lives, requesting 2 conditions while assessing dragon agreement and companion's recovery status carefully planned approach. Companion Lavia remains unconscious, influencing Hikaru's decisions as he considers additional requests involving her condition and safety priorities. Emotional burden. Quiet aftermath shows companions resting while Hikaru stands behind her, thinking about consequences, obligations, and future uncertain path carefully resolved. Hikaru requests Dragon a favor, asking about flying through sky while evaluating Dragon abilities and planning strategic movement forward carefully. Dragon suddenly accelerates through sky at extreme speed. Hikaru panics, struggling to balance while wind pressure overwhelms entire situation completely. Hikaru continues riding Dragon midair, shouting in frustration, while companion enjoys ride, both experiencing chaotic but controlled aerial journey together. Lavia appears unconscious, tied by Dragon mane. Hikaru notices concern, realizing situation is more dangerous and unstable than expected initially. Hikaru angrily questions reason for imprisonment, while Dragon remains calm, asserting no sentimentality exists and maintaining firm authoritative stance throughout. Dragon reveals past identity, describing betrayal by God and transformation into evil dragon, after conflict with former trusted comrade fallen. Explanation continues, showing dragons fighting against gods, dividing existence into evil and holy factions engaged in ancient ongoing conflict history. Further myth details reveal deception dragons labeled evil by divine authority, while truth remains complex and contested among ancient beings. Hikaru observes vast city landscape below mountains, identifying target destination while considering strategic infiltration and future objectives. Carefully planned mission. Lavia rests peacefully in bed, recovering from exhaustion, while Hikaru stands nearby, watching over her with quiet protective resolve presence. Princess awakens as maid rushes in, calling urgently, while she opens eyes slowly and questions disturbance inside royal chamber now. Sudden intrusion shakes palace room. Princess falls from bed, curtains scatter, guards react quickly, panic spreads through royal corridor instantly. Princess regains awareness while maid checks on her, both confused, questioning sudden disturbance and strange noise echoing through palace halls. Princess freezes in shock, eyes wide with uncertainty as distant commotion grows louder, sensing something massive approaching royal territory now. Fire Dragon appears outside palace window, declaring identity, while Princess watches terrified as enormous creature announces dominance over human kingdom. Dragon hovers near palace, seeking royalty conversation, questioning absence of king, while Princess watches nervously from balcony, fearing consequences approaching. Royal guards rush toward Princess upon Dragon arrival. Alarm spreads throughout palace corridors as emergency response begins under sudden threat. Princess declares identity loudly, introducing herself as Kujastria of Ponsonia Kingdom, stepping forward bravely, despite fear and overwhelming supernatural presence. Dragon questions Ponsonia Kingdom tradition, mocking age and history, while analyzing human civilization, showing contempt mixed with curiosity about existence. Princess boldly declares identity, while Dragon approaches kingdom-seeking audience. Tension rising as human and dragon confrontation begins formally. Now, Fire Dragon observes city, declaring human civilization regress, noting primitive torches, while Princess listens silently on balcony, stunned, expression tense. Dragon commands humans cease war preparations immediately, while Princess stands on balcony, confused, absorbing overwhelming authority from sky presence awe. Palace maid rushes anxiously toward Princess after disturbance while guards react. Princess awakens, confused, asking what happened recently inside Palace. Fire Dragon declares identity outside Palace, asserting dominance, while Princess recoils in shock, realizing true supernatural threat approaching kingdom now. Dragon issues warning demanding cessation of war preparations or castle will burn while Princess kneels, overwhelmed by fear, tension rising. Fire Dragon surveys castle seeking royalty audience while observing city below, questioning human leadership presence and availability for discussion. Now, Princess Kujastria declares identity, loudly stepping forward despite fear as guards and attendants react urgently inside Palace Hall. Chaotic response. Dragon questions monarchy, criticizing Ponsonia kingdom traditions, while Princess argues historical value under pressure from overwhelming aerial presence above. Now, Dragon demands cease war and king abdication, while warning of chaos in capital, as political tension escalates rapidly. Immediately now, explanation of Sema magical energy derived from dragons. Hikaru analyzes system limitations and unknown techniques affecting human understanding directly. Now, Fire Dragon remained underground for centuries, causing lost technology after war's chaos, explaining present primitive human civilization situation observed. Now Hikaru considers remaining granted wish, while Dragon waits calmly beneath sky during silent, tense, reflective strategic decision moment forming. Dragon offers strands of its mane to Hikaru, explaining they provide protection and enhance magical power through staff usage ritual. Dragon laughs, calling human child greedy, while Hikaru rides along mane feeling uneasy, yet accepting compromise during aerial movement flight. Dragon states destination is Dragon Village, confirming journey ahead, while Hikaru questions direction and purpose of travel through skies. Now, Fire Dragon asks name of human child from another world, and Hikaru responds clearly, stating his identity as Hikaru given. Hikaru and Dragon part ways after brief encounter with Dragon, stating they shall likely meet again in future journeys predicted. Throughout history, individuals arriving from other worlds have caused major changes influencing kingdom's technology, culture, and magical development overall continually. Hikaru reacts exhausted, saying good grief while reflecting on intense events involving dragons, royalty, and overwhelming magical negotiations experienced recently. Lavia apologizes after awakening from strange dream while Hikaru listens nearby, recalling events and considering peaceful resolution going forward carefully. Lavia dreams of riding a giant dragon through the night sky while Hikaru appears in memory alongside surreal peaceful aerial journey imagery. Hikaru asks if Lavia can walk and suggests returning to village before dawn, holding her hand while preparing to move carefully. They clasp hands briefly while discussing next steps, Hikaru deciding to return home, while Lavia agrees despite lingering confusion and fatigue. The following day in Ponsonia, officials discuss the calamity of the fire dragon, while Palace begins formal investigation into recent events. Princess Kujastria stands before the king, who criticizes her actions as unnecessary, signaling political tension after dragon encounter affecting kingdom decisions. Royal council gathered in Kujastria Palace, as nobles discuss receiving visit from Fire Dragon and political tension rising within kingdom. Princess stands before whispering nobles who suspect her involvement with dragon incident, while court tension increases around her presence. Now, officials accuse Princess of speaking with savage monster, claiming incident became arrogant and spread outrage across royal court at once. Courtiers apologize to monarch while panic erupts. Officials insist silence. Princess departs quietly as situation becomes increasingly ominous indeed. So, royal guards and advisors surround Princess, warning about fire dragon threat, while declaring matter of national defense urgency. Rising crisis. Princess walks through palace corridor contemplating fire dragon incident while hearing reports of destruction spreading across capital region uneasily. Now, fire dragon attacks royal castle, causing destruction and panic, while citizens flee and throne stability begins collapsing rapidly at once. Nobles panic as fire dragon rumors spread widely, while kingdom lacks unity, and king refuses abdication under pressure. Growing chaos. Princess reflects silently on situation as uncertainty grows within court, and her responsibility becomes heavier amid crisis unfolding further. Now, royal kingdom falls into turmoil as fire dragon threat continues and future decisions remain unresolved across collapsing governance. Ongoing chaos. Princess observes city through palace window, realizing country will fall into chaos after fire dragon calamity. Warning spreads across kingdom. 10 days after fire dragon calamity, royal capital guild building stands restored, while citizens resume daily operations under tension remaining. People within town express relief after crisis, focusing on safety while adventurers regroup, and community stability gradually returns across region. Pia appears distressed as companions notice her unusual behavior, questioning situation while she struggles with unexplained emotional burden and concern. Group members apologize repeatedly after misunderstanding incident, bowing deeply in guild hall, while confusion spreads among gathered adventurers and staff. Guild members explain misunderstanding regarding Manelka, stating concern for safety while admitting reckless actions and seeking forgiveness from leadership present. Adventurers announce retirement from guild work, surprising listeners, after reflecting on crisis events and choosing new peaceful civilian direction forward. Guild members react in shock after resignation announcement, questioning reasons behind decision, while emotional confusion spreads throughout room immediately. Now, Guild explains master absence due to summons in capital while referencing Fire Dragon calamity and ongoing administrative confusion within organization. Group collectively decides to quit adventuring and rebuild village, choosing reconstruction efforts after crisis while committing to peaceful future work. Priscilla and companions prepared to return home, noticing village lacked residents after crisis, discussing need for rebuilding population and stability efforts ahead. 10 days after Fire Dragon calamity, Capital shows recovery guild building intact. Citizens cautiously resume normal life under lingering tension remains uncertain. Citizens and adventurers show relief as survival confirmed, focusing on daily life, while emotional recovery begins across town, gradually rebuilding society again. Pia and companions face confusion after misunderstanding incident, apologizing repeatedly while guild members struggle to comprehend situation within rebuilding headquarters hall. Now, guild members learn Master was summoned to Capital Guild regarding Fire Dragon calamity investigation and administrative emergency response duties, without immediate return. Party members decide to quit adventuring life after crisis, choosing to rebuild village together with peaceful civilian future goals, starting new lives. Guild reacts in shock after resignation announcement, questioning sudden change, while emotional tension spreads through room among members, leaving everyone unsettled. Now, Guild explains master absence due to summons in Royal Capital Guild, linked with Fire Dragon calamity and urgent state matters, ongoing situation. Group confirms decision to quit adventuring together, reflecting on hardships and choosing to focus on rebuilding community instead, with mutual agreement finalized. It is suggested that events involving mage and dragon remain unresolved as companions speculate origins, while continuing journey uncertainly moving forward carefully. Priscilla discusses returning home with companions, noting village shortage of people, while planning rebuilding efforts after recent chaos carefully ahead. 10 days after Fire Dragon calamity, Capital Guild building stands restored. Citizens cautiously resume daily life under lingering tension remains. Citizens express relief surviving crisis. Adventurers regroup, while society slowly rebuilds stability. Emotional recovery, spreading across town, gradually happening now. Pia and companions apologize after misunderstanding incident. Guild members, confused emotional explanations exchanged inside rebuilding headquarters. Hall ongoing situation continues. Guild learns Master summoned to Capital regarding Fire Dragon investigation, urgent administrative response required due to national crisis situation ongoing. Adventurers decide to quit guild life after crisis, choosing rebuild village together, peacefully seeking new civilian futures ahead, starting now. Guild reacts shocked after resignation announcement, questioning sudden decision. Emotional tension spreading throughout room among confused members, present right now. Guild explains master absence due to summons in Royal Capital Guild related Fire Dragon calamity, urgent ongoing matters explained clearly. Group confirms decision to quit adventuring together, reflecting hardships, choosing rebuild community instead, with mutual agreement reached peaceful new path. Companions speculate origins, mage dragon incident, unresolved mysteries remain, while journey continues uncertainly forward toward unknown future possibilities. Ahead still, Hikaru considers meeting a mysterious girl again, while companions speculate about awakened talent and unusual circumstances surrounding recent events carefully unfolding. Group travels toward Royal Capital, discussing Fire Dragon incident origins, while observing distant scenery and reflecting on unresolved mysteries continuing forward. Inside, noble residence, discussion reveals improved lifestyle and valuable gemstone income, while wealth from dungeon rewards significantly increases living standards. Character reveals ownership of rare black diamond obtained from monster, while negotiating high valuation and discussing potential auction profit opportunities. Negotiation continues as seller refuses immediate higher valuation, insisting fixed price, while buyer evaluates gemstone authenticity and financial implications carefully. Now, merchant confirms black diamond value set at 5 million, while protagonist reacts with surprise and evaluates economic opportunity and consequences ahead. Additional rare items and extras are presented alongside gemstone deal, while financial discussion concludes with agreement on conversion into cash. Character hands over resources while emphasizing secure financial handling of conspicuous gems and ensuring safe transaction process within trusted market system. Protagonist reflects on transaction outcome considering future plans and stability, while observing companions and preparing for next steps carefully ahead. Group finalizes financial arrangement and prepares to continue journey while unresolved questions about Fire Dragon and previous incidents remain in background. About a day passed since then. Hikaru waited quietly inside room anticipating visitors finally arriving after scheduled meeting time now. Door opened as companions arrived inside mansion greeting Hikaru calmly, while observing surroundings and confirming situation after long journey together. Paula appeared emotional expressing gratitude while approaching Hikaru carefully, as companions watched silently noticing strong devotion and unresolved feelings between. Paula bowed deeply pledging lifelong loyalty to Hikaru, while expressing happiness about PA surviving earlier dangerous incident together safely now. Hikaru calmly accepted situation inviting Paula inside, while acknowledging her feelings and allowing conversation to continue peacefully without hesitation now. Paula entered room, respectfully apologizing again, while servants observed quietly and Hikaru prepared for discussion regarding future plans together. Now, Paula requested permission to stay beside Hikaru showing determination, while companions reacted with surprise and curiosity about her decision now. Hikaru silently considered request, then nodded calmly accepting Paula's presence while maintaining composed expression throughout entire exchange without further concern. Group stood together outside mansion preparing to move forward into next journey, while unresolved matters remained in background quietly ahead. Royal Knights arrive at inn near Rezielka, observing suspicious activity inside, while questioning unexpected presence of adventurers, gathered quietly there together. Royal Knights identify hooded figure seated at table, confirming target location and preparing immediate capture, without alerting surrounding individuals present there. Soldiers restrain hooded adventurer, securing arms and restricting movement as she struggles, confused about sudden arrest inside the inn area there. Royal Knights escort captured adventurer, stating mission given by King, while leaving inn and moving toward Royal Palace under guard there. Royal Palace structure shown while discussion begins about planned protest, with concern rising over Adventurers Guild involvement in incident case unfolding. Inside office library, officials discuss repeated abnormal kidnappings, questioning political stability after Fire Dragon incident affecting Royal Capital situation seriously affecting. Fire Dragon appears above Royal Capital, spreading destruction signs while officials suspect manipulation behind sudden coordinated national disturbance event occurring now. Officials debate dragon control possibility stating stronger entity, likely orchestrated events instead of natural emergence of fire dragon threat confirmed suspicion. Shadowed figures represent suspected mastermind types, including reckless and cunning individuals possibly controlling political chaos from hidden positions under investigation ongoing. Final implication suggests unknown planner behind events, leaving royal investigation unresolved. While tension increases across kingdom leadership structures, case remains open. Officials discuss incident inside room, while woman confirms adventurer arrest under royal orders and king exploiting chaos strategically for advantage. Frontier Marquis listens as elderly official confirms captured rank C adventurer has special circumstances, while royal castle stands in background. Carriages approach Royal Gate while officials inspect entry delay, noting sunset approaching and predicting slow progress before entering capital interior. Passenger inside carriage panics as guards stop transport ordering disembarkation and forcing immediate walk toward destination despite protests and confusion. Frontier Marquis Grugschelt arrives while attendants announce presence, recognizing important noble authority and formal political influence over border region matters. Lawrence discusses duty guarding border while acknowledging royal capital crisis requiring urgent response and balancing responsibilities between regions during unrest. Lawrence reflects on Frontier Marquis-mentor relationship, noting minority faction status, while others dismiss their influence within political circles generally. Convoy of carriages passes through city gates, slowly as officials monitor progress concerned about timing and possible delays before arrival. Lawrence meets ally at border checkpoint exchanging greetings, while discussing duty responsibilities and urgent communication regarding royal capital situation developments. Lawrence considers Frontier Marquis ideology, accepting minority position, while reflecting on mentor guidance and political strategy, shaping future decisions carefully. Frontier Marquis dismisses concern while walking away with Lawrence, discussing exaggerated reports and requesting detailed explanation about previous night incident. Lawrence and Frontier Marquis confirm reports analyzing Fire Dragon appearance above Capital Fountain, acknowledging myth-level presence and verification confirmed. Officials debate Fire Dragon strength concluding head-on combat, impossible discussing Holy Sword limitations, magic consumption and tactical disadvantages against creature. Magic Core evaluates ranged advantage barrier field research by King, concluding Fire Dragon bypasses incantations, leaving Kingdom severely disadvantaged strategically. Marquise argues deflected flames could destroy royal capital, criticizing protection strategy, and emphasizing severe risk to entire city immediately critical. Lawrence insists meeting King directly, despite objections, ignoring warnings, and continuing mission to report capital crisis without hesitation now. Immediately, Frontier Marquis is questioned about meeting Princess Kujastria, causing political surprise, while discussion reveals prior connection and intent uncertain. Frontier Marquis calmly accepts arrangement, stating agreement and indifference, showing controlled political stance while considering strategic implications carefully. Decision finalized. Royal Castle looms as officials conclude abdication, inevitable, determining succession required immediately due to escalating political instability within Kingdom Order. Frontier Marquis and Lawrence stand before Royal Castle deciding future governance and next king succession strategy moving forward. Seriously concluded. Royal residence interior shows daily life continuing under surveillance as Hikaru's group maintains routine while preparing hidden operations carefully within controlled environment. Paula reflects quietly, noting several days passed without accompanying Hikaru, showing emotional restraint while monitoring situation and maintaining discipline during separation period. Group discusses rest period necessity as Hikaru explains downtime importance for mental stability after intense missions, ensuring recovery before further action continues. Paula questions Hikaru's behavior patterns while observing his resting habits, realizing structured recovery periods are essential for preventing mental exhaustion and collapse. Group recognizes mental fatigue risks after long stress exposure, understanding invisible psychological damage that accumulates during continuous operational involvement in dangerous missions. Hikaru explains necessity of breaks between missions, emphasizing balance between activity and rest, while Paula and others acknowledge structured planning approach. Hikaru identifies Paula by name and assigns roles, organizing companions strategically while maintaining authority and clear operational structure within group system. Paula reacts surprised but accepts assignment, confirming readiness to follow instructions while adapting to structured roles within Hikaru's operational framework. Hikaru introduces mask system concept, explaining concealment necessity for avoiding attention during sensitive tasks and maintaining operational secrecy in public environments. Group receives masks and assigns types for each member, establishing identity concealment strategy for future missions requiring anonymity and controlled public interaction. Morning City Street shows calm atmosphere while Hikaru observes surroundings after recent operations and group prepares for next assignments quietly. Paula expresses relief after meeting Hikaru, showing concern for his absence, and discussing missed trip to Manelka earlier period ended. Hikaru explains adventurer rank restrictions for monster subjugation, missions clarifying higher rank requirements and group limitations for assignments, clearly stated. Hikaru sits inside discussing concerns with companion while they evaluate current status and recent recovery from operations calmly proceeding. Group discusses monster subjugation assignment restrictions, confirming higher rank adventurers handle mission, while others express relief and coordination system confirmed. Paula receives mask options while Hikaru explains concealment strategy, preparing identities for future missions requiring anonymity in public operation planning. Hikaru departs room announcing intention to gather information while companions acknowledge instructions and continue preparations inside base immediately afterward movement. Quiet City Street shows coffee cup resting while atmosphere remains calm after departure and companions settle routine activities, daily life. Paula meets Hikaru expressing concern over absence and apologizing, while he reassures her regarding past mission decisions, calm understanding shown. Hikaru discusses adventurer ranks and companion abilities while confirming coordination strategies and preparing for future masked operations together. Plan continues. People discuss dragon subjugation commendation while nobles explain rank B treatment and respectful reception for honored guests in hall present. Capital officials observe fire dragon aftermath fountain scene, while confirming reports and analyzing situation as Lawrence listens and agrees seriously. Officials discuss Fire Dragon combat capability, stating holy sword limitations, and conclude direct battle would be nearly impossible. Situation assessment. Magic Core evaluates barrier research and strategic disadvantage against Fire Dragon, noting large-scale defense problems and royal planning ongoing. Marquis warns deflected flames could destroy royal capital, criticizing protection strategy and emphasizing severe risk to entire city immediately critical. Lawrence insists meeting King directly, despite objections, choosing to report capital crisis and proceed with urgent mission without hesitation. Now, Frontier Marquis questioned about meeting Princess Kujastria, causing political surprise while discussion reveals prior connection and intent, uncertain political motives. Marquis calmly accepts arrangement, agreeing to proposal, while maintaining composed stance and evaluating strategic political implications carefully within royal context. Hikaru listens in a guildhall discussion about half-dragons, dragon races, and classification differences between Eastern-Western types explained. Flare questions Hikaru about dragonutes while examining information on restrained individual and racial background differences within their conversation. Discussion continues. Hikaru and Flare sit at a table discussing unexplored races while Flare admits limited knowledge about dragonutes' existence, unknown region. Various demi-human races stand together as alliance members representing political unity across regions with differing influence and status balance. Central Union Einbist maintains cooperation between beastmen and half-dragon groups, while internal hierarchy and oppression still exist beneath surface. Hikaru reflects on societal hierarchy among weaker races, noticing even oppressed groups maintain internal power structures despite unity claims observed. Flare explains past leadership shifts within alliance, noting half-dragons once led before beastmen dominance 20 years earlier, historical change. Half-dragons face discrimination and violence labeled cursed race, enduring attacks and societal hatred within Einbist territory regions, ongoing conflict. Hikaru considers contradictions within weak alliances, observing that even minority groups create hierarchies against one another. Internally, social structure persists. Current alliance leadership is beastman-dominated, though historical records show former half-dragon leader shaped early unity formation power shift. Hikaru learns about Gilarte, daughter of former alliance leader Kuga, and hears discussion about past leadership and unity efforts history. Flare explains previous alliance leader resisted hatred, tried saving minority races despite political opposition and internal conflict among nobles. Pressure. Hikaru considers political pressure on king facing fire dragon threat, abduction schemes, and nobles forcing unstable crisis decisions within kingdom. Demi-human groups gather, showing alliance structure while underlying hierarchy and discrimination still influence cooperation across territories. Ongoing tension observed. Beastman dominance appears strong, yet minor races like ratmen and ogres remain oppressed within social hierarchy system. Political imbalance continues. Hikaru observes contradiction where weaker groups maintain internal hierarchy despite unity claims, revealing persistent social inequality structures within alliance world. Discussion reveals Gilarte is daughter of former leader Kuga, suggesting past leadership had more compassionate governance style. Historical political contrast. Current king faces pressure from nobles and external threats, while previous leader attempted reform and stability, maintenance ongoing conflict state. Hikaru analyses political utility of Gilarte, considering her potential value within power struggles and faction manipulation. Strategic social positioning plan. Hikaru leaves conversation, heading toward Adventurer Guild, while reflecting on implications of hidden political information revealed today. Internal power shifts. This explains archived books editions. Hikaru learns old and new materials differences, while Flare explains research reliability in archives system. Flare questions Hikaru about studying method validity, while he realizes information inconsistencies between editions and possible misleading adventurer sources existence. But if information is false, Flare worries relationship with Hikaru may break due trust uncertainty. Regarding research claims analysis suspicion. Flare feels scared about confronting Hikaru, truth-fearing consequences, while questioning whether adventurer knowledge sources remain reliable. Internal doubt persists. Adventurers argue inside Noble Meeting Hall, questioning monster information credibility, and debating fire dragon threat, seriousness affecting kingdom politics. Tension. Council members debate power distribution, showing royal faction neutrality, opposition percentages. Collapsing due crisis, destabilizing governance structure, internal conflict rising. Gilarte considers political risk within kingdom, fearing imprisonment or execution, while observing Crown Prince influence, increasing instability situation, pressure consequences. Gilarte walks alone through city, reflecting on potential alliance changes, hoping future opportunities exist, despite political danger surrounding her. Uncertainty. Nobles debate legitimacy of decisions involving fire dragon threat, criticizing opposing factions while leadership struggles maintain kingdom stability. Division pressure. Royal Council evaluates faction balance collapsing under crisis, while Crown Prince considers imprisonment execution possibilities and political survival strategy planning. Royal Council discusses hidden conflicts beneath castle basement, while questioning how many nobles truly know the truth behind events. All. Gilarte is held in prison demanding audience, while guards react and mysterious figure approaches announcing intention to discuss situation now. Silverface explains fire dragon appearance delayed communication while officials struggle with response. and tensions rise among leadership awaiting instructions urgently. Gelarte undergoes Soul Board evaluation revealing rank status abilities statistics, while analysts observe her combat potential and hidden weaknesses carefully. Assessment reveals rank C adventurer abilities with sword skill proficiency evaluated, while observer notes unusual eyes and clouded vision issues. Silverface introduces himself inside prison bars, explaining Fire Dragon incident connection, while prisoner listens cautiously under tense atmosphere present situation. Analyst evaluates Gelarte closely noting clouded eyes and unusual condition, while questioning her ability to perceive reality, accurately overall assessment. Silverface speaks through prison bars questioning future outcomes, while Gelarte responds calmly expressing acceptance of potential consequences ahead without fear. Silverface appears outside prison discussing Fire Dragon incident while revealing identity calmly and preparing to negotiate important matters privately soon. Gelarte stands behind prison bars facing Silverface calmly, stating she already imagines her fate under current political pressure situation silently. Inside, a prison discussion, Hikaru learns about hidden political instability, while Silverface confirms ongoing Fire Dragon crisis and restricted information flow. Gelarte confronts Hikaru through prison bars, asking about dragons while he questions her knowledge, and confirms she is a half-dragon not dragon newt. Silverface interrupts discussion stating Fire Dragon appearance changed priorities while Hikaru requests information before answering any further questions. Prison guards report missing information and confusion about guards en route, while internal security inside Royal Castle remains tightly controlled. Hikaru notices unusual stealth entry and suspects' invisibility ability, while Gelarte pressures him for escape support and exchange of information. Gelarte offers cooperation in exchange for freedom from prison, while Hikaru remains cautious evaluating risk of political manipulation and consequences. Gelarte insists situation is serious, and warns failure will escalate instability, while Hikaru questions whether rescue is truly necessary. Fire Dragon crisis is mentioned again as guards react violently, and panic spreads through castle security corridors during emergency situation. Hikaru calmly states he will investigate while observing guard behavior patterns and assessing prison structure weaknesses for possible escape plan. Gelarte is shown imprisoned again, while guards prepare response actions and tension increases inside royal facility as unknown forces move. Alarm spreads inside castle prison area after guards detect sudden emergency signaling unknown incident occurring within restricted facility zones. Knights report half-dragon attack on Fortress City, while confusion spreads about objective and emergency alerts activate across castle defense stations. Officials confirm demand for Gelarte release while guards argue about responsibility for underground prison security and unidentified interference increases tension. Prison guard confirms disappearance of half-dragon prisoner, causing panic among staff, while leadership begins emergency investigation into escape circumstances. Castle Knights investigate disappearance as security breach becomes evident, while external walls remain intact, raising suspicion of stealth infiltration methods. Few hours later, city stabilizes superficially, while hidden movement continues unnoticed, suggesting organized escape operation completed successfully without detection. Gelarte and escorts regroup inside Cheap Inn and Pond District after escape, while maintaining secrecy and avoiding royal pursuit detection. Hikaru meets disguised allies discussing identity changes using codenames Silverface, Flowerface, and Starface, establishing covert communication system. Group confirms new identities while discussing masks and disguise usage indicating preparation for infiltration or continued evasion of authorities. Gelarte reflects on sudden reliance on mask identity while adapting to new hidden lifestyle as escape operation transitions into ongoing survival strategy. AA warning spreads inside the facility as officials confirm something terrible has occurred, signaling a major disruption within the castle system. Knights report half-dragons attacking a fortress city, while confusion spreads about their objective, an emergency response begins inside the castle network. Officials discuss Gelarte's imprisonment and political use while internal guards panic over responsibility for underground prison security breach. Reports confirm the half-dragon prisoner has vanished, triggering immediate investigation and suspicion of internal infiltration or escape assistance. Castle security inspects intact outer walls, realizing the escape did not involve force, suggesting stealth-based ability or unknown skill use. Hours later, the situation appears calm publicly, but hidden movement indicates the escape was carefully coordinated and fully successful. At Cheap Inn, Gelarte rests while recovering from escape, accompanied by cloaked allies maintaining secrecy from royal pursuit. Hikaru coordinates with allies, using code names Silverface, Flowerface, and Starface, establishing structured communication for future operations. The group finalizes identities and disguises, preparing for travel and confirming cooperation for continued escape and protection strategy. Gilarte accepts assistance as the group commits to escorting her to Einbist, marking the beginning of a new covert journey. Gilarte discusses with Silverface and allies, revealing a deep clan history of regret among Dragonkin tied to past conflicts and identity burdens. She explains her escape condition, involving Silverface's agreement, confirming trust-based cooperation, while Hikaru evaluates her status and past failures. Gilarte reveals that her situation is rooted in long-standing Dragonkin history, suggesting cultural conflict and inherited responsibility behind her actions. She calmly narrates that Dragonkin history carries regret and unresolved conflict, while Hikaru listens and processes the implications of her lineage and role. Long ago, the half-dragon clan lived peacefully in the frontier, admired for their beautiful eyes, until a dragon suddenly attacked and threatened to wipe out their entire settlement without warning. The clan managed to slay the dragon after it saved them once before, and their betrayal of that kindness brought down a terrible curse upon every member of the bloodline. Generations later, Gilarte bore the curse's mark, her scales turning dull and her once beautiful eyes clouding over, a permanent reminder of her ancestors' broken promise to the dragon. A companion insisted that the sins of her ancestors held no bearing on who Gilarte was now, but she brushed the comfort aside, calling it a shameful inherited history instead. Gilarte explained that elders taught her people to feel grateful, since the dragon's sacrifice still protected descendants today, even though the resulting curse continued passing down through every generation. Gilarte revealed she was the daughter of Einbist's previous alliance leader, and admitted she could no longer remain there, prompting a companion to ask why she wouldn't stay active instead. She feared her presence would only bring trouble to her people, since her father's efforts protecting minority races had provoked the majority faction that had long held power over Einbist. That majority faction was led by Gerhardt Vatex Anchor, a formidable beastman, whose influence and strength made him the most prominent figure among Einbist's ruling powers for years. Among the different races and cultures within Einbist, ultimate authority was decided through raw strength, chosen every 6 years during the Fierce King selection tournament held for that purpose. 12 years earlier, Gilarte's father Kuga faced Gerhardt in the tournament finals, and she recalled bitterly that Gerhardt's methods were cruel enough that opponents often surrendered before he even struck. The tournament followed a strict bracket system, where fighters advanced round by round, and saving stamina until the final match gave competitors, like Gerhardt, an overwhelming advantage over rivals. After Kuga's death, Gilarte was raised in hiding, since certain factions would have been troubled seeing her publicly established as his rightful successor to lead the alliance. A companion asked how long it had been since Gilarte last returned home, and she admitted she had deliberately avoided staying in Einbist for many years. Around 6 years ago, when the previous tournament began, Gilarte was nearly kidnapped and barely escaped, realizing then that remaining in Einbist any longer had become far too dangerous. Gilarte reassured her masked guard that his identity mattered little to her, admitting she hired him and his silver-faced partner, after recognizing their strength, calling their meeting nothing short of fate. With sudden resolve, Gilarte declared she intended to win this year's King Selection tournament, standing before Einbist's grand tournament hall where the fateful contest would soon begin. Elsewhere, Hikaru greeted Rennywood at his weapon shop, where the elf excitedly asked whether the strange material he had brought suited any weapon, mentioning something called the Dragon's Mane. Rennywood complained about the outrageous request, explaining that no blade could cut the material, and that it even repelled magical reactions, no matter how he tried processing it. The finished weapon turned out to work better wrapped around wood than metal, and even a simple branch wrapped in it dramatically amplified magical power output. Hikaru questioned whether the price seemed too low, and Rennywood quoted 10,000 Gilan all included, prompting Hikaru's genuine thanks for the finished creation. Rennywood gave a confident thumbs up, insisting the materials had simply been sitting unused in his warehouse, so Hikaru owed him nothing beyond a report on performance later. With his new weapon finally ready, Hikaru told his hooded companions there was still one more stop remaining before their group could officially depart Einbist together. Hikaru greeted Kerbeck warmly at his desk, casually asking whether the item he'd commissioned earlier was finished and ready to be picked up that day. Kerbeck grumbled that the request cost far too much money, admitting Hikaru was the first person he'd seen genuinely wanting to own something like it, personally. Kerbeck explained the materials alone cost at least 3,000 Gilan per piece, insisting he wouldn't make any real profit charging that price. Honestly, Kerbeck relented and agreed to charge 5,000 Gilan each, including research costs, prompting Hikaru's thanks as he asked how many smoke bombs were actually completed. Kerbeck revealed he had exactly 5 smoke bombs finished, before running out of usable materials, explaining they worked by temporarily blocking an opponent's vision entirely. Kerbeck described the smoke as pure white, causing coughing if inhaled and blindness if it touched the eyes, releasing across roughly 5 meters within 1 second. Hikaru asked whether Kerbeck was heading somewhere soon, and Kerbeck asked how long the smoke effect actually lasted, receiving the answer of 15 seconds total. Kerbeck admitted he could tell Hikaru was leaving because of his just made it in time expression, then asked directly if his destination was Einbist. Hikaru reacted with surprise upon learning a fortress city bordering Einbist had suddenly been overrun and taken down through an unexpected coordinated surprise attack. A few hours later, word spread that Rezielka had completely fallen, and Gilarte responded grimly, admitting quietly to herself that she had already expected this outcome. Gilarte explained that her father had earned deep respect from Rezielka's ruling race, while her companion noted the attackers were reportedly half-dragons, ratmen, ogres, and sinners. Her companions expressed disbelief that Rezielka, famous for its fortress defenses, could fall so easily, turning towards Silverface for his own reaction to the news. Cavalry forces marched past, explaining that Rezielka's acting governor wasn't nobility, so amid the chaos he led his troops toward the capital, hoping to earn a noble title. Summonon suggested the group should probably deliver Gilarte to Rezielka, now instead of Einbist, since circumstances had grown considerably more dangerous than when she'd first requested an escort. Gilarte reasoned that the country's king would now desperately search for her, especially since she had already escaped, despite the half-dragon's stated goal of freeing her. Gilarte warned that the pursuers chasing them would prove extremely dangerous, and Hikaru admitted he had already figured as much given everything happening around them. Hikaru reassured Gilarte that he had promised to deliver her safely, stating firmly he had absolutely no intention of ever breaking that solemn promise now. Hikaru told her she could simply share anything useful along the journey, but Gilarte replied quietly that she truly had nothing left to offer him in return. Hikaru asked whether Gilarte truly wanted no one protecting her, and she insisted her story wasn't worth hearing since everything about her was already widely known. Gilarte admitted that whenever someone treated her kindly like this, it made her instinctively suspect there had to be some hidden motive behind their actions. She confessed she had known discrimination as knowledge before, but never truly understood it, personally until now, hating herself for doubting his obvious kindness. Gilarte realized that even genuine kindness extended toward her felt like something requiring doubt, a lasting scar from what discrimination truly meant to endure. Hikaru announced they were leaving immediately, reasoning that if pursuers were indeed coming, the group needed to move quickly, then asked if she had nothing left to lose. Walking through the city gates, Hikaru reassured her it was fine if she still doubted him, even if this feeling was merely sympathy toward her situation. Sensing that Gilarte needed genuine help, Hikaru resolved silently to reach out his hand toward her as the group approached the distant royal castle. Inside the castle, the king demanded answers from his chamberlain, furious that the fortress city had fallen and their captured pawn had somehow escaped custody. The chamberlain insisted this failure fell squarely on the military's shoulders, declaring at the moment to firmly reprimand them and preserve the king's wounded authority. The king agreed completely, coughing dramatically while blaming recent military mistakes, then calmed slightly as his maid arrived quietly to serve him tea. After drinking deeply, the exhausted king thanked her for the offer, while the chamberlain calmly noted the tea was quite delicious and encouraged her to partake as well. The chamberlain then pressed further, suggesting the king revise existing laws so he could directly command the military himself, rather than deferring to others. The king mused it over briefly before the chamberlain offered to act as his proxy, issuing military orders on his behalf while the maid attended nearby. Alone afterward, the chamberlain revealed he had secretly laced the king's tea with a hallucinogenic drug, hoping to eventually turn him into an obedient puppet. Later discussing Rezielka's fate, another official noted the king remained reluctant to seize direct control, while Commander Rolance proposed leading knights to strike the fallen city. Officials debated whether 500 knights against roughly 1,000 enemies risked becoming a prolonged siege, worried the enemy might be luring them into carelessness. A soldier explained that the fire dragon disaster had forced their country to pull troops back home, delaying their planned invasion of the Quinbrand Empire entirely. He added that Einbist now posed the bigger concern, since its martial tournament to decide the next ruler was scheduled to begin very soon. The chamberlain revealed an interesting proposal existed, noting that participation slots meant for each race's representative were being contested since some races struggled with poverty. He mentioned that certain struggling participants were apparently considering selling their tournament slots outright, a possibility the chamberlain found immediately and quietly interesting. The chamberlain realized aloud that winning one of those contested slots would ultimately mean gaining direct political control over Einbist entirely. Soldiers scattered before the ancient castle walls as their commander screamed for everyone to fall back immediately, while a blood-soaked knight stared down at fallen comrades in disbelief. Days later, a lone carriage rattled steadily along a rocky mountain pass, carrying its hooded passengers farther from pond, each mile pulling them closer toward their destination. Inside, one exhausted traveler complained that guarding Gelarte had left them without a single proper night's rest, since they had stood watch in shifts while traveling by stealth. Lavia leaned wearily against Hikaru's shoulder as he steadied the reins, promising her they would finally reach the city of Rezalelka by the following day. Once he confirmed everything outside was fine, Lavia quietly studied him from beneath her hood, wondering why this stranger kept going out of his way to help her. She reasoned through it silently, dismissing the idea that he cared about her half-dragon heritage and doubting money motivated him, since he knew she had little to offer. Panic flickered across her face as she wondered if he wanted her body for himself before waving the thought away, certain her appearance held no appeal to humans. Elsewhere, a curious companion peered at a plain wooden crate sitting nearby, asking Silverface directly what exactly this particular box was meant for during their current journey together. Silverface explained that since their route already led toward Einbist, it made sense to accept one delivery request from the Adventurers Guild along the way, saving everyone time. The scene shifted to a guild hall memory, where a receptionist reminded Hikaru that adventurers needed more than raw strength, adding that this arrangement had been Kelbeck's idea. Hikaru admitted he currently sat at the lowest rank, G hoping this delivery would finally push him up to F, while his companion worried about their thin finances. Lavia called out to Hikaru hesitantly, and though Kelbeck insisted he was counting on him completely, she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that this particular client felt unsettling. Back on the road, Lavia suddenly felt ill, prompting Hikaru to call for a stop the moment he spotted a campsite ahead, urging her to rest there briefly. Without warning, the massive boulder beside the campsite began trembling violently, and Hikaru immediately realized this could never be a natural occurrence, shouting that they were under attack. Hikaru barked orders at Flowerface to grab the reins immediately, his eyes fixed on the shifting ground behind them as something enormous rose from the shattered road. The rubble split apart completely, revealing a towering stone golem assembling itself from scattered rock, its hulking frame blocking the mountain path as it turned toward the carriage. Lavia grabbed her weapon, warning that ordinary swords wouldn't even scratch such a creature, while Hikaru urged Silverface to escape the carriage quickly, confirming Lavia could still move. A voice cut through the chaos, insisting they run without hesitation, since nothing could stop the golem, unless someone first eliminated the hidden spellcaster controlling its every movement. Hikaru reasoned that golems weren't true monsters, but artificial constructs powered entirely by magic, questioning whether this one attacked indiscriminately or had been sent after someone specific. As the golem bore down on them, Hikaru screamed for everyone to run, insisting escape was impossible, while Lavia stepped forward and summoned spirits to call forth hellfire. Lightning crackled violently around Lavia as she stood facing the golem, her companions staring in shock while she began chanting words meant to summon ancient elemental power. She called upon the spirits to reclaim the purity of heaven and earth, urging them to dance and sing as they fed hungrily upon her offered mana. A blinding magic circle bloomed beneath her feet as she raised her staff high, shouting one final command for the flames to incinerate everything standing before her. The golem's massive fist swung forward, only to be intercepted by a searing projectile that tore through stone, scattering shattered fragments across the battered mountain pass. Smoke billowed everywhere, as Hikaru struggled to keep the panicked horses under control, while Lavia stared through the haze, still bracing herself against the lingering shockwave. Both girls exchanged confused glances afterward, unable to fully process what had just occurred, silently wondering exactly what kind of spell had struck with such force. As the dust settled, the golem's crumbling head sizzled and smoked, chunks of scorched rock crumbling away piece by piece from its ruined stone body. The golem finally collapsed entirely, and Hikaru remarked that the spell's destructive output seemed noticeably stronger than before, exactly as he had expected from her training. Lavia agreed, estimating the power increase felt close to 50% stronger than her previous casts, crediting the improvement to whatever new technique she had practiced. She added cheerfully that she had discovered even more spells hidden within old books recently, promising Hikaru he had plenty more surprises to look forward to. Standing at a distance, Hikaru admitted it seemed hard to believe nobody nearby had witnessed such a destructive attack, given how remote and empty the area was. Starface looked troubled, prompting Lavia to ask what was bothering her, right as another companion rushed over, asking if they had truly defeated the golem. Starface gripped her staff tightly, noting with unease that for some unexplained reason, The weapon itself kept trembling faintly in her hands after the battle ended. Lavia examined the rubble nearby, insisting she didn't consider it a major problem, though Silverface remained doubtful, questioning why she kept poking through the broken stones anyway. Silverface pointed out that even careful examination probably wouldn't reveal anything useful, since stone golems were built using remarkably complex and specialized magical construction methods. Hikaru explained further that operating a magical construct like a stone golem required combining a fuel core, an engraved command system, and a proper magical catalyst. He detailed how the program itself split into a main directive controlling movement, a set of prohibitions and exceptions, and contingencies designed for various possible scenarios. Lavia interrupted, asking if Hikaru was somehow familiar with that particular type of magic too, since his explanation sounded suspiciously thorough and detailed. Starface apologized, though Lavia reassured her she hadn't done anything wrong, admitting she only wanted to identify the golem's original construction materials. Silverface suggested the attacker was likely a mage from the Ponsonia kingdom targeting them, though Hikaru hesitated, insisting normally that assumption would make sense, but something felt off here. Silverface explained that the black silver tortoise lived exclusively within forested regions across the central continent, meaning its distribution centered entirely around Einbist alone. The scene shifted to a memory of soldiers standing atop the fortress city Rezaelka's walls, watching cautiously as 500 enemy troops assembled outside against their 1,000 defenders. A braided soldier admitted she had assumed victory would come easily, calling herself naive now that she realized how outnumbered their opponents actually were, despite appearances. Rumors spread among the ranks about the Sword Saint, Lawrence D. Falcon, described as an incredibly formidable warrior whose reputation alone unsettled everyone standing nearby. A frightened soldier recalled watching him fight, admitting that with every single swing of his sword, another life was instantly snuffed out without mercy. Back on the wall, the braided soldier stared down at 100 fresh corpses, insisting that staying behind these fortress walls should still guarantee their tactical advantage. Nearby soldiers whispered nervously among themselves, wondering aloud what on earth that terrifying man truly was, given the devastation he alone had already caused. A sudden strike sent one soldier flying backward off the wall, the impact shaking stone and rattling nerves as onlookers watched in stunned, helpless silence.